most of the times na nagkakaroon ng fallout or disagreement, it's actually within me. So maybe leadership is also like what we discussed earlier. It's actually leading myself.
We say leaders are learners, and we need to keep on renewing our minds, putting something new, expanding our IQ. Sabi nga nila na if you're going to prepare dinner later tonight and you keep checking the ref if there's anything new there, hindi ka nag-grocery the night before, kahit check ka ng check doon, walang mangyayari
Yeah.
sa'yo. It's the same ingredients there. It's the same stuff.
Yeah.
You need to go out, buy something, bring it home, and then prepare it. And if you don't do that for your mind, you don't learn anything new, you don't bring anything new to the table, and you're a leader, then you're not leading.
Correct.
So, what are you doing as an entrepreneur to renew your mind, expand your IQ? How do you improve your leadership skills?
First and foremost, what we wear a lot of hats, right? We're husbands.
Mm,
For you, you're a father, tapos
mm,
businessman pa tayo. But first and foremost, the hat that we wear is we're Christians.
mm,
No, so for me, the books that I read, actually most of them are actually spiritual
mhm,
books. And it's more of my own character development. Kasi I've noticed how I deal with clients and how I deal with people. Hindi mo pwedeng isisi lahat sa kanila.
mm,
Most of the times na nagkakaroon ng fallout or disagreement, it's actually within me. So maybe leadership is also like what we discussed earlier. It's actually leading myself.
mhm,
So I really read a lot of books about character building,
mhm,
about faith, about and even yung sa YouTube, I consume a lot of TEDx, yung mga
mm,
ganyan. No? So that's how I train myself
mhm,
na maging flexible,
mhm,
maging easy to deal with
mhm,
in terms of other people. One thing that I also notice is when we are fact-based leaders, when we own organization, we care about results, 'di ba? And so sometimes to reach to those results, we only say what's necessary to arrive at the desired result.
mhm,
Pero sometimes we forget the way that we say it.
mhm, mhm,
Okay? So, the way that we say it has more to do with our character rather than the person that we're actually targeting.
mhm,
Yung truth lagi tama ka, which is you're actually right. That
mhm,
person is doing this and that. We say it
mhm,
to them so that they realize it. But how we say it reflects on us, our
mhm,
character.
mhm,
So that's what I'm trying to build. Kasi partnership naman eh. I mean, I don't own the company as a whole. With the chicken business, I'm doing it with my wife. With Reality Box, I'm doing it with my friend, no, si Jerry. So,
mhm,
there's a lot of internal communications there that's needed to be
mhm,
ironed out, 'di ba?
mhm,
How to relate with them.
mhm, mhm.
So, yun.
We're down to our last two questions. So, is
Mhm.
there anything new you're working on today?
Bili kayo ng Yum Yum Chicken, guys. Sarap ng chicken ni Mrs.
Wait, yun ba yung tagline? Sarap ng
Sarap
chicken ni
ng chicken ni
Mrs.
Mrs. Oo nga 'no, dapat yun yung
Dapat
tagline
may tagline
natin.
kayo eh. I think, alam mo yung Chick-fil-A,
Yeah.
one of the biggest
Yeah.
chicken fast food chains in the US. Tagline nila is eat more chicken. So simple, but they have billboards
All over the
all over
country, yeah.
the country na yun talaga yung slogan nila.
Yeah,
Akala ko
mm.
yun yung tagline eh.
Baka nga, yun na after this podcast
Oo,
session, yun na yun,
meron na kayong
yun na yung
tagline.
tagline ko. Yun. So that's really fairly new. That's fairly
Mm.
new. Yung business with my wife, yung Yum Yum
How
Chicken.
old is it na ba?
We started to have our mini food stalls nung 2017 pa actually.
Mhm,
But now that we are trying to build our commissary and
mhm,
really establish it, this year pa lang in the works yun.
mhm,
So the deal is on the table. We're trying to finalize it. But that
mhm.
yun yung pinaka main concept.
The commissary.
Yeah, yung
So you're looking
commissary.
for a place right now.
Yes, we're looking for a place right now where we can establish our commissary para makapag-cater kami sa mas marami pang areas around
Mhm.
the metro.
There's food
Mhm.
and then there's photo and video. Like, I'm wondering, is there any synergy in between that you were able to make work between the two?
Your leadership. In whatever kind of, industry that you decide to enter,
Mhm.
it's not only yung know-how mo sa industry but actually the way that you lead the brand or you lead the people. Sa case na 'to is I co-lead it with
Mhm.
my wife.
Mhm.
So, I think our definitely siya, yung character natin as leaders is
Mhm.
very ano talaga siya, sobrang important in leading a business. Like what you said in one of your seminars. Ako kasi nag-e-edit ng seminar mo, eh, 'di ba
Mhm.
sabi
Yeah.
mo, kung kung tinatamad ka sa trabaho mo, kahit magnegosyo ka,
Oo.
tatamarin ka pa rin, 'di
Yeah.
ba? So, it doesn't really
Make
matter.
money, grow money yun, ah.
Yeah, make money, grow money 'yun, 'di ba?
Oo. Shout
So
out to Marvin Germo, makemoneygrow.ph. You
yes.
can enroll online in that course. Nandun yung buong videos namin.
Yes, hindi ka biglang magbabago just because you shifted to another industry or to another profession.
Mm.
No, yung makeup ng character mo, andun na yun. And
Mhm.
unless we are really willing to work on it, 'di ba, self-effacing leaders, you face the
Mhm.
mirror,
Mhm.
ano ba talaga ang problema ko?
Oo.
Unless you address that,
Yeah.
kahit anong industry pa yan, the effect would always be the same.
Yeah.
If you're an absentee owner, you'll always be an employee, you'll
Mhm.
always be an absentee owner.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yun na yung nature, yun na yung nakasanayan natin, yeah.
So would you say it was a little bit easier, a lot easier when you started Yum Yum Chicken because you already had that experience in leadership with Reality Box?
Yes, definitely. I would say yung opportunities na na-catch namin,
Mhm.
blessings ni God yan actually, but the opportunities that we were able to take advantage of
Mhm.
dito sa business ng Yum Yum Chicken where we are now, I don't think that we can get it if I didn't had prior experience,
Mhm.
entrepreneurial experience with Reality Box.
Mhm.
Kasi there are some, closing deals,
Mhm.
haggling, mga
Yeah.
ganyan, basic skills na kailangan.
Closing deals, huh?
Yeah, in terms of rent, if in
Mm.
terms of, supplier pare,
Mm.
containers,
Mhm.
packaging,
Mhm. Mhm.
'di ba? Printing yung mga ganyan. Everything you need to close those deals, na,
Yeah.
"Oh, magkano mo 'to bibigay sa'kin?" 1 cent or 1 peso goes a long way if volume 'to,
Yeah.
'di
Yeah.
ba?
That's true. How can people reach you to hire your services, or if ever they have any questions about ordering your chicken online?
Yes!
Chicken ni Mrs. pala.
Chicken ni Mrs. Sarap ng chicken ni
Sarap
Mrs.
ng chicken ni Mrs.
So, for Reality Box, our website is up. So
Mhm.
reality-box.com. That's
Mhm.
our domain. And then, for Yum Yum Chicken naman, you can simply search us sa Facebook. We're
Mhm.
there. Nandun din kami sa GrabFood, sa Lala Food. Although,
Mhm.
in terms of perimeter, I
Mhm.
don't know if alam ko kasi 3 kilometers lang yung radius namin, eh.
Mm.
But for Lala Move, some people actually order outside of the 3 kilometer radius. We
Mhm.
send it via Lala Move.
Wow.
So we have clients from mga Mandaluyong, mga
Oo.
gano'n.
BF Parañaque.
Yeah. Meron bro,
Talaga?
pinadala namin via Lala Move.
Wow. So, if ever umorder ako, Lalamove na pala.
Lala Move yung dadating. Pero yung order mo, PM sa akin sa
PM sa'yo.
Facebook.
Alright, guys. So, you
Okay.
can catch Harry on Facebook or in his website, reality-box.com, and he will respond to you personally. Again, Harry is the co-founder of Reality Box. They do photo and video
Right.
shoot and editing services, even animation.
Yes.
And he's also the co-founder along with his wife of Yum Yum Chicken. They are a fried chicken company. If you're wondering what kind, it's Korean.
Yeah, Korean
Korean
chicken.
chicken, that's
Yeah.
what you call it. And they deliver 3 kilometer radius from Quezon City or
Yeah.
Banawe.
Retiro
Retiro,
area.
from
Yeah.
Retiro area. Oh, but you can order through their Facebook page. And if you're outside of that radius, Lala Move.
Yeah.
All right, Harry,
Okay.
thank you for
Thank you, Sean.
coming over. We are better for it. We learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
As an entrepreneur, you're constantly managing change. Well, as a leader, especially a leader in a moment of crisis, you have to be highly prepared to adapt and to pivot on a moment's notice, because the environment that we were in yesterday is very different than the environment that we're in today, which could be completely different than the environment that we're in tomorrow.
You have a team around you that is just doing these things. And I want to know, because a lot of people, a lot of companies, businesses included, my business included, have been shaken through this crisis, through this pandemic. And you have people working with you. I want to know about how you're leading them through this crisis, what has happened, and we want to learn from you. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, good question, Sean. And really important question, something that I think everyone is kind of trying to find the right answer to. I think first and foremost, it's really important for any and every leader to show up, to be there, to be accessible, to be available, not to hide, not to duck, not to run, but to make clear that if you need anything, I'm here. If you need anything, we're here. And during this time, that's what people need. That's what your employees need. That's what your customers need. That's what every stakeholder in your organization needs. They want to know that you're going to be there for them. I've been doing a lot of interviews since the coronavirus crisis has hit. And it seems like everyone wants to know, how do we lead during moments of crisis? Before coronavirus struck, my interviews were about entrepreneurship and about leadership and about management, but it wasn't about how do I lead during a crisis. Now that's what everyone wants to talk about. And I've been trying to drill home three main points. I think that leaders, number one, need to be trustworthy. Leaders need to be honest, need to be truthful, need to be transparent. Leaders need to have credibility. Sean, in your organization, when you say something, you need everyone on your team to believe you. You need everyone on your team to know that when you say something, it's truthful. That's really important. Number two, leaders need to be very communicative. Leaders need to be out in front. Like I said before, it's a very easy time to hide under the covers. It's a very easy time to duck and run. But as they say, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Now is the time for the tough to get going. And number three, leaders need to be flexible. Leaders need to be nimble. Like every entrepreneur, when you're an entrepreneur, one of the first things you learn is the importance of managing change. When you have a job, things can be kind of steady, kind of stable. When I had jobs, I sort of did the same thing day in and day out. In the morning, I did this. Afternoon, I did that. Late afternoon, I did that. When some jobs, it was almost like to the minute, did the same thing every day. As an entrepreneur, you're constantly managing change. Well, as a leader, especially a leader in a moment of crisis, you have to be highly prepared to adapt and to pivot on a moment's notice, because the environment that we were in yesterday is very different than the environment that we're in today, which could be completely different than the environment that we're in tomorrow. And the only way that you can adapt is by having a mindset that is open to change.
That's right. Fantastic. So those are three things that pretty much all leaders have to practice: communicate well, be truthful, and be nimble, be flexible. Now, I know that you have had more than a decade of experience in leading people, both in your professional career and now as an entrepreneur, leading people from all over the world. You have a global team. And I just want to know how your coaching has helped your leadership. You're a creator and host in another podcast that's the 30-minute mentors. I'm just wondering, are you on Spotify?
I am. Yeah.
All right. So for my listeners, please check that out. He is on Spotify. Just search 30-minute mentors. And you talk about business, leadership, and personal or professional development. That is something that a lot of people right now need. People right now need growth. People right now need to broaden their horizons. There are different values that people can bring to the table. As you mentioned, the home office has boomed. Who would have known, right? This pandemic would create industries with huge demand, but it has also shut down a lot of industries that we have held on to. So, how has your mentorship and your personal growth and your coaching helped your leadership style?
It's a great question. And Sean, by the way, thank you so much for that really nice plug of my show. And I'll just add, for anyone interested in checking out 30-minute mentors, Sean was telling me off the air that Spotify is the most popular platform in the Philippines. I think that's really cool. So I am on Spotify. You punch in 30-minute mentors. It's all spelled out. So you spell out the word 30-minute mentors. You could also go to my website, 30minutementors.com, find it there. So I stream it there as well. Sean, I've always believed in the power of mentorship. I've been a huge beneficiary of great mentorship. I've had great mentors in my life and still do. What I also believe in is a concept that I call mini mentors. I've written about it, I speak about it. And what I like to call mini mentors are not necessarily the traditional mentor who you go out to lunch with once a month, who may be a deep relationship in your life, who may have the kind of lasting and powerful impact that you think about on a regular basis. But a mini mentor is someone who you might talk to once, or maybe you talk to them once a year or once every other year. But there's someone who can add enormous value to you in that one interaction. And that's what I try to do through 30-minute mentors. That's what I try to do through my show. I try to bring the best network of mentors possible to listeners, because that's been invaluable to me. That's been invaluable to my success as a leader. I can tell you this: everyone learns differently. Everyone grows differently. Everyone develops differently. Some people learn by picking up 300-page books and blowing through them. That's never been the best way for me to learn. There are lots of books that I've loved reading. I don't know if David Halberstam is popular in the Philippines, but he's my favorite writer of all time. I love Malcolm Gladwell. But my best way of learning has always been to pick up the phone or to meet someone for lunch and to just pick their brain. And that's the style of learning that I'm trying to bring to my audience in 30-minute increments.
So, the 30-minute mentor, most of your episodes or all of your episodes would be around 30 minutes. Is that right?
I try my best to keep them to 30 minutes. My biggest challenge is the guests who I'm interviewing are literally the most successful people you can think of.
Yeah, I could
Founders
see
and CEOs. Yeah.
founders,
So, I mean,
CEOs. They're all here. Rick Barry, NBA legend, is here. Deloitte Consulting CEO Dan Helfrich is here. You have big names in your show. That's I'm gonna definitely check it out right after this recording. And if you guys are listening, my audience are listening, you should try to check it out, please. You're doing yourself a favor if you tune into his podcast.
I appreciate that, Sean. I was just going to say the biggest challenge for me is keeping them to 30 minutes. I want to be, respectful of the platform, because I know that 30 minutes is a time that allows people to really consume content during a commute or during a workout. I feel like it's the right amount of time, but it's a challenge for me, because when you're talking to the CEO of Deloitte Consulting or the CEO of Gold's Gym or to Rick Barry or to a retired 4-star admiral, you have so many questions you want to ask them.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure.
it can be a challenge keeping it to 30 minutes, but I try.
I'm sure. I mean, if it was me, I mean, right now I'm having so much fun just asking you these questions,
This is
learning
great,
from
Sean.
you.
I'm loving it.
And if it was, yeah, if it was any one of your guests, I'm sure it would take me more than 30 minutes to just get to the, the heart of the matter. And so I likewise don't want to impose a long time on our interview. We have had, like more than 30 minutes already, and I've learned a lot. I hope you guys listening in have learned a lot. How you have to focus on one business idea. If you're just starting out, you have to focus. And if you're starting out through this pandemic, through this crisis, you have to communicate, you have to be nimble, and you have to be honest and transparent. Always remember that if you have an opportunity to start your business through this crisis, you have to work with people. That's really how it is in the business world, and you have to practice these three things from Adam Mendler. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mr. Adam Mendler, an entrepreneur, a public speaker, a coach and consultant, and someone who accepts his regrets in life, and he has changed his direction in life right now. I hope you learned a lot from that. Adam, thank you so much for guesting in our show. We really appreciate it, and we're better for it.
Sean, thanks so much for having me. Thank you for all those kind words. This was awesome. I had such a great time and really appreciate the opportunity to spend the time with you and with your audience.
Leaders are called to serve. If you don't want to serve, you just want more pay, you just want more recognition, don't step up to be a leader. That's not your calling.
You mentioned raising leaders, and how exactly do you raise them? Or should I say, how do you mentor them? And how do you cultivate uh, this kind of talent in them? And more importantly, how do you see this thing in people?
First thing is to qualify them. There are people who want to be leaders because of pay, compensation, or because of recognition. Two very big things. I mean, who doesn't want more recognition? Who doesn't want more compensation? Nobody. Everyone wants it. But not everyone wants to serve other people. Leaders are called to serve. If you don't want to serve, you just want more pay, you just want more recognition, don't step up to be a leader. That's not your calling. But if you want to serve alongside more recognition and more pay, because you cannot just serve without ambition. You have to have ambition, a healthy enough ambition to rise up. Serving and having an ambition, that is the qualification of a potential leader. When I see that in someone and they're willing to heed the call to arms when the opportunity comes, when the need arises, then I start training that person.
Mhm.
How I do it is different from all the other people doing it. Some people they would rather have them go to seminars. Some people would make them work um, hands on immediately. How I do it is more of the discipleship method, wherein I bring that person along
Mhm.
on meetings, on trips, on my talks, and just spend time with these people. And then they see me, who I really am, because you cannot follow a leader that you don't know personally.
Mm.
It's difficult when you know this person professionally and professionally only, and you don't know who this person is in his private life or when he's outside of the work environment. It's difficult to follow that kind of a leader. Why? Because you don't have a holistic approach.
Mm.
Integrity means one, integer or whole. And for someone to follow you easier, they have to know, are you a person of integrity? Do you practice what you preach, or when out of work, you do something else? Once I have that relationship with this potential leader, they see my integrity, I am able to easier divulge and pass on my leadership knowledge and abilities to that person. What I say on stage, they'll accept it more,
Mhm.
they'll believe it more, and they'll proceed to practice it more. That's all I need to see happening. that these potential leaders are practicing what I'm saying and how I'm doing it. Leadership cannot really be taught as theory, as fact. It has to be lived out and practiced. And how they're gonna be doing it is how you do it as their leader.
So it's very immersive. The
Mhm.
approach, the way you pass it on, it has to be caught.
So one of the things that made me realize this is the example of Jesus. He didn't really teach the disciples every day, the 12 apostles every day. He taught the crowds, the masses, and they were just with him every day. They slept with him, ate with him, they did everything together. But it doesn't say that he would teach them all the time. No,
Mhm.
he would actually teach the masses, feed the masses, heal their sick, and they would just be with him. That's how I prefer to do it, because if you keep on teaching stuff to someone and they don't see you doing it in action, they might not be able to absorb it that well. At the same time, you as the leader, you have to be learning something new, because you're not going to be worth following if you're lagging behind.
Mhm.
You have to be the one in front. So, how I learn new things is I listen to podcasts pretty much every day, because I listen to it when I am going to prepare to leave
Mhm.
the house. I have a Bluetooth speaker and it's on the loudest while I take a shower, brush my teeth, and I listen to podcasts that way. I read books every day. I meditate. I read God's word every day. Like, these are the things that I do to grow myself,
Mhm.
at least intellectually and behaviorally, my character as a leader. And that has to be something that you do every day. I know it
Mm.
might sound like a lot of work, especially to entrepreneurs who say na, I'm already doing this, doing the accounting, I'm doing the legal, I'm already managing people, I'm fighting fires out there. Yeah. And you know what? You still have to do these other things as well. So it is not for everyone. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. It is for the people who have certain characteristics that embody the qualities of a great leader and sacrificial one as well.
So, what are some recommended resources personally
Mhm.
as a leader? Some podcasts you listen to, authors, and so on.
One of the best podcasts that I listen to as an entrepreneur, not really just for leadership or management, but as an entrepreneur, is the Entree Leadership Podcast. So it's a mid spelling of entrepreneurship, entree, and then leadership. That's by Dave Ramsey. He has the Ramsey personalities doing the interviews, like Ken Coleman, among other people, doing the interviews, and then they have guests, big names who I also read, like Jim Collins,
Mhm.
Patrick Lencioni. They had John Maxwell, Seth Godin. So they have these big personalities guesting on the show. And I mean, people pay an arm and a leg to go to these people's seminars. And to have them on the podcast being asked entrepreneurship questions, management questions, and
Mhm.
leadership questions, it really gives so much value to me. So that's one thing that listen to. And you can also listen to John Maxwell's podcast. Some of my people here listen to John Maxwell's podcast. I read a lot. So right now, what I'm reading is Principles by Ray Dalio. It's a very thick book. So I think I might be able to finish it, I don't know, in half a year maybe, because I don't read that fast. I actually read very slowly, contrary to what people think. But whatever I read, I experiment on and I try to apply kagad. Like,
Mhm.
one of the lessons that I've read just last night when I was reading the book is about personalities. So the Myers-Briggs test,
Yeah.
personality test, he had baseball card type results of all of his 738 employees in the company.
Wow.
Like, you would have the baseball card of that guy, that lady, and you would know their personality type, so that when you sit down with them in the meetings, you know why they're saying this, what the tendency of this girl right here is to say or decide or think. So that helped his entire organization. And then I pondered upon it. We do have the Strengths Finder. All of my regular team members have the Strengths Finder results. All of our people have the DISC result. All of us went through an exam written by me about our core values, which you probably also read in that excerpt that was sent to you. And so I thought to myself, maybe we could have these things and carry them around so that we know every one of the 55, sorry, more, a little bit more. I don't know how many people we have already, but 50 plus people. so that we know everyone's, personality types,
Mhm.
ways of working, strengths, outlook. We understand why they say these things. We understand that how they said it wasn't so nice because this is their personality or this might be their outlook. Or we understand that this person doesn't really like working with this person because of this. Or this person should not be in that position pala because of that. So that is something that I want to apply immediately. And that's because as a learner, if I don't apply it, I forget it.
Mm.
So I read slowly, yeah, but everything that I absorb, I apply. So I retain. And the entire organization benefits from it.
Is learner your top strength?
No, self assurance is my top strength.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, my wife always says na ikaw kasi self assured. But yeah, so self assurance, maximizer, activator, command, and futuristic. That's
Mm,
my top five. So
visionary.
yeah, you could say that. But yeah, so these are some things that we immediately can do. Everyone benefits from it. And because they see me experimenting on these things, everyone is encouraged to do their own experiments.
So those are some resources.
Have you ever seen in a movie where an animal tried to cross the road and because of the headlights, they stop
Mhm.
and then they don't know where they're going to be going and then it's a roadkill? That happened. Why? Because the animal was indecisive. And as the leader, it is also that dangerous for you to be indecisive. You paralyze your entire organization.
What about some skill sets that a great leader, maybe an entrepreneur,
Mhm.
or could be just a leader in general, must
Mhm.
have?
Being decisive. It's funny because I was just listening to the podcast earlier. Seth Godin was there, and he said you have to be decisive. You don't. Your job is, for example, if you're a carpenter, your job is not to hammer down, nails on wood. Your job is not really to paint the fence. Your job is to make decisions. Am I gonna do this today? How am I gonna do it? Am I gonna put this wood over that wall? When am I gonna do it? How should it look like? So, yeah, your job, the world may see you as, oh, you work on wood, nails, stone, and paint as a carpenter, but what you're really getting paid for is to make decisions. And Seth Godin argues that everyone is in the decision making skill set and industry. Every job is in the decision making industry. Connecting it with the other podcast I listen to, is your decision making skill closer to the decimal point or to the commas? Because when you write 1,000,000 pesos, there's three commas right there. And then there's the decimal point. Are the decisions you make closer to the decimal point? Because if you're a cook in Jollibee, for example, or McDonald's, and you're just flipping burgers, and your decision is, when should I finally put this burger, in the bun? Then your decision is a $6 decision closer to the decimal point.
Mhm.
But if your decision is, should I continue with laying off, or sorry, not laying off, should I continue with quarantining 27,000 of my employees, that airline, then that is a $1 million decision,
Mhm.
right? So, what kind of decision industry are we in? Are we closer to the decimal point or are we closer to the commas? Now, as the leader and as the CEO, as the entrepreneur, Are you still deciding on decimal point decisions? What kind of soap should we buy? Where are we gonna be putting the alcohols in the company? Because I used to make those decisions, right? Honest to goodness, I still used to make those decisions. Maybe recently I've just made some of those decisions because we still run things like a family here,
Mhm.
but I make less and less of them. I delegate more of them to other people. The Some of the decisions closer to the decimal point are being done by administrative people. Some decisions closer to the decimal point are being done by grassroots people. Those are decisions you leave them to do. So the dangerous thing here is about being indecisive. I know we don't have squirrels here, but have you ever seen in a movie where an animal tried to cross the road and because of the headlights, they stop
Mhm.
and then they don't know where they're going to be going and then it's a roadkill? That happened. Why? Because the animal was indecisive. And as the leader, it is also that dangerous for you to be indecisive. You paralyze your entire organization, and people start to see this guy cannot make decisions. Because if you make wrong decisions, that's fine. Why? There are no mistakes, only lessons. Just don't repeat the lessons. Because that becomes fatal mistakes.
Mhm.
Fatal mistakes is you lose money, you lose clients, you lose sales, you destroy your reputation as a company. You don't do fatal mistakes, but single mistakes, mistakes you learn from, those are important. Failing forward is important. Another book I'm reading right now by John Maxwell. So you have to fail forward, but never be an indecisive leader. You will be ineffective. Your entire organization will not respect you for it, and you will be paralyzed. So one of the biggest, I would say, things for an entrepreneur or a leader is to be decisive, pragmatic.
Decisiveness, right?
Yep.
What else? Another trait or another skill set that a great leader should have:
Humility.
humility.
Humility to learn, to listen to other people. I know of leaders who are their ego is so big that when some people tell them off, right? You need to change this. I think we need to improve here. They just bite those people's heads off. And for me, you cannot improve if you're like that. When you have a meeting, for example, and all leaders, all entrepreneurs have meetings, you should. If you don't have any meetings, you should have meetings because you have to discuss some things, whether it's critical issues inside or outside your company. If you bite people's heads off in meetings, they will not tell you the truth you need to hear. They will only tell you what you want to hear, but they're not going to be telling you what you need to hear. And sometimes it goes both ways. Sometimes you have a big personality, the ego is not really there, but for example, I'm an extremely high D in the DISC spectrum, so my dominance is extremely high. Couple it with being self-assured, which is my number one strength. Some people see me as a very big personality in meetings, but it doesn't mean I'm shutting down their ideas. In fact, I want to hear them debate with me so that more ideas will come out.
Hmm.
But there are some people in some of our meetings, the opinions would come later when the meeting is done, and they would tell it to someone who would tell it to me. And my thoughts about it is, why wasn't this brought up when we were discussing this information during that meeting? Because I want healthy conflicts in the
Hmm.
team. Patrick Lencioni says conflict is nothing but the pursuit of truth, the search for the best possible answer. And I am in this business for the best possible answer. We are doing that meeting for the best possible answer to surface. But if you're not going to have healthy conflicts with me, if you're just going to shrink because I have a big personality, nothing's going to happen. We cannot get to the truth and get to it on time. So it goes both ways. You have to be humble enough to listen to people, not bite their heads off when they give you their opinion. Take it in and then tell them, can I have a healthy conflict, or can we debate on that, or can we discuss that, right? So that's something that I think a lot of leaders and especially founders
Hmm.
found, like if you're the second gen, third gen, I think there are better chances of you listening to other people, especially if they have been with the founder, like your dad or your grandparent. But if you're the founder, tendency is you bite people's head off. Stop doing that. Humility is one of the best traits to have as an entrepreneur because we don't know everything. I don't know everything. You probably don't. I mean, now we are at the stage where I delegated a lot to other people. I really don't know everything that's happening in the company. In fact, I would argue that some people know a lot more than I do. So if you're not humble enough to listen to them, you're gonna lose touch of your operations.
When you're the founder, it makes sense that, not saying it's right, but it does make sense for you to have this sense of ownership, this
Mm.
defensiveness that this is my baby. Why are you
Mhm.
trying to make these changes? But
Yeah.
it does require humility to say, hey, I don't know everything. I
Yeah.
think we're going to need more information. We're going to need healthy debate here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you do? What are you doing to encourage
Mhm.
this free flow of ideas, to uh, encourage people to speak up, to not be afraid to uh, be the voice of dissent against you?
First thing that you need to do is realize and recognize that how you say things matter.
Mhm.
So one example is we had one of our meetings yesterday, and I told them, so there was something that was suggested that would change one of our key ways of ranking. So we're in the business of ranking in Google. We're an SEO company. We manipulate search results. So one of our key strategies in ranking was going to be changed, at least temporarily. And when I heard that, I said, have you thought about the implications? And then I explained to them the implications on my mind. And I said, as long as you know this and you're still going to go ahead and do it, then do what you think is best. But at least I gave you my opinion. That, in fact, was me trying to tell them, I don't know everything. You're probably seeing some things that I'm not seeing, and that's fine. If you want to go ahead with it, try it. I'm open. But at least I know you know what I think about it.
Mhm.
Because if you don't give me a chance to speak up, how can I commit to your decision? I cannot commit to it. But if I know you heard me and you still push through with it, then I will support that and I can commit to that decision. And I will help you. I'll talk to the clients, I'll talk to the team to support that decision. So that's one way of doing it.
And there's a distinction, and I'm sure you know this, is between what the how the problem feels to you as the leader, what the problem looks like to me as in from the outside, and obviously how the problem like how the what the problem like manifests in the financials or in how the employees would restate it. So there's like you kind of part of it is understanding all of those.
All right, guys, welcome back to the show. This is again Sean here at the Leadership Stack podcast. And for this episode, we have Miss Kezia Robinson. She is the founder of an independent advisory firm with expertise in early stage startups, pivots, turnarounds, and an entrepreneurial corporate initiatives. That's a handful right there. And she has done a lot of projects with small to medium firms, and her expertise is just amazing. She has founded her company Kazia Partners, and she's been running it 8 years now. And I would love to hear from her. I would love to learn from her, and I hope that you guys will learn a lot in this episode as well. Kezia, thank you so much for joining us in the show.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thanks for that wonderful intro.
Yeah, so it's like 7 p.m. already here in the Philippines, and it's so what time is it again in your part of the world?
I'm on the East Coast in the U.S., so it's 7 a.m.
7
Oh.
a.m. All right, you're not gonna find me up and about 7 a.m. I'm a night owl. So yeah, thank you so much for waking up. You know, it's a pleasure having you here in the show, and we're looking forward to learn from you. So to start with, I want to start with something light. And the question that I have for you this morning is to what are some of your leadership mantras, something that you hold on to pretty much every day when things go tough, and things do get tough, especially now in the pandemic that we have all experienced. And here in the Philippines, we went through a very strict lockdown that's just easing up this June. What is something that you hold on to every day?
Well, I have two things that I tell myself in times of crisis and challenge. One thing I always say is, "This too shall pass," and it's very important to keep in mind that when you have a down day, when you have a rough day, like that, you've had great days too. And so to hold on and celebrate the great days, but also when things are down, to kind of ride it out. There's no solution to a feeling. The other one, and we were chatting about a little bit in the preamble, is, and if you're familiar with the Blues Brothers, this is a sort of big piece of that movie. It's an old movie in the U.S., but I'm on a mission from God, and I really do view that the work that I do and the work that I am helping support my clients in doing is for the greater good. I say God, other people, the universe, humanity, whatever higher force, larger purpose that you can identify with. And God means I'm Jewish, so God is, I have a different concept of God than other people might have. So, but I think that's the thing I say to myself every morning.
And so I'm curious, when you say I'm on a mission from God, is there anything specific, or is it like the general idea?
Well, one of the in the Jewish tradition, religion, there's sort of the highest form of charity is to help someone help themselves. So the expression is, give a man a fish and he eats for a day, teach him how to fish and he eats forever. So there is that very strong kind of helping other people come into themselves, and that is something that is really very powerful. And then I really, and the other thing is, the words have a lot of power in our the Old Testament, and the Torah is what we call the kind of main religious text. And so there's a lot of, the words have a lot of power. And I also use that with people as we do, work on, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean by inclusive? Great word. Lots of people use it. What do you mean by it? So that's something that also comes out of that tradition that I bring into my coaching.
That's awesome. And speaking of like this mission and helping people find, themselves and their purpose, and I want to know, like, how did you start Cassia Partners? How did that idea come to mind? The entrepreneurial journey is always beautiful. And I've shared mine in a couple of podcasts that I've done already. I started with nothing but $25. Really, I was broke and I was super thin. And I say it's a series of divine appointments from God, how I started up. And I want to know how you started up. That's a curious thing for me. Can you share us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting because, again, being Jewish, I talk about, my 40 years in the desert. So I'm always going, I did my 40 years in the desert. So you get, so with my clients, you only do 10 or 20. Everybody has to go through things. Everybody has to go through some degree of journey. And mine was very much like a little bit of that ping pong ball. I mean, it was fairly straight and narrow. I had a job in finance. I went and got after undergrad, I went and got an MBA. Then I went back into that industry. And then about 6 years after, I was miserable. So 8 years ago, I was like sitting in my office. I lived in Los Angeles at the time, and I had a good paying job, and the people were very nice and they liked me, and I just hated it. I hated the work. I got depressed. I mean, I couldn't listen to the radio anymore because the news radio was always bad. I'd be crying by the time I got to the office. And, I'm like, why am I so sad? And it was really because the work was such a bad fit. So I left that, and then I immediately, as I said, like a ping pong ball, jumped into something. A woman I knew had a lot of trouble with her business, and I turned that around. And then after about a year of working there, I was like, wow, this is really tough. I don't really want to do turnarounds anymore. But I mean, I help with them, but I was like, I don't want to be a turnaround executive. So then I ping ponged, and then I went this and then that. I helped people set up businesses, and I kept bouncing around. And it took me actually several years to look back at what was successful. And I noticed that the work that I did that was most successful in the consulting realm or the advisory realm was where it was really playing to the strengths of the leader, the owner of the business. And that's where I kind of began to focus much more on smaller businesses. The owner is an owner operator. They got skin in the game. They really care that the business succeeds. If you do work with larger corporations, you start to realize how much people don't care that the business succeeds, even if they're good people and they care a lot about their team. There was a degree to which I just started looking at that, and I moved back to my hometown of Boston about 4 years ago. And that's when I really made that shift more consciously towards coaching and towards de-emphasizing the consulting. So I lead with the coaching and then bring consulting skills in, as opposed to leading with the consulting and bringing coaching skills in.
Got it. And it might get a little messy though, because like coaching is a process where you have to keep on drawing out stuff from whoever it is that you're coaching and making them realize things that they should already have realized. And I'm wondering, where do you draw the line from being a coach to being a consultant, where you bring in the expertise and you see the problems and you get solutions? Where is that line and how do you do it? It seems like you're juggling so many things in terms of being the consultant and being the coach of this owner operator, which is difficult in and of itself, by the way. And I'm just wondering how you do it.
So it's a process, and it's a process of learning. And I think that sometimes people want to jump in and they're like, how do I do this? How do I become a coach? Or how to do? And that's where I said, like, even part of that 40 years in the desert, right, is my own professional development. And like, I'm constantly like trying to become a better coach. And I look back at the things I did, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, and I go, oh my God, I can't believe I could have handled that so much better now. I would say the big distinction I make is that coaching is where does the answer lie? So most clients come in, a business owner comes in and they're like, I need your help. And I don't know what to do with X. Like, they're looking for answers. Coaching is understanding what part of that answer belongs to the client and what part of that answer is something that could be sourced externally, whether it's for me or maybe let's say a marketing plan, I'm going to help bring in a marketing consultant. The stuff that, and a prime example, especially with startups, but in any business, product market fit, right? The number one reason that businesses fail, startups fail is a lack of product market fit. I don't know whether the product is more important to you or the market is more important to you. So if you hire an advisor, I could come in and do an analysis and tell you that it's a great market, forget this product, like let's just go with this market, or vice versa. But I don't know which one's more important to you. And if it doesn't matter how great the market is, if the product you're passionate about, then I as the coach need to help you figure out what market you want, and then maybe help you with the analysis of that particular market and how you're going to do your go-to-market strategy. That's more of the consulting. So I really try to keep in mind, like, where does the answer lie? And it's not perfect. It's not perfect. But that's really always where I'm trying to focus on.
So I'm wondering, you've spoken to how many business owners by now, approximately?
In the course of my career, I probably met with 1,000 companies.
Yep.
And
That's a lot.
and to small, because I was in investments, I was a small cap analyst. I worked with these very small market cap companies.
Yeah.
Just a lot. I've talked to a lot of executives, business owners.
And so with the ones that you have been able to engage with, I'm wondering, like, what's the most common leadership problem that they have? So as a business operator, I'm sure you've encountered some people struggling with leadership. It is a very difficult thing to grasp, to, just be able to love people and serve them, even if you're paying them and even if they're making mistakes that could have been avoided if they just took the time. Like, these are stuff that I personally go through, and I know how frustrating it is. And I just want to ask, like, what's the most common leadership problems that you've encountered with business owners that you've coached or dealt with?
Yeah. And there's a distinction, and I'm sure you know this, is between how the problem feels to you as the leader, what the problem looks like to me as in from the outside, and obviously how the problem manifests in the financials or in how the employees would restate it. So there's like, kind of part of it is understanding all of those. Typically I get people, when they come to me, they have one of their, what they know is that the business isn't growing the way that it used to, or there's a perception if they're further along in the life cycle and maybe they're thinking about the next thing, they're trying to figure out who could run the business if they wanted to launch a new venture, or they're looking at maybe retiring, like what would happen to the business. So those are kind of the two things I tend to get. When somebody comes in and the growth is stalled out, there's almost always, it's one of two things they say. So one of them is like, I can't work any harder, and like I can't find it, like I can't clone myself. I'm working full out. It's just not working. That part isn't working. And often there's a tone of, I hired these nice people and I like them, but they can't do what I do. Right? So there's that. So when I look at that, that's a lack of delegation. And that's also, like people want to have control, and I don't know where the control comes from. So we do a lot of work on like, what's the source of this control issue, so that you can actually go at how you would delegate. But a lot of us just building the practice of delegation. So, but they've convinced themselves there's no one to delegate to often, or I can delegate only the tasks that I don't want, but I really can't delegate client service. And it's like, well, how are you ever going to sell your business to somebody if you do all of the sales of the client service? I mean,
Right.
like it's impossible. So that's one piece. The other one is what I get are I'm working so hard, and they're almost the over delegators. They're like really usually very passionate about the process. So designers, a lot of people in design functions come in, they love design, but there's no vision for what the purpose of the business is. So they're like, I don't want to work for anyone else. I just want to do my own kind of design. So I hired a bunch of people, and now we're all doing design, and they are afraid to step into that leadership role because that's not what they're used to doing. So that I come in much more with like, what is the higher purpose? What is the vision? What's the design and service of? Okay, now how you're going to have to step into that leadership and rally people around you. The good thing with that type of person is they're typically over delegating. So what it is about kind of helping them find the right team, but also on helping them understand they are going to have to be the boss, and that's not always fun.
Let's jump from that platform. Those are two very different personalities that you got right there. One of them is very dominant. They're like, I want control, and if you can't do it as well as I do, I'm just going to do it by myself. And the other one is, no, I want to abdicate my responsibility because this is what I want to do, and that's clear to me, and I don't want to be responsible for the other people's lives in my team. So how do you coach, lead these people into a sort of balance?
Well, I mean, the first thing is really getting into what they want, to the point of evolving. I used to like never touch personal stuff. I was like, you know what, that's your thing. We're here to do work on the business. And now we work through the business, because I believe I'm coaching not just the owner, but also coaching the business and sometimes doing team things, helping them run their teams better. But I do look at it as, what do you want? This is your baby. This is your business. What is the long game for you? What do you want, not just in the short term? And really kind of celebrating that. Sometimes it's a financial goal, sometimes it's a personal goal, but really celebrating that and really looking to what are the things that they care about. I won't work with somebody who can't come up with things that they care about beyond themselves, right? Like I can't work with that, because then you're like, what have we got? Like you want your employees to work harder so you'll get richer. I mean, and you'll see that a fair amount in business. Doesn't work. So looking at that mission, kind of coming into what's the purpose? What is this in service of? What do you really care about getting done in the world? And then as well as what do you care about for yourself? And then we kind of look at, all right, if these are your goals, you're going to have to do some work. But it's practice. A lot of times in delegation, it's practice. People who are really good at doing work don't delegate because it is always easier, to your point, to just pick it up and do it. And then in economics, they call this there's an absolute advantage versus comparative advantage. And I have an absolute advantage over other people in a whole bunch of things, but that's not what I should be focusing my time on. I need to focus my time on my highest and best use and let them train them and help them so they can focus on their highest and best use. And that is something that, again, it's just breaking into pieces and keeping work with the people who struggle with wanting to be the boss. Sometimes they do need to bring in, let's say some complementary, maybe a business partner who does complementary things so they can balance that. Also, though, going back to what do you really want? What's the vision? Okay, you are here to lead. And usually they care, that type of person, both people care about their employees. But somebody who doesn't want to be the boss usually really does want to be part of the team and be kind of a shepherd for the team. So then it's just more about, well, right now you're leading laterally. Like, what does it look like to step up a little bit? And maybe you need to join a CEO peer group. You need to find some people that you can be in a peer group with so you're not so lonely as the boss. So
Fantastic insights. And
Yeah.
I'd never thought of it that way, that people who are leaning towards abdicating their responsibility as a leader should join a group. And one of the things that I want to add to that for the listeners is, you will really not be looking forward to delegate if your people are not that competent. So it sometimes would boil down to hiring. Are you hiring the right people? Do you take time in the hiring process? I always say that if you have donkeys in your stable, they're noisy and they don't want to run, and they're just gonna keep on complaining. So you should hire stallions instead. And if you have stallions in your stable and you place them along with the donkeys, they're not gonna want to run for you, because the donkeys are going to be noisy, complaining, and you just
Donkeys are actually extremely hardworking and very smart. So one of those things is that you want to know, play people in position. So to your point,
right.
you're expecting one thing from a stallion.
Mhm.
Are you screening for that? Don't ask the stallion to be a pack horse, to like pull a wagon, right?
Mhm.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be like, I'm sorry, you hired me to
Yeah.
do sales. I do high-end sales.
Yeah.
I'm not filling out these forms,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, and they may be great at that. At the same time, you may have somebody who's, let's say, in your IT team, who is really creative actually, and they're angling to come in and say, hey, can I work on some other marketing projects or this or that? And you're like, no, your title says this. I want to fix you. So you're right that a lot of it is having that expansive thought about your employees. Like, every employee has infinite potential. Every person in this world has infinite potential. Just takes two to tango. So they have to want to do the work to tap into that, and you have to give them the tools to succeed.
Yeah.
And that often, if you're like control people, they usually don't give them the tools to succeed, and the kind of and they'll often hire somebody who doesn't have ambition, because they hired you to work for me, right? I'm like,
Mhm.
I hired you to work for me, and then 5 years later, I'm wondering why nobody wants to buy my business when my entire team is staffed with people who just do what I say. So
Right.
there's a lot of that self-reflection
Mhm.
as an owner, that it's just hard because you're so busy. You're really good at your job, and you're so busy running this business.
What advice would you give to people my age who want to try something new before their time is up? Just do it. As long as it's not going to risk your life, try something new. That's what makes life enjoyable and interesting. Thanks for being here on the server. So, for those who haven't followed yet, please help us out by following the podcast on Spotify. Just type Leadership Stack. You'll be able to find it. You kind of know how we do our podcasts. We've done a lot of guesting as well. We have a lot of guests from all over the world, and I learn from them, and I ask them questions so that you can also learn from them. So I hope you enjoy some of the episodes that we have there. It is a work of love, and the production team worked really hard to make that happen. So, these are the questions. Siyempre, unahin ko na yung nauna, Patrick Miguel. What is the most important skill or trait a starting entrepreneur should have? The word entrepreneur comes from the French word entreprendre, which means risk taker. So, it doesn't have to be that you're courageous heading into the void. It just means that you have the confidence because you know what you're doing. There's an educated guess at the back of your head. So you're willing to risk some stuff. Because whether you have the capital or not, sabihin mong may capital naman siya, hindi na risky sa kanya. Well, he's risking his capital pa rin. Right? So being an entrepreneur, you risk. That has to be a part of you. You're optimistic as well. Because if you're not optimistic, you can't be an entrepreneur. There's no way you're going to take that risk. So that's a trait. Skill. What kind of skill? I would say you have to have really good skill
with communication and dealing with people. So those two go hand in hand, because if you can't communicate well, how do you deal with people well? You can't, because they're gonna misunderstand you and you're gonna have problems. Especially today, in our era of hair trigger balances, where a false or misunderstood word can create as much disaster as anything, then you have to be able to communicate well. So, communication and being able to deal with people well, treat them well, be encouraging to them. That's something that I'm also learning myself. That's a blind spot that I have, a weakness. So, I'm still learning it as I go as an entrepreneur. Actually, I look forward to the day and time that yun na lang yung gagawin ko. Taga-encourage na lang ako ng mga tao ko. Taga-approve na lang. Taga-upload na lang. This, I don't need to do the work because they're doing it so well, and I just really have to encourage them. That is something that I look forward to. So I think that is one of the most important skills that you should have, or traits. Miss Aurora, thank you for being here. How do you deal with a team leader who has no leadership skills? Demote him or her to a follower. So, having a team leader who can't lead is dangerous. I have first-hand experience. Demote that person, or you have to let that person go if they don't want to get demoted. And that's because a person who can't lead and is in a leadership position will cap the entire team. Tatakpan nila yung team. Your team will not be able to grow above that leader. Because if the leader is leading at the level of 5 or 6, and you have followers under that person who is an 8 or 9, hindi na aangat yun. Because this person will just be on top of that follower, and that follower will feel trapped and then will leave. And sayang naman kasi yun yung 8 or 9. Pero yung pinastay mo is yung 5 or 6. So, do the hard decision and either remove that person from the leadership position because he or she has no leadership skills. Again, I'm just using your wording here, no leadership skills. So just remove that person from the leadership position, or if they're contrary to that, they don't like being removed, then you have to let them go. You have to part ways. Otherwise, you're chopping off the legs of that entire team that the person is leading. And that might be a critical part of your organization. So you're kind of waylaying yourself there, which doesn't make sense. Another question from Isaac: how to find great mentors? From your connections. So really, mentors would be people who you want to learn from because they're better at you in something. So one thing that I struggle with is waking up early. It's actually one of the things that I want to do in my life. It's actually a life goal to wake up at 5:30 or 6 a.m. every day, to be an early riser. It's just that I lack the discipline to do that. And a mentor is someone who can help you bridge the gap between point A, where you are, and point B, where you want to be. But a great mentor, would also be someone who's busy because they're great people. So if they don't see you actually practicing what they told you to do or the advice that they gave you, they will stop mentoring you. Ganun talaga eh. They're wasting time because you're not doing what they suggested or the advice that they gave you. You're just not following it. You're throwing it out the window. So if they see it's a waste of time, you lose a great mentor. How do you find them? Usually you either read a lot of books, listen to podcasts, ask around, or sometimes you find it through connections. You tell a friend you're struggling in this area, they connect you to a person who can help you out. From Jenny, question is: any advice for those people who are experiencing quarter life crisis? Personally, I haven't experienced it, so I might not be the best person to answer this from experience, but I'll try to answer it from an advisor standpoint. When you have a crisis, it stems from identity. Always. Like the crisis that we have now, the pandemic, it actually, we call it a crisis. It actually made us think about a lot of things, not just about what we're doing in this world. I'm not going to be surprised if a lot of people have more quarter life crisis or midlife crisis during this time that we are actually in a worldwide crisis. But that's what crisis makes you do. It makes you think. It makes you try to realize some things. And quarter life crisis, midlife crisis, it's all about identity. You've lost who you really are, or who you think you are. You've lost your purpose. It's simple as that. And
you lose your purpose because you have been segued, you have been waylaid from what you should be doing. And how you find purpose is by going to the one who made you. I'm learning a lot of stuff now during the lockdown. Like, one of my hobbies, and I did mention this earlier, is doing aquascaping. Namatay na yung ilaw nitong aquarium kasi naka-timer yan to turn off by 8 p.m. So, if you noticed, it just shut down by itself. This one is manual. I'm learning a lot, so I need to read how to use these stuff, the technology. And I get to know the purpose of the technology, like the buttons, the settings, when I read the manual. Or if I can't understand the manual, I have to contact the maker. If you want to know your purpose, go back to the maker or read the manual. If you can't understand the manual, go back to the maker. I'm a person who believes that I did not originate from primates. I think that we're created. And sabi nga, di ba, two things that are most important is to a person is the day you were born and the day you find out why. I think it was Mark Twain who coined that. And a lot of people have crisis because they don't find out why. You know what I think? I think the verse, seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. That's from the book of Matthew. I think it talks about purpose. Why? Because when you seek first God's kingdom and who he is, his character, you find your purpose earlier. Honestly, you do. I found my purpose earlier. I'm actually quite surprised. And a lot of people actually are surprised when they find out that I'm just 32 years old. I started up company when I was 22. I seem to look like a guy that has figured out a lot of things in life, if not everything in my life. I haven't figured out everything in my life, by the way, but I think I have figured out my purpose. And that is why I did not have that quarter life crisis. When you get closer to your maker and you read the manual every day to refresh your memory on how complex life is, how complex your body is, your relationships are, you need to read the manual. When you're able to do that every day, purpose becomes clear. Now, it is a discipline. So, in the sense that if you don't do that every day, things become foggy again. Things become blurry and hazy again. And you lose sight of your purpose. And when that happens, crisis will creep in. Crisis doesn't happen naman in one day na ganon lang eh. It doesn't happen in an instant. It creeps in little by little every day until you wake up with a host of different questions in your head that seems overwhelming, sobra, and you can't answer it. And, that's when a crisis really is. Otherwise, it's just a slew of questions that you don't have answers to and you feel overwhelmed. From Miss Sarah. Thank you for the question, Sarah. When do you turn away from the opportunity in front of you? When there's a bigger opportunity. I was listening to a podcast by John Maxwell, also in Spotify. He reminded me of the phrase, you can't catch two rabbits. Because if you try to catch two rabbits at the same time, they'll both be ending up in their rabbit hole and you can't get to them anymore. And the speaker said, pick a rabbit. Just pick one. Pick one rabbit. That way, when you focus on one rabbit, you get a much better chance of catching that rabbit, catching that opportunity, and making the most out of it. So I think if there is an opportunity in front of me, but there's a bigger one, a better one, I would pick that one and then I would turn the lesser one down. That's the only time I'm going to turn away that opportunity. Other people will say that they turn down opportunities if it's not aligned to their goals or their vision for themselves. That's also a pretty good answer. So if your vision, if your goal, for me, it's to retire, semi-retire someday, then I shouldn't keep on doing a lot more jobs or businesses, right? So, which I am. But yeah, so that's why you have to step back and reflect. What am I doing? How am I still working towards my goal? Am I getting too many stuff on my plate? Am I chasing too many rabbits and ending up with none? Shout out to Lynn. What advice you give to people my age who want to try something new before their time is up? I don't know how young you are, but I'm assuming you're older than me. That's why you're asking me this question. What advice would you give to people my age who want to try something new before their time is up? Just do it. As long as it's not going to risk your life, try something new. That's what makes life enjoyable and interesting. Try something new. I went into aquascaping just a month or a month and a half ago. Super exciting. I knew nothing about it. I am not an artsy type of guy, but I love working on it. And yeah, it's something that I also plan to do a little project on. In terms of e-commerce, maybe I'll do an e-commerce project on it. It's never too late as long as you have life in you. I mean, I plan to write when I retire or when I'm semi-retired, all the way until I die. I just plan to write books. That's really what I intend to do. So if you want to try something new, definitely just do it.
One of my favorite quotes is George Patton, and he said, "If you're not gaining ground, you're losing ground."
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like I needed to get back in the ring because for me, my business, what I came to realize was my business, in many ways, was my vehicle for personal growth.
Mm-hmm.
I would never, ever be who I am today if my businesses had not forced me to become it. Whether it be the type of leader that I've kind of tried to grow to be, type of
Mhm.
manager that I've grown to be, it's so many skills I picked up along the way because my businesses required it of me.
I understand that Peachtree, a couple years later, was acquired. And during this acquisition, where you talk to brokers, you talk to a couple of people and companies who wants to buy your business. Well, how did you keep your culture intact? Because I imagine some people will be wondering, oh, okay, what's going to happen to us? Because Brian's going to sell the entire business to some other company, some other individual, and we're going to have a new boss, new management, and there might be people who'd be anxious about it. And how did you go about it? How did you appease that and go through the sale as peaceful and as smooth as possible?
Yeah, it was challenging. There's no doubt about it. That was one of the key decision-making drivers on who we decided to go with because we had multiple term sheets, and one of the main reasons we chose who we did to acquire the business was because we felt they were the best fit for our culture. And so one of the reasons I wanted to get that company sold was because I had taken it as far as I could. And I was able to represent that to my people was that, look, I've taken you as far as I can. You're a middle manager, you're an ops manager, you're our sales manager, but I can't, there's no room for promotion for you in the current dynamic of this business right now. I can't grow it any bigger. We're already the biggest company in our market here in Nashville.
Yep.
And I can't take this thing multi-states, multi-city. I don't have the capital to do it. I don't have the appetite to do it.
Yeah.
So to continue to give opportunities to you and the other 100 some odd people that work here, that crew leader that wants to be the ops manager, we need to join with a bigger company.
Yeah.
So that's how I positioned it to our people, so nobody would be worried.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to say that with confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And as it turns out, that's how it unfolded.
Mm-hmm.
The people that bought our business didn't want to get rid of our operating core.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to get rid of our talent. That's
Mm-hmm.
why they were buying the company.
Yep.
And so it was tough. And in the beginning, I was really worried that when our team found out I was selling the business, that they would freak out and they would
Yeah.
panic.
Yeah.
But I was able to let them know that it was going to be okay, that this is actually an opportunity for them.
Mhm.
And over time, they became acclimated to the idea that, yeah, this is the direction things are going. And it did take a year to sell that company, so everybody knew it didn't like it happened overnight.
Yeah.
Everybody knew this was happening.
Did you first communicate to them, over communicate to them what was going to happen before you started talking with brokers, or did you talk with brokers ahead of time?
The latter. I didn't want to rock the boat until I knew this thing was going to happen.
Right.
So it wasn't until we had some interested parties, because I wasn't entirely certain that I was going to sell the company. I was going to try to, but
Mhm.
but you just never know about these things. And it wasn't until it looked like, okay, this is going to happen, that I then began to prepare everybody that, look, there's going to be some changes, but it's for the better.
Right. And it's tough selling your first baby, right? Because you started this young, very early on. You're 17 years old. This is like the thing that propelled you to having capital to start your next company. A lot of entrepreneurs have their identity intertwined with their first startup. I wouldn't deny that. I started up SEO Hacker, and when you say, at least here in the Philippines, when you say Sean C, people think SEO Hacker. So it's tough selling that business. And so I'm wondering, why would you sell a business and you started bootstrap? So, and the question that I have right now is, there are some entrepreneurs who are thinking, should I bootstrap my business? Should I ask money from friends and family, or should I loan from the bank to start and capitalize my business? A lot of people are asking that. What is your advice to people who are wondering if they should bootstrap and start, just self fund, use whatever capital they have to start their business, or take a loan from the bank, from friends and family, and start it bigger and grow it faster?
All I can tell you is what worked for me. And what worked for me was building a profitable business and growing the business from its own revenues and avoiding debt at all costs. I listened to Dave Ramsey from the time I was in my teenage years, all through my college years. While I was mowing yards, I had a headset, and I would listen to like Dave Ramsey 4 or 5 hours a day on talk radio.
Mhm.
So his methodology of growing your business debt free was just beat into my head, and that's the way I built it. And it was slower, it was harder, it was not as fun. Couldn't move as fast as I wanted to. Had to buy used equipment rather than new equipment. But in many ways, that was one of the main reasons why my business was sellable.
Yeah.
Was because it didn't have any debt. I had competitors in my industry that were trying to sell their companies for $22 million, and they had $19.5 million in debt.
Oh wow.
And not a sellable business.
That sucks. Yeah.
Right, because it just comes right in, it goes right back out. And so my business was debt free when we were acquired, and in many ways that's why we were able to sell. And so for me, it worked. Now, if there's just some businesses you have to take on debt to get them going, or you have to take on angel investors or venture capital. I get that. In my assessment, that's a bad bet for most business owners. When it works, it's a beautiful thing, but it only works about 5 to 10% of the time.
That's a
And
very
so-
small, percentage out there. But yeah, I do agree. I did it bootstrap as well. I do encourage people do it bootstrap so that you get to sleep well at night and not worry about your debt. I mean, for me, that's a big thing, to just be able to sleep well at night and not think about your debt, not think about all of these people asking you for your liabilities. And I'm a huge Dave Ramsey fan right here.
Nice.
It's yeah, I just envy that you got to mow his lawn 10
Yeah,
years.
yeah. Well, not his personal house. But we maintained the complex at Financial Peace Plaza. He lived in a nice house in Middle
Yeah.
Tennessee, but I never got to touch it.
Yeah.
But we did maintain his complex. Hard customer to deal with. But man, like slow and low for most businesses
Mhm.
pays off. Not all. And there's some businesses you got to take a big risk to win at.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, man, you're just going to drive off the cliff and not even leave skid marks. And
Yeah.
that's tough.
It
I like
is.
to win.
It is. And talking about Dave Ramsey, he usually says that it's not the people battling out in the front lines of a war that counts. It's the supply lines. How fast can your supply lines get to the frontliners? Because if they couldn't, then your frontliners are going to die off. And so a lot of people just, they take the loan, they deploy their frontliners too far out, and their supply lines couldn't get there on time. And so
Right.
that's what bootstrapping does to you. It just helps you to check yourself, like, where are our potholes? Where are we going to have some speed bumps along the way? How fast can we get the supply lines to the front line?
Exactly. And some good advice I heard somewhere was leverage, not leap. And
Mhm.
so if you know your business inside and out, you know your numbers, and you know you can go get 1,000 more customers for $100 each, and all you need to do is borrow a couple $100,000, and you know you can pay that back in 6 months, then it might make sense to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But a lot of times that's not the dynamics. It's
Yeah.
I'm just starting a business and I'm going to go buy $500,000 of equipment, and next thing you know, you're personally bankrupt and you're digging
Yeah.
out of a hole.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is, I see it happen with small business owners that I coach here locally in a little organization that we have.
Oh,
They
man.
get stuck. They get stuck after
tough.
their business craters.
Yep.
And that's a sad thing to see. So don't be scared, but let that kind of scare you a little bit.
Yeah, because when you're bootstrapped, you just default to nothing, right? You don't,
Right.
you don't, dig your own grave. You don't jump into something 6 feet under. You just
You
default
can
to
only go to
nothing.
zero. You
Yeah,
can't-
that's
you-
it.
That's it.
So you sold Peachtree, and so you got acquired. You had a successful exit, but the weird thing about it is, for me, it's just 6 months after your exit, you started another company, and it is also somewhat in the same lawn mowing industry, but it is now tech centric. So why didn't you take more time off? You had all the money in the world that you could spend, but within just 6 months, you went back to starting up something new, risked funding into that company, and started cranking on it. Because you mentioned from a blue collar business, you're now starting a tech business, and that has a huge gap in terms of learning, and you had to go through all of that. What initiated? I mean, what just pumped you up to do this?
I guess when I sold my business, I spent 15 years building it. It was my identity. Like you made a point earlier, like it very much was who I was as a person. I felt almost like I had lost my identity, and it really felt empty inside. I felt hollow, almost like maybe like a pro athlete feels when they can't play anymore. It's kind of how I imagined it would feel.
Yeah.
And I did take a couple months off, 6 months. I did some traveling, but it's like one of my favorite quotes is George Patton, and he said, "If you're not gaining ground, you're losing ground."
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like I needed to get back in the ring, because for me, what I came to realize was my business, in many ways, was my vehicle for personal growth.
Mm-hmm.
I would never, ever be who I am today if my businesses had not forced me to become it. Whether it be the type of leader that I've kind of tried to grow to be, type of
Mhm.
manager that I've grown to be, so many skills I've picked up along the way, because my businesses required it of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed that. I missed having that. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to start another thing. And it really wasn't hard to find what I wanted to do. I saw this happening with what Airbnb was doing for hotel accommodations, and
Yeah.
what Uber and Lyft were doing for car rides. And I thought technology is going to hit this industry that I've spent my entire life in.
Yeah.
It's just clear. And so I started GreenPal, which is basically the Uber for lawn mowing.
Mm-hmm.
So you need your grass cut, you jump on GreenPal, you get multiple quotes back, you just hire the guy that you want to come
Yeah.
do it. You pay him
Yeah.
right through the app.
Yeah.
And that idea in 2012 hasn't changed a bit now to 2020. It's the same type of thesis that I've had all along. Now the execution has kind of meandered along the way. But
Yeah.
that was the vision then, and that's what it is today. Is that it should be easy just to get this one simple household chore done by pushing a button.
Yep. And a lot of people had the same idea when Uber and Lyft were, they were just gaining traction. Airbnb was gaining traction. A lot of people had that idea. I mean, Uber for laundry, Uber for this, Uber for that. There were
Right.
so many people getting into this mindset that, oh, hey, we can do an Uber for this and that.
Right.
But what made you succeed? Because I understand there must be some people who also had the same idea as you, but they're not here anymore. I don't hear about them. But you
Right.
made it succeed, and you're in for 7 years now. You have 25 people in your team. You had 8 million in annual revenue last year. What's the difference? What's your secret ingredient?
Yeah, so there's a couple misconceptions by most anybody trying to tackle an Uber for X type of model. What they fail to appreciate is that for most service providers, they're not fungible commodities. Meaning, let's say your Uber driver, you really don't care if it's the same driver every time it picks you up. Matter of fact, you don't care. You just want the cheapest price.
Yeah.
Grass cutting, lawn care, yard maintenance, landscaping is not like that. You want to audition somebody who's really who's good, who's going to come out and earn your business and take care of your property for you, and you want to develop a relationship with them over a long period of time, because there's all this nuance around your home that you want them to know, and you don't want to go over every single time the service provider comes out.
Right.
And so unless you ran a business in this industry, you really wouldn't know that. You would look at it as though, it's Uber for grass cutting. So we knew that day one. And so we built a bottom-up marketplace where homeowners can get multiple quotes from service providers in their town and then hire the service they want to work with through our app and pay them and schedule them and rate them all through the app or website. And so it's not it's a marketplace from the bottom up, whereas most other startups tackling this type of service, or Uber for massage or Uber for laundry, are really just trying to build a better massage company or build a better laundromat. They're not building a marketplace to power this service. So it's a nuanced difference, but it's fundamentally different.
So
it's kind of like the difference between Airbnb and Hilton.
right.
It's connecting you. It's making that match and making that as simple and delightful as ordering an Uber, but still preserving that personal relationship that you have with your service provider.
So you want your management team to always be not just vocal and playing vocal in that sense, but to be able to share their insights and their thoughts that may be probably better than yours.
It sounds to me like you're way ahead of your time, which is like here in the Philippines, because like security is really not one of the things that I find a lot of companies prioritize.
It's not sexy.
It's not sexy, exactly.
It's not sexy.
But it has to be sexy because like a lot of companies here, and this is no kidding, like they get hacked all the time and they don't even realize it. Other people are already mining their data. They don't even realize it. Their sites are down at the wee hours of the morning. They don't even realize it. The bureaucracy and the politics inside, even with their IT team, the IT team will not report to the CEO that, oh, our website was down with this wee hours of them. And these things like are compounded and becomes a big problem.
Yes.
So you're way ahead of your time. If you weren't, I think it would have been a really big and really good business for you. Now, one of the things that you could have done, moving in hindsight, is to partner up with a BPO company who is like Bolton Labs and give them profit share, but get a lot of sales out of their closed community of customers. And one thing that is a question in my mind that also stems from all of this is from someone who calls the shots to now being VP. Like, what are some of the biggest lessons that you have realized so far? I mean, how long has the transition been?
We started the merger happened last year in November. So it's been
Wow,
a year.
it's been a
It's
year.
been a year. Yeah, it's been a year.
So 1 year. What are
Yeah.
some of the biggest lessons that has hit you on the head?
I would say one of the nicest things that happened was that you trust your partners,
Mhm.
and because you trust your partners, and it's not just saying trust in the sense of just uh confidence in the sense of just plain trust, but it's more of understanding that you are on the same page, you understand what your goals are, and you are committed to hitting those goals and attaining those goals. That for me was something that was my personal experience with my partners. I'm happy about it because so far we've been always committed to that particular journey, what we have planned. And at the same time, another lesson I would say is, communication is always really key.
Mhm.
You can't go on assuming things that it's because we said this, we said that. It always has to be clear.
Yeah.
You always had to make sure that each other are understood. All of you are on the same page,
Yeah.
understanding, and of course having that space and that time that you can actually just discuss
Yeah.
and see, okay, what are the different options, and at the same time you just hear them out,
Yeah.
and understand the rationale
Yeah.
for choosing what particular option did they I mean, what made them decide on this particular option, so on and
Yeah.
so forth.
Yeah.
What made them choose this particular employee against the other, something
Yeah.
like that. And you get to learn.
Mhm.
So for me, it's also a huge learning experience because, like you said, you also haven't experienced this kind of a
Yeah.
journey. I
Yeah.
myself, this is my first time as well.
Right.
So for me, it's really one is, of course, you enjoy the ride,
Yeah.
seeing, okay, what's happening and all of these things, but at the same time you stay grounded, and you have to understand that there's a lot of things that you can learn,
Mhm.
and it's moving so fast that you really just have to sometimes slow down and pay attention in what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that I mean, I'm quite surprised it's been a year.
Yeah, it's been a
And
year.
it's been a year, and a lot of things has been going on, good
Mhm.
things,
Yeah.
some of friction, birth pains.
Yeah.
But then again, I've been used to that word, birth pains.
Yeah.
And going back to one of the lessons
Yeah.
you're asking, I
Yeah.
think is, you have to accept that there's a lot of pains,
Yeah.
birth pains, be it birth pains that you would call it.
Yeah.
But you have to accept there's a lot of changes that would eventually transpire,
Mhm.
and having that mindset allows you to just be responsive to the
Mm.
changes, and adapt, and eventually be level-headed and make the right decisions as well,
Yeah.
moving forward.
And all of these things were happening this 1 year while you got married during that same transition, right?
Yes.
And now you're about to be you're soon going to be a dad.
Yes,
Congratulations.
thank you.
And then you're still teaching
Oh,
in LaSalle.
no more.
Oh,
I
when-
stopped 2014.
2014. Oh,
Yeah.
that was some time ago.
Some
When
time ago, yeah.
when we met, I think you were still teaching then.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
for a year. Yeah.
a new dad, a new husband,
Mhm.
and this transition,
Mhm.
a new home,
Yes, new home.
a new home.
Uh-huh.
Like, so there are so many things happening on the background, and
Mm-hmm.
couple of new startups that you also ventured into.
Yes.
How are you able to juggle all of these things together?
Mhm.
And I'm sure you learned some leadership lessons along the way. Can you
Mhm.
share those things with us?
To answer the first question, I'll answer the easier question first.
Okay.
Not to juggle. There's a lot of
Yeah.
prioritizing there. But leadership lessons, of course, it deals with a lot of, understanding people. But I would say one thing that, that allows me to make, I won't say right decisions. We make decisions and we make mistakes.
Yeah.
But I would say, when I make a decision, it's somehow, you won't regret making the decision, or you won't feel bad.
Yeah.
And at the same time, people respect you for making that kind of a decision.
Yeah.
Is by always understanding that when you talk to people and you ask for feedback, is you always allow to have logic win the
Mhm.
argument,
Mhm.
because when we have discussions and you notice that people are not talking, that means they're just listening to you, and
Yeah.
that's not good.
Yeah.
So you want your management team to always be not just vocal in playing
Mhm.
vocal in that sense, but to be able to share their insights and their thoughts
Yeah.
that may be probably better than yours.
Mm.
So having that kind of an environment where logic wins, where data wins,
Yeah.
allows two things. I would say number one, your team becomes better at
Yeah.
thinking, and it steers them to be better.
Yeah.
And the second one is they trust you more because they know that you're level headed.
Yeah.
So that I think that's one of the lessons that I would say that I learned along the way.
Mhm.
I made a lot of bad decisions as well.
Mhm.
Another lesson I would say is you have to understand that being CEO doesn't mean that you're the top guy, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You have to understand that my daily routine would be always going to the office and asking, okay, what's your issue today?
Yeah.
What's your problem?
Yeah.
And eventually I realized that when you help people succeed,
Yeah.
eventually you eventually solve your own problem
Yes.
along
Correct.
the way.
Yeah.
So I think that's I think how servant leadership means.
Focusing on others.
Yeah, you focus on others and you help others succeed first, and eventually
Yeah.
without knowing that happens to you.
Yeah.
So I think those are the things that I learned along the way.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
And to answer your first question, the hard one is how do I juggle all of that?
Yeah.
Well, one is to make sure that you marry the right person.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Listen up, guys. Marry the right
Hi love,
person.
hi wife.
Oh, nga. Plus points yun.
Plus
Plus points.
Yeah. So
So important.
it's so important, and it sounds a cliche, but you would always hear one of the biggest decisions that you would ever make is always making the decision to marry that person.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm really blessed to have Karen, and a lot of things. I mean, of course, I don't say that we're always we see eye to eye on all things,
Yeah.
but on the major things, we're on the same page.
Mm.
And because of that, you sail towards the right direction all the
Yeah.
time. Or I wouldn't say sail in the right direction, but you sail towards the direction that God wants you to be.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're destroying the boat
Yeah.
by having two different views. I want to go here, you want to go there.
Yeah.
So on the back end, you would say what's going on with you with the baby coming,
Yeah.
having being a newly married couple, so and
Mhm.
so. I would say that's the biggest factor.
Yeah.
Having being of one mind. I would
Yeah.
say one
Fantastic.
goal. So, yeah. So that's one huge check.
Yeah.
That
It's
you
huge.
yeah, that you could get off. 'Cause you won't have to you won't have to worry,
Yeah.
right? So you get to focus now on bigger things.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say bigger things, on other things.
They surveyed the top millionaires in the world, and the number 4 thing they have in common is they have a supportive spouse.
Yeah.
That's the number
We have
number 4
supportive
thing.
spouse.
Yeah.
Good,
Well,
good job.
thank God we do. if you guys are listening, honey, hi. So
Comedy.
so number 4, and that's huge, right? Because like
Yeah.
the other things in the list are some things that you can yourself, if you have the discipline to do so, you can manipulate, like you can affect it 100%.
Agree.
But having a supportive spouse, you cannot affect that 100% because 50% is the decision of your
partner.
your partner.
Exactly.
She has to say yes to you, right?
Exactly.
So that's a huge thing that we got right. Thank God, you and
Yes.
me. And then one thing that I find myself having a conflict with Apple, my wife, sometimes is when, because she grew up in a conservative business.
Mhm.
She worked for her dad for 8 years. That's pretty long.
Oh, that's
And
long,
the
yeah.
way they did things there were traditional, were conservative, and then whoop, SEO hacker. We're a progressive company. We do everything in a very high tech, modern way. And so it was a big shift for her. And there were a lot of times that I would say, "Oh, maybe we can try this. Maybe we can try that, and let's do this. Let's do that." In the Exacom, I'm always the one giving out these radical ideas, and she's the balancer. She's like
Yeah.
the one. Let's like
Keeping you on the ground.
Yeah, keeping me on the ground.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, so this is what I learned, right? Is one of our core values is experimentation. And I'm not making this up. I made this core value even before we had like these conflicts in exicom, healthy conflicts
mhm.
in pursuit of truth. So
Innovation.
innovation,
Yeah,
yeah, experimentation, and it's always trying something new in the spirit of having a positive outcome. So if
Yeah.
I feel that we're gonna have a conflict, me and Apple, I'm just like, in the spirit of having a positive outcome, honey. Because like
That's something I could take. That's
yeah,
something I
because
could
like
take.
we're both dominant, right? I'm
Yes.
sure your wife, my Apple's dominant. Like
Yeah.
she's in the DISC personality test spectrum, she scores as a D. I score as a very high D.
Okay.
So there is that healthy conflict going
Yeah.
on, no hitting below the belt. But I always need to remind her because she's like in the conservative side, I'm on the progressive side. I always need to remind her in the spirit of having a
Mhm.
positive outcome.
Yeah.
Let's try this out.
Yeah, but I think that's the perfect balance, I would say, because I myself, I find myself in the same situation that you're in.
Mhm.
I'm usually the one who has a lot of ideas, you
Yeah.
know, and some of my ideas sometimes, my wife will always say, "Wait lang,"
Yeah.
you're thinking way too ahead,
Yeah.
or you're splitting yourself way too thin,
Mhm.
something like that, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's the role,
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. That being a support is not just supporting you in the sense that go go go,
Yeah.
but it's because they know you, and
Yeah.
sometimes they know you better than we do ourselves.
Yep.
And I think and you should allow them, to just to allow them to just say that, okay, you might want to check this out,
Yeah.
you might want to do things somewhat differently.
Mhm.
And then it allows you to also, I would say, think things through,
Mhm.
in the sense that, okay, it's a good idea, but
Yeah.
maybe, I mean, yeah, thank you, honey, for making sure that,
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
And okay, you make a good point.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
would say it's a good balance, because you
Yeah.
can't be all go go go.
Yeah. You cannot.
You can't be
You
all go
cannot.
go go.
You're
Yeah.
gonna crash and burn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you will. And I
Yeah.
think that's, I would say, the best synergy that I would have at home,
Mm.
that I would have a supportive wife, saying that, yeah, this is a good decision. At the same time, you might want to check things out, because of
Yeah.
course we do have a lot of blind spots.
Yeah.
And with our wives knowing us as well, and knowing, what we're struggling with,
Yeah.
what our ambitions are, what our
Yeah.
dreams and our goals, what we want to do, how we see,
Yeah.
how we want to impact, our community, so and so forth. They have a different and fresh
Perspective.
insight and,
Yeah.
and perspectives.
Mhm.
And I think that's the perfect balance.
In their first few training assignments, they made mistakes or errors. I didn't do it for them. I made them, so to speak, or required them to go back and make all the corrections, because we learn by doing. So no matter who you're training, if there's errors or mistakes, you need to be patient enough to be like, okay, you missed this, 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 and this. Now go back and do it, and make sure in their training process that they are trained to do it correctly from the beginning. Consistency in my behaviors and patterns is I think the key to success with anything. Getting back to that almost robotic behavior, because every morning I wake up, I do the same thing, and it's this consistency of pattern, I think, that makes all your actions more efficient.
8 years and taking it from a startup, building the foundation, not generating any or much revenue in the first couple of years. Now you have a team. I want to ask you, what were some of the biggest lessons on leadership? And I know you know leadership because you know the best leader in the world, and that's Jesus Christ. What were some of the biggest leadership lessons you've learned just from being a one-woman team when you were starting this up, all the way to today, where I don't know how many people do you have in the team, so maybe you could share that as well. But we want to know leadership lessons from you.
One of my favorite leadership quotes that I say is, leadership is about knowing what to do and when to do it and doing it. So it's about having ability to understand the right things that need to be done, but then having the courage to execute. Especially when you're building something with no money, you're going to have to take some risks. You're going to have to do things that take you out of your comfort zone a little bit, not only by faith, but also on a practical level, whether it's applying a new marketing strategy into your business or incorporating a new revenue generator and learning something you haven't done before. Like for example, for integrating the whole marketplace into the business. I had no idea how to do that, but you have to be willing to learn and then implement continually, because that's what growth is, transformation, a reinvention constantly, right? And that's what I've learned in terms of leadership is being willing to learn and apply new things to the company and then teach. The other key thing about leadership in terms of team building is when the time comes to delegate. And because I built it the first 5 years on my own, delegating was new to me. It was something I wasn't necessarily comfortable with because I was so dependent upon my own hands and feet, so to speak, to do everything myself, that God literally had to tell me, you have to share, you have to allocate your workload instead of trying to do it all yourself, because I really did. I had the mindset, oh, if you can't, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. But God has really helped me relinquish that, trust Him more, that He will bring the right team members. And God truly has. I have a small team, but we're an effective team, and it's more about quality over quantity. Collectively, I have anywhere between 5 and I would say 5 to 7 or 8 people working around me, all freelancers, whether they are. My core writing team and content output team is 3 people, so 4 including myself. That's not a lot considering how much content we output and manage on a monthly basis. But then there's also my development team for the online, there's tech support, and then there's app development and some of the technology elements necessary. But small team, but definitely qualified team. The point I wanted to make about the delegation and entrusting God when He brings the right team members is that they are self-sufficient. And that's important. Your team should not take from your time. Your team should free up more of your time. So they are all at a point where I can give assignments and then trust that they will execute to the level of excellence necessary and according to how I've built the business. But that was because from the very beginning, you must take the time to train your team. You have to be patient in the training process. I will walk each and every one of my team members, even if I have 2 accounting girls that handle the billing for the company, which of course I did for myself. But I took the time to train every single one of my team members on every single step necessary in their division, in their department. In their first few training assignments, they made mistakes or errors. I didn't do it for them. I made them, so to speak, or required them to go back and make all the corrections, because we learn by doing. So no matter who you're training, if there's errors or mistakes, you need to be patient enough to be like, okay, you missed this, and this. Now go back and do it. And make sure in their training process that they are trained to do it correctly from the beginning, so that they learn the pattern and behavior required in order to execute it. Again, this is also part of like God teaching us how to automate a business. And it's through consistent behaviors and patterns, almost robotic. It's the same thing, because God created the whole universe with systems and processes. We have the days and nights, we have, sunrise, sunset, we have the seasons. It's all systems and processes, you guys. So he's going to guide you to set up your business and even your personal life, your company, the way you manage your household with systems and processes. So it's the same thing with my delegation and the leadership processes in place. Training, getting the team member plugged into the same processes and behavior or automated behavior patterns. Being willing to not micromanage. I personally don't like to be micromanaged, and I don't think anyone else does. I think you have to have a level of entrustment or trusting your team members so they feel a sense of autonomy as well. So they can take ownership over their division or their responsibilities. And that gives them, your team members, their own sense of accomplishments And I think that's important for individual personal growth. You want to have that culture in your company, growing personally as well as professionally and materially as well. You know, we're all making money, of course, while we're doing it.
Now I'm wondering, you have 5 to 7 people, freelancers, writers. In my experience, getting writers are one of the most volatile people in terms of character and emotion that we hire in our organization. I'm not sure if that is true with yours, but what I'm interested in is, how do you hire the right people?
So my company team is built up and made up of freelancers. I don't have any employees. They're all freelancers. And this is also one of the tools like Upwork, and there's a lot of free platforms where you can go hire freelancers. The thing is this, Sean, I really operate in a spiritual place where I'm not relying on my own understanding of who to hire. I don't spend a lot of time interviewing. When I have a need, if it's I need a writer, I place an ad, you know, for a writer. I get proposals, and then I truly trust my instinct because I know God is guiding my instincts. Because you know why? Because I've already secured my spiritual place in God by my prayer time in the morning. I spend 30 minutes to an hour of prayer with God every morning. I unlock every day in prayer. So I know I'm already filled with God's Spirit to where I'm already out of the picture. I've let God come in and take over and guide my steps and order my thoughts even. You've got to ask the Holy Spirit to guide your thoughts. You've got to ask. See, I don't pray for money. I mean, I do pray for total financial freedom, for total creative freedom, but I pray for spiritual gifts. I ask for wisdom, understanding, divine alignment, strategic connections. I pray for the right team members. When you're asking, you must believe that you have received them. Because if we ask anything in the name of Jesus, God will give it to us. So this is how my faith is activated too in the whole process, in all the processes of my business, including hiring. I have just a keen intuition and instinct. Like I can look through the proposals and just kind of know which is the right one I have to, you know, talk to and say, hey, will you help me? And that is only a grace from God. Because if you're second guessing yourself or, you know, kind of double minding, you're going to get confused and you're definitely not going to execute the right decision because you're not sure of yourself. So there's a certain confidence that comes from your relationship with God and trusting that He's ordering your steps and guiding your decision because it's not on you anymore. I already know I'm going to make the wrong decisions. That was already proven, you know, like, okay, we accept that fact. Now I'm solely trusting God. In that way, He's working through us, Sean. You know what I mean? Don't put confidence in yourself. Don't rely on yourself. Trust in God. Know that He's making the decision through you. You know, and sometimes you will make your own decisions and you'll see that it's going to fail. I've had things come to me not by God's guidance that I've executed and I've been literally robbed, like financially. There was this marketing company that came to me. You got to be wary too, because the devil's going to try to, you know, bring the wrong opportunities and the wrong people onto your path.
Yeah.
And when you try to pursue those wrong things out of your own wisdom, because like this was a marketing company and it was like, oh, you could, some like too good to be true offer. Usually those too good to be true offers are traps, but I went for it and then sent my money super quick. And then they just like stopped communicating and just completely ignored me. I got robbed. But when God let something like that happen, then I humble myself again and realize, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, Lord. Like, you know, I humble myself because I surrendered to God's will and I consistently ask for His guidance. And I say, Lord, I pray, Lord, use any means necessary to keep me humble and to keep me in your will. Watch out when you say that because God will really, you know, he'll use any means necessary. But it's in this place of humility where God's grace can come and really guide us and lead us and help us. So humility is key.
If you've never heard the phrase, it's not about what you know, it's who you know, that phrase is true. It's who you know that will help you succeed in your business. Because you have a lot of connections, you have a lot of solutions. from Patrick Miguel, who are the top 5 persons that influence your leadership? Top 1, I don't consider this cheating. So influencing my leadership, entrepreneurship, and management style. Top 1 would be the Bible. So it would be how God has laid out how you should manage your money, how you should do business in the book of Proverbs. If you have never read the book of Proverbs, it's not a thick book in the Bible. It's pretty much in the middle. And just read Proverbs from start to finish. You will learn so much about business. You will learn so much about money. And I have learned a lot from Proverbs, and I've applied a lot of the principles there. I would say that has definitely influenced me in terms of my decision making as an entrepreneur. Second biggest influence would be Dave Ramsey. So I have read his leadership book, and it has really influenced me in the way he thinks, the way he runs his businesses. And I have adapted some of his processes there, like his hiring process, his building his company culture. Third would be Patrick Lencioni. When it comes to team culture, leadership, and management, Patrick Lencioni's books are phenomenal. The Advantage is a really good book. And the 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, that's also an eye-opener for me. So a lot of my influences are actually foreign. And I do tune in to John Maxwell as well in terms of leadership. So maybe he's going to be the 4th influence. I've read his 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership when I was 12 or 13 years old. And that has helped me to grow in pursuing leadership, right? Leadership kasi is not tangible. And when you're a teen like me back then, I was 12 or 13 years old, I wasn't thinking, someday I want to be a leader. More of, I was thinking someday I want to be a programmer or a businessman, not really a leader. But his books actually paint a really good picture about leadership. And you realize I must be a leader if I want to be anything else. That has helped me out a lot. 5th would be Dale Carnegie. I know that guy has long passed, but his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, I cannot recommend it enough, is the book for communication and winning people over. And John Maxwell has also professed that book pretty much changed his life. It's the first book that he read from cover to cover. So that book is phenomenal. Read that book. It has influenced me a lot in how I communicate and how I deal with people. So most of my influences they're foreign names, but they are fantastic. And they have mentored me in a way because of their books and their podcasts. From KB, do you choose the type of people you want to be with, the type of people you want to listen to? Or are you a people person that is easy to mingle with different types of personality? Does this affect you in achieving success? All right, we have a lot of questions in that question. The answer is I network a lot. That is part of my job because as the CEO, I'm the main salesperson. It was just last year when finally I had a business developer, and she is fantastic. But I'm still also running gun when it comes to sales. So I have to do a lot of networking. And if you can't get along with people that you don't know how to open new conversation, you don't know how to be interesting to them, you don't know how to be charming, you have to study that. You have to hone your communication skills if you want to sell. Networking is very important. If you've never heard the phrase, it's not about what you know, it's who you know, that phrase is true. It's who you know that will help you succeed in your business. Because you have a lot of connections, you have a lot of solutions. So if you can't network well, if you can't communicate well, if you don't choose the type of people you want to get in touch with or you want to get connected with, then you're wasting a lot of time. So I do choose the people I want to be with, and that is because there are people who are not good influences. And then there are people who are also just going to drain from you, meaning you're not going to be able to utilize them for anything. They're not going to be able to help you in any way, unless I'm doing ministry, in which case I am sharing my life with them, not expecting anything in return. Then that's the only time where I don't choose people. But if we're talking about business, I do choose the people that I spend time with. Do I choose the type of people I want to listen to? Definitely. I listen to podcasts that's handpicked. I don't randomly pick podcasts. I pick podcasts that, especially the episodes that I know would be helpful for me, that I need to learn from, especially when it comes to business and when it comes to the shake-up that this COVID pandemic has brought about. Am I a people person that's easy to mingle with different types of personality? I hope so. As far as I'm concerned, I have been able to network with different types of personality, and that's not really because of me, because I'm an introvert. I really don't speak well before. I really wasn't able to communicate well before, but I have developed these skills over time because I needed to and because I wanted to. And that's by reading a lot of books. And when I read books, I read them out loud in English. And that is actually how I got my accent, because I would read with accent.
I'm not really a person who grew up in the States. I've never been to the US actually. I've lived my entire life pretty much here in the Philippines, but I would read books in English out loud. Sometimes I would play with accents, and that has helped me to improve my spoken English. I do make sure that I get along with people when I network. Does this affect you in achieving success? Definitely. Again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. From Patrick Miguel, thank you again, Patrick, for being here. What are the top 3 things I learned from Marvin? Flattery. So, no, I'm just kidding. Top 3 things. The first one would be when I attended his Stock Smarts seminar / workshop. It's fantastic. I learned so many things about technical trading, technical analysis, fundamental analysis, and trading and investing. And ang dami ko natutunan doon. Super sulit. And Marvin was kind enough to really just let me experience the entire ordeal. Second thing I learned is be generous. I consider myself a little bit generous because I do blog and I do this publicly. And I've been blogging for SEO Hacker for a very long time. And people read the stuff that I write there, the strategies, tactics, the Google updates that I write. And it's all for free. So, kala ko generous na yun. But when I watch Marvin's videos, oh man, his generosity is super. Ang dami niyang sinasabi, ang dami niyang information, no? Ang dami yung analysis na pinapakita at binibigay sa mga tao. So second thing would be his generosity. And third thing would be humility. You know, Marvin is, I don't know, he's probably one of the richest people here in the country. I think that's not inaccurate, but he has the humility to still help other people like me. I'm a nobody, but he does help me out. He comes into the show, guests in the show. We have partnered up with a live event, makemoneygrow.ph. If you're interested in watching that event that we did, I talked about making how you can make money through business. Marvin talked about how you can grow your money through investing. That's why the URL of the website is makemoneygrow.ph. You can purchase that course, 1,500 pesos lang po yun, and watch the entire videos, ang dami ng videos, and learn from it. That humility, something I learned from him. So I just want to honor him tonight. Marvin, if you're tuned in, I just want to honor you. Thank you so much for your friendship, for your generosity, and for just being who you are, bro. Alam mo naman yun. Cedric, how often do you read books? I read the Bible every day. So I read one to 3 chapters a day, depending on where I am. So right now I'm in the book of Hosea. Hosea, if you didn't know, is the prophet that God asked him to marry a prostitute. And that is to paint a picture about how Israel has prostituted itself during that time to idols and other countries instead of serving and worshiping the Lord God, who is the one true husband of Israel. So I read the Bible every day. I do read other books. So right now I'm reading The Ultimate Sales Letter, which is a book I don't highly recommend because The Ultimate Sales Letter is a book about sales letters in direct mail. So snail mail. Hindi siya email, hindi siya tech, hindi siya modern, hindi siya updated. But there are principles there that are timeless. And I am learning some things in it, but I might apply speed reading na, no? Kasi medyo nababagalan na ako dun sa pace ng book. I'm also reading Principles by Ray Dalio. Ray Dalio is one of the biggest names when it comes to hedge fund investments. So I'm learning a lot from there. And I'm also reading Motivate, which is a book by Pastor Peter Tanchi and his family. And it is fantastic. It teaches you about family and how you're going to have a better time, a better way to discipline your kids, to spend more time with them, to talk with them, communicate with them. And Your Wife or Spouse is a fantastic book. So those are the things that I'm reading.
What you want people to do is to tell you when you aren't living up to those things that you're working on, and that you will take that feedback, listen to it, ask questions, not get defensive, and start to implement it. And then you, the person, have to do that. But you have to enroll people in by sharing and saying something like that to get people to do that.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
And it's all rooted in trust.
And I found that the key thing then is understanding is you have to build people who trust each other at an extremely high level and are willing to take leaps of faith and risk together as a group and have everyone buy into that.
Now, what do you think are the things that keep leaders and entrepreneurs from being their best self? What is keeping them from being successful? So having the right company culture is something that is elusive. Not a lot of entrepreneurs do this. Not a lot of entrepreneurs invest in this. And a big reason why is because it's just not measurable in terms of ROI. That is one big reason. But I want to know, what are the things that keep the leaders, the top people in an organization, from being their best self and thus hindering their success?
I would say to you the first thing is lack of self-awareness. Because the problem tends to be is the more successful you are, the less people will tell you the truth and that you will listen to them. And that a lot of times your blind spots that you're unaware of are the things that end up causing you the most problems. And pretty much I found that universal. Typically historical patterns that stem back from things that we've done as a child or learned, right? And that's how we play it forward. So an example of something like that would be, so I've had leaders, similar example happened to quite a few people. It's the people around them think that they're not listening, right? They're not hearing them. And the leaders believe that they are, that they're getting that feedback and they just can't fix it and they don't really understand it. And it becomes a huge challenge in order for them to operate as a business, right? And so they end up having, they're having problems because of all this. And so a lot of the times what I found is when I've gone back and talked to the leader, they've grown up in households of larger families. And what ends up happening there is in order to get mom's and dad's attention, they'll have to yell over siblings. They'll have to get in their way. And they won't really understand the value of listening. Because when they listen, they don't get anything. They have to talk over everyone to be heard to get what they want. Well, the problem with that is then it helped them, but now it's sabotaging their success. So they're unaware of their pattern, and it recreates itself in business, right? A lot of times makes good salespeople is that they don't necessarily listen as well, in the sense that they don't take no for an answer and they find a way around it, right? And they can talk the other person into a deal. Well, the problem now is when you're leading people, if you don't listen to them and value them and hear them, they start to reject and avoid you and dislike you. And that causes a lot of problems. Well, when you give people negative feedback, they tend to not like that and recoil because it's a function in your brain about how we see the world. So when you show people a pattern, they're much more receptive to it because then they know that it's neither good nor bad. It's something that they've done because they learned it from something else that has just happened over time. And so a lot of that is really helping people understand their own beliefs, values, framework for seeing the world, and showing them places that it's really getting in their own way. Because like I said before, the other problem is, because of that, is the people around them. Like, if you're the CEO of a company, who's sitting you down to tell you that you're making a mistake and why, right? I mean, the only time you may be doing that is a board may be doing that, but that's in a really conflict-driven way. They're not usually giving you feedback in a positive way to be helpful. They're giving you negative things, right? And the people that you're managing aren't going to most likely, rarely come in your office and try to give you feedback and do that because they're worried about losing their job or some repercussions in their career. So there's not a lot of people that are telling you the truth and sharing with you information and feedback. And that really is the first place where people don't really do that. I would say the other thing that happens is that people don't invest in learning management and leadership skills, right? And these are all learned behaviors. And no baby comes out of the womb and is a great leader, right? You learn this. And you have to invest and learn these things in order to become better, because these are soft skills, right? These are not stuff that you can learn SEO at some level by watching a computer program. Now, putting it all together, you have to do it, but you can learn SEO from it. You can't learn how to manage other people from watching a video alone. There's a lot more into it, but you have to put all these things together. I would say the third thing is really people don't understand the value of teamwork, and that it is a company strategy to get people to work together and do it in a way that's effective, because all of the conflict and not getting along creates disruption, slows down processes, people miss deadlines, right? And all these other things start to happen across. So I think it's teaching people and learning yourself, how do you do great teamwork and how do you keep people, collaborating? And I think that part of it is really the challenge, because I look at a business itself and I look at like the human behavior and the people element moves along with the strategy part, and then that equals an extraordinary business. But a lot of people look at, oh, I've got the business itself and the business strategy and how I'm making money is here, and then the people aspect is down here. And that's not how the equation works. And that's how a lot of people view it, or that's how they live it out. And the problem comes is that every business is about the people and they have to execute it. And almost you could argue that every business today is a service-based business. And so all of these skills and the people aspect are paramount to being successful. And if you don't take that in consideration, I think that's where people miss. And that's the thing they leave out of business school. They don't teach enough of and how to do it. And people just don't invest in it. Some of it's because of their ego. And some of it is they don't know what they don't know and aren't willing to learn it. So I tell everyone, like, that's how you can create and scale businesses way faster, way quicker, with way less people, and be way more competitive. It's about the team and how do you get them to work and get the best out of them.
You mentioned earlier that self-awareness is important. Now I'm wondering, what if there's an entrepreneur who's self-aware, aware of his blind spots or her blind spots? And you mentioned also that people aren't just going to be telling you the truth because they're afraid of their career impact. I'm wondering, is there a way for people to go ahead and do that? Like, tell you that these are your blind spots and you have to work on them, or you're already aware of your blind spots and people will go ahead and tell you that, hey, you did it again here, and I just wanted you to know because I know you want to improve. How does a CEO or a CEO founder enable or empower his people or her people to do that?
Well, one, I think that you share with people the importance of understanding the things that you aren't great at, and that everyone has things to work on, and that our job here is to get better, right? It's not to be perfect, it's to get better every day. And just because I'm the CEO or founder of this business doesn't mean I have it all figured out. In fact, I don't. I'm learning every day just like you. And then you articulate to people the challenges, a couple of the challenges that you are having, that you are aware of, because you want to keep yourself accountable, right? And that you have things you have to work on. And what you want people to do is to tell you when you aren't living up to those things that you're working on, and that you will take that feedback, listen to it, ask questions, not get defensive, and start to implement it. And then you, the person, have to do that. But you have to enroll people in by sharing and saying something like that to get people to do that. And then you have to execute that, meaning when they give you the feedback, if you're defensive, then they're not going to tell you, because then they're going to be fearful that you're going to get mad at them. So you have to be willing to take the feedback and implement those types of things, right? And that's an easy way. Now, another way I have clients do it to make sure that it's happening, because you may say that to people, but you're not really sure whether they're actually going to do it or not. So sometimes you have to be more proactive than that. So I have people, clients of mine, do an exercise, which is a relationship check-in, right? I call it. And I have them do that with the people that they manage. And they can also do it with peers, and you can do it with the person that manages you as well. It really is you can do it in any direction. But it's to ask a question: how would you rate our relationship right now on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being poor, 10 being extraordinary. Why did you rate that? And then how can I move it closer to a 10? And you can ask any clarifying questions that you want to know in more information. And then when someone gets done with that, you can agree with them, you can disagree with them, but you come with a plan to start to move things forward. And then it allows someone to give you feedback that is helpful for you because it will change over time. So I have people ask the question, every month or every 2 months, because not all the time is someone going to give you a really high number. There could be a problem going on, but then you learn it, right? You understand it, and you're keeping a dialogue open, and you're understanding the other person's viewpoint, which is practicing empathy, which is important because otherwise you may think you're doing a great job, but you're unaware that other people don't think that you are. Well, that's the worst place to be, right? It is not having it calibrated where people's expectations and view of you differs from what you think it is. And that happens all the time, right? So you have to have some check and balance in that. And that's another way that you can do that, to keep yourself accountable to other people and to keep them accountable to you by also forcing them to be honest and real with you, right? And that also helps because it keeps an open dialogue of vulnerability and having real conversations with people other than hiding it or not talking about it or avoiding it, which never helped or served anyone.
That is something that I am personally going to practice, that kind of NPS or Net Promoter Score for your relationship with other people. That kind of feedback is important. And sometimes it's just that people don't know where to start with giving you feedback. And that actually is a really good starting point.
I mean, I think the challenge is, you're right. When you have people ask each other questions and you do it in a group, a lot of the times people want to open up and share and tell you who they are. They just don't know how. And they aren't giving an avenue, and they just can't come up with the questions out of the blue and bring them up. It seems really weird or odd, or like, how do you do that? So you as a business have to start institutionalizing some of this and keeping them and starting to introduce them as part of the way you do business, to allow people to share and to tell you the truth, and like to do the things that is going to help the business overall. And all of these things, right, are about creating a better balance sheet and making money and being successful, right? It all goes to the bottom line, because all of this stuff, that's how people work, right? People work harder, they'll work longer, they'll try to do the best possible job because they want to be in a place and work for an organization that believes in these things, because most people don't have something like this and they haven't worked in there. So when you create it, right, it's like a magnet. They don't want to get away, because the fear that they might not find it again or find something as great as that. So that's another huge piece of this that works in people's favor by doing this, and will make an impact in their competitiveness in the marketplace, no matter what business you're in, no matter what you're doing.
When you negotiate, you are trying to get to a win-win solution. If it's going to be a win-lose, I say better no deal. Huwag na lang tayo mag-deal kung may win-lose lang. So it has to be a win-win situation.
It's really being able to see the positive aspects in a storm and sharing it with people to keep people going forward, right? Especially when things are in a challenging place, right? Not to lie to them, but to be transparent, but you don't have to be negative in that sense, right?
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
What you want people to do is to tell you when you aren't living up to those things that you're working on, and that you will take that feedback, listen to it, ask questions, not get defensive, and start to implement it. And then you, the person, have to do that. But you have to enroll people in by sharing and saying something like that to get people to do that.
For leaders who have been able to do this, have a system that keep themselves in check. And I'm sure you've met them. I'm sure you know some of them. I'm wondering, what are some of the best character traits, aside from them being self-aware, aside from them having a system that allows them to check their blind spots or get feedback from their people once in a while?
what are the other character traits that you think should be there in a leader or a CEO, founder, an entrepreneur? What are the best character traits for them to have?
I think being humble, right? Because the challenge is when you're not humble, your ego takes over. And that becomes a problem from everyone, right? I think it's the ability to be vulnerable and tell people you don't have it all figured out and be okay with that, right? Because that again is something that is rare that people don't really understand how to do. I think that, you know, another part of it is, and especially in these days, it's resilience, right? And it's being resilient in your organization by being able to face setbacks and failures and get yourself and other people back on their feet again and do it in a positive way, because that's one of the traits. I think the other thing is looking empathy, right? We talked about this for the call. Like, it's understanding how is everything, like, if you have a company and instead of having pay cuts for people, you just start laying people off. Well, think about the ramifications for the people that are laid off with zero income, right? Like, what if they can't find a job? Look at the impact that's having. Well, if we all sort of share it together, right, it hurts everyone, but it doesn't hurt everyone as much as zero, right? For some people. Well, I look at that as empathy, and it's seeing it from the other person's shoes, and everyone around is watching things like that, right? So I think those traits like matter. I also think it's really being able to see the positive aspects in a storm and sharing it with people to keep people going forward, right? Especially when things are in a challenging place, right? Not to lie to them, but to be transparent, but you don't have to be negative in that sense, right? And I think that's important, right? As well. And then I think the other part is just listening, right? Listening and asking people, right? And really just spending time doing that in an organization, because a lot of times it's like super hard. Like, I've had an example of that is I've had some leaders that always say, well, I have an open door. Like, anyone could come in and tell me something, whether it's a virtual open door or a real one. And then I ask them the question, well, how many people are calling you up to actually take you up on that offer? And then you hear silence, right? So what I'll have people do is start to actually virtually walk around or really walk around and start to ask people questions and get to know them and do different stuff. And I'll have them do a simple exercise, like do it for 15 or 20 minutes, 3 times a week for a month, and tell me what starts to happen. And then what they tell me after a month is, oh my gosh, people are starting to give me more feedback. I'm hearing more information. They're happier. They're smiling. They're more excited. And then I say, yeah, because you're more engaged and you're showing people that you care and you're showing people that you listen. And think about the impact that'll happen if you do this for an entire year in your organization, and how many people you can touch, no matter how big the company is, right? It doesn't really matter. It gets around. You're doing this. So again, that thing doesn't matter whether there are 5 people or 50,000 people, right? All of these things are the things a lot of people overlook. They're thinking, oh, you got to be super smart. You got to be a genius. You have to do all these things. It actually really isn't that. I've shown tons of data where they put all-star teams of like super smart people together, like doctors or any other type of people, versus people that were A players and B players, but the A and B players got along really well. They almost always outperformed those people that were all-stars. I mean, the research data shows this in countless number of studies I've seen, right? So you don't have to be the smartest people in the room. It's how you work with other people. And it's the characteristics a lot of times that you may not think would be at the top actually are the ones that matter the most. And the ones that you think there are often aren't the ones that will really create the company and the business that you actually want to build.
One of the last questions I want to ask is, if you had one big advice to struggling entrepreneurs out there, and there's a lot of them, the pandemic has wrecked a whole lot of businesses everywhere in the world, what would that one big advice be?
Well, I think right now you have to get curious, you have to dig deep, and you have to get resilient, because everything now is requiring people to reinvent their business, think about new income streams, think about the challenges that they have, right? And start to tackle all of these things. Because the worst thing to do is to be paralyzed, right? The best thing to do is take action, because one of the things, I don't love everything he says, but there's some things I do, as Tony Robbins said I read a long time ago, that happiness is about the feeling of making progress. It's not actually reaching the end state. So oftentimes when you're in a really challenging place, when you start doing work and you start making some progress and you start really grappling with it, you feel better at the end of the day, right? Well, that's important because you can build on that tomorrow. And the important thing is the next day is to get up and to keep pushing forward, and you will have a breakthrough and you can take your business to the next level or find a way out or find something different. But you have to persevere and be resilient now, because there are no easy answers. And I would say to you, the other thing is that almost no one has any of this stuff figured out. We were talking this before the call, and one of the challenges, a lot of the historical models now are completely broken for everything. They're having to do a thing called foresight, which is to look forward and then to go backwards and look at the steps necessary to reach that, and to think in your head, well, how could I possibly do this? But you don't have the evidence that it's going to necessarily work. Well, that's a lot harder to do. Well, that's what's required now. So when you're thinking you're stuck, and boy, I'm an idiot, or geez, I failed, or I don't know what's going on, realize that's every single other person in business out there right now, because nothing's making sense and nothing is putting together, and no one knows what's going to happen in the beginning of 2021, let alone any point next year. And everyone who tells you they do is lying or really doesn't have it figured out, but they're just saying that they do. I think once you realize that we're all in the same place, it's much easier. The problem is when you think you're alone and you get paralyzed and you don't take any action, right? Then that's when you get yourself in a giant hole and you feel lost, and it gets worse and worse until you can take some step forward to get yourself out of that place. And so that's what I would tell someone right now: to do it, to believe in themselves, to bet on themselves, and they will be successful.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Jason. And lastly, if there are people who are tuning in and love this stuff, where can they find you?
Sure, they can go to my website. It's jasontreu.com. It's JasonTreu.com. And I've got a game, Cards Against Mundanity, which is a great teamwork and culture game. You go to Cards Against Mundanity to get the free version, and there's a paid version. And then I have a book on Amazon, Social Wealth, about building business relationships. And so there's all different things that you can get and use. And
we'll have those links in the show notes. If you guys go to leadershipstack.com, you will find in the show notes Jason Treu's episode. Just scroll down a little bit. All of the links to all of this stuff will be there. Well, Jason, thank you so much for your time, your advice, and wisdom. And I think we are better for it.
Hey, thanks.
Now, doing these 3 disciplines, the links, which is marketing, citations, and then the copywriting, and then the technical. Doing these 3 things and fixing these 3 things every day, that's what gets you up the rankings. That's what me and my team does for all our clients every single day. Either I'm majority owner where I make the decisions, or I'm a silent partner where you guys make the decisions, but if you want for my advice, I'll give it. Why do I do it that way? Because it's hard when you have a lot of heads making decisions. So pag marami yung ulo, hindi na tao ang tawag doon. Tawag doon monster. Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22. Question from Gab. Hi, Sean. I'm a young entrepreneur who put up a marketing startup where I have 6 other co-founding members. Wow, that's a lot of co-founding members. What do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of being 7 partners in a service industry business? Do you think it's going to be profitable in the long run?
Are you already into venture capital? What are your tips if I plan to put up a VC one day? Well, Gab, congratulations. Usually, when you start entrepreneurship young, that's a good thing because you have a lot less to lose. You can take a lot more risk. It's a good thing about it. You have 6 other co-founding members. In my opinion, that's a lot. When someone wants to start a new venture with me, what I usually say is I would either be silent partner where they can ask for my advice, but my decision is it doesn't matter if I decide something or not. So medyo silent partner lang. Either silent partner ako where I can just give advice or I'm majority. Anything in between, I don't want to do that because I really don't like having conflict with other people who are invested monetarily or industrially in the business. So I'm either of two extremes. Personally, that's how I do it. Either I'm majority owner where I make the decisions, or I'm a silent partner where you guys make the decisions. But if you want for my advice, I'll give it. Why do I do it that way? Because it's hard when you have a lot of heads making decisions. So pag marami yung ulo, hindi na tao ang tawag doon. Tawag doon monster. Applying that in business where you have a lot of heads butting against each other. When you have disagreements in decision making, you're already fighting against each other internally. And then there are competitors out there who also wants to kill your business or get more of your business. You're fighting fires inside and outside. That's not healthy for a startup. I think if you guys are 7 partners, that's tough. That's what I can say. That it's gonna be tough. When you're starting out, it would be fun. It would be fun kasi ang dami nyo. Magtutulungan kayo. Ang dami nyo. Could be fun. But long term, problems are gonna crop up. You have to systematize things. You have to scale it up. You may have to have other rounds of funding in there. It's gonna be tough. That's what I can say. You have a lot of decisions to be made, and every time you have decisions, hihintayin mo yung mga co-founder mo for their votes. I think it's just tough doing it that way. Unless you have your departments to run, each of you may kanya-kanyang department na kagad, and you decide on who gets a veto vote. Like, for example, the president, if you appoint one, gets a veto vote where his vote is always the one followed because he's the most invested in the company and he's the most knowledgeable. He makes really good decisions or she makes really good decisions, or you just trust her a lot. Then you give her the veto vote. So whatever the decision he or she makes, yun na yun. Then I think that could work better. If you don't have anything like that and you always have to wait for everyone to vote, it's gonna slow your startup down. Am I into venture capital? No, unfortunately not. What are tips if I plan to put up a VC one day? I might not be the best person to answer that because I don't have my own venture capital firm. If you have your own VC firm, that's going to be a lot of money. We're talking about billions of pesos. That's because if you're a VC, you should be able to entertain a lot of companies going to you for funding, and you should be able to pool also funds from different sources, banks, other investment companies, angel investors. You should have the ability to pool those funds, and they should trust you enough that you could invest their funds somewhere in a startup or in a company that's already having traction, sales, user signups, etc. So I haven't done that yet. Maybe someday, I don't know. But I'm not sure if that's for me though. I like investing. It's just that I don't like being the one investing other people's money. I think that's too much responsibility. I also don't take on venture capital for my businesses, and that's because usually venture capital firms want to enter with a vote and a decision. They would push you and drive you to perform more and more and more. And that's going to be more and more and more stress for the CEO and founder or the president. And since my purpose in starting my businesses is to have more freedom with my time so that I can spend it more on family or things I want to do, that's my North Star. That's why I started business. If I take on VC funding, that's going to be gone. Because even if I have a lot more money to grow the business and fund it and recapitalize it, but I have VCs breathing down my neck, it's not a trade that I'm willing to make. Because I started with a time freedom goal. I would rather have more time than more money or a bigger company. That's why I don't get VCs. Another question from M. We have a 2.5 million solar project and na-award na sa amin yung project. We won the bidding, pero nag-back out yung main financer namin. Naapektuhan ng bagyo. May kilala ka po ba na organizations or groups na nagfa-finance ng mga projects? Just asking lang po. If wala, ano po kayang best move and right place to look for investors? Yeah, I know some people who might want to invest and finance your project, but you have to make sure that you have the right pitch deck. So you have to show these connections of mine that your project actually makes good financial sense. And the returns that they would be looking at versus the time that it would be returned to them is very important. So I'll give you an example. There are some investors who make 12 to 20% per annum. That means 1% or more per month. So if this investment opportunity you have with your 2.5 million solar project will yield less than 1% per month for them, they're probably not going to invest there. So I'm also a person who's looking for that kind of yield, 1% or more per month. My eToro portfolio is definitely making more than 1% per month. So if I'm going to invest in your project, it has to yield me more than 1% per month. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I'll just put it on some other investment. So you have to make sure that you're ready with your pitch deck, and you're going to show them exactly how this project is going to make money, how much money it's going to make as a profit, how it's going to be split, how you're going to be returning the money, how they're going to be paid back the money. Back deposit, check, PDC ba yan? So there are those things that's going to be questions in the investor's head, and you have to be ready to answer that better if you already present it in the pitch deck. That is my opinion. It would be best if you present it sa pitch deck itself. That way, mukhang ready ka naman sa panliligaw ng investors, because it's hard to ask for investments. It is, because you're going to be held accountable for that money, and you have to have a well laid out plan for everything already. So I told you what I'm looking for if someone's going to ask me for money for an investment opportunity. I look for more than 1% per month. I look for everything clean. Paano mo mababalik yung pera, etc. So yeah, I can connect you, but you have to prepare for that presentation. Next question. I have a friend that is invested in a property, but due to the pandemic, he's having a hard time for funds to pay the loan. He still has a year and a half remaining to pay the land. What do I advise for him to do? Can you work this out with the bank for better terms of payment? A better payment term can only work if you're making money, if you have positive income, if you have more things coming in than going out. So if you don't establish a positive income, even if you work for better terms of payment, that's not going to help. If he or she doesn't have positive income, I suggest that that's the first thing that he should do. So find good work or start a business that can work during the pandemic. Then see if you still need better payment terms. If you do, definitely negotiate it with the bank. They may increase the interest for a longer term, but if that's what's going to work, instead of them for closing or grabbing the land, then you have to do what you have to do.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to Armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to Armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Business is about relationship. Relationship should be always win-win, because we're talking about relationship where both parties get a gain. They win, not one party winning at the expense of others.
People will trust you if you are honest, but people will trust you also if you are competent. And if you're not competent, then you won't be considered someone who's trustworthy.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Question from Jazz. Is there a best leadership personality? Or what for you is the best leadership personality?
Hey, great question. Leadership is mostly about styles, and there's no one style that is better than the other style, but it depends on the situation and the context. And the best leaders are those who can be more flexible, because he who is the most flexible has the most influence, and leadership is about influence. Kaya kung marunong ka maging flexible, makakatulong yun sa'yo as a leader. So that's my answer to that.
What are the best values you live by?
Best values would be, number one is trustworthiness. So trustworthy is a combination of character and competence. People will trust you if you are honest, but people will trust you also if you are competent. And if you're not competent, then you won't be considered someone who's trustworthy. So yun yung isa ko, trustworthiness. Pangalawa, of course, yung values na God first in anything. Colossians 3:23, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as if working for the Lord and not for men. And another value for me is I am forever a learner. People call me an expert in what I do, but for me, an expert is someone who is a student forever. So that's me. I will be a student forever. Like the story of Jigoro Kano, the one who created the discipline judo. Before he died, he told his students to put a white belt on him, signifying it's a symbol that he will forever be a student, or a master is forever a student. So those are three things that I live by as part of my values. Kumbaga, yung trustworthiness is I'll be excellent in what I do, and I will do my best to honor God in everything that I do.
Next question for you, Jason, is what are your top 5 favorite books?
Well, there's one book that I read every year. The title is The One Thing by Gary Keller. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Gary Keller is the name of the author. So The One Thing, I read it every year to give me better perspective. I think it's the best time management book that I've read. Or hindi nga time management, it's like he simplified how you can move from looking at the clock to looking at an internal compass, or using an internal compass. That's one, The One Thing. Another book would be, well, of course, Dale Carnegie's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. They consider it as a Bible of communications. John Maxwell's book is good, 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. Rich Dad, Poor Dad is another good book. But kasi hindi ako masyadong dun sa values ni Kiyosaki, no? But that's a really good book. Saka yung book niya na Cash Flow Quadrant. More of mindsetting, how to change your perspective from an employee to an entrepreneur. And finally, another one, Grit. I love Grit also, by Angela Duckworth. The Power of Persistence and Passion. It's a really good book.
Great, and I've read 4 of those except for The One Thing, so I'm gonna buy it on my Kindle soon after we end this call. I should read that. You're the second guy who recommended that to me. 2 of those books that Jason just recommended, I've recommended also to past podcasts, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie, and John Maxwell's The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And all of those books, all of the 4 books, including Grit and Rich Dad Poor Dad, I do highly recommend that. We have the next question from Celeste.
Yeah.
How do you start your day so you can stay focused on your goals?
There's a process when you start a day. 2 good books out there is The Morning Miracle, and then another one by Mel Robbins, yung The 5-Second Rule. So when you start your day, kasi yung morning natin, it will actually dictate what your whole day would be. So if you don't start your day right, first thing in the morning, then you won't be able to, diba, to maximize your whole day. But start your day right, yun na, dire-diretso siya. When you wake up in the morning, itong pwede nyong gawin, use the 5-second rule, parang rocket ship. And she has a TED Talk, Mel Robbins. It's been viewed by like millions of times. And this lady is not just an ordinary speaker. Her speaking business now has reached more than $1 billion. Tapos, yung nag-speak siya sa TED Talk, 18 minutes ang TED Talk, di ba? nasagian lang niya yung 5-second rule for like 20 seconds. Pero yun yung natandaan ng lahat ng tao. And she mentioned it in the 18th minute mark. So pagsalita niya ng gano'n, nakaisip siya ng book about it. Sobrang simple ng idea, no? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, take off. She was broke and didn't know what to do. 40 plus years old. Tapos nakakita siya ng rocket ship na nag-launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kasi yung brain natin, we're attracted to patterns, di ba? And then we tend to follow that follow-up pattern. So yung nakita niya yung pattern yan, sabi niya, the next day I will use this. When I open my eyes, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then no matter what happens, even if I don't feel like doing it, I will stand up and start my day. Ako, I start my day as much as possible, no, reading the word. I read the Bible every day. I think I got this idea from Tim Ferriss, yung 20-20-20. Yung 20 minutes spiritual, 20 minutes you read the book, more of mental, tas 20 minutes naman physical exercise. So that's one way also. But ang pinaka-importante is to start a pattern. And as much as possible, don't break the chain. Si Jerry Seinfeld was interviewed. He wasn't interviewed, but this is from in the One Thing book. Yung author, he shared this story. Nasa circuit pa si Jerry Seinfeld. He was one of the most popular, most successful comedians. He was earning $1 million per episode of his Jerry Seinfeld show before he decided to retire. Pagod na siyang kumita ng pera. Tapos, tinanong siya, what's your secret? Sabi niya, never break the chain. What's that? Sa calendar niya, meron siyang nilalagay na mark na X mark. Yung X mark na yan, every day, yun yung yung way niya of knowing if he wrote a joke on that day. So every day he would write a joke and he never breaks that chain. Yung XXX niya dun sa calendar niya. Kasi pag na-break mo yung chain na yan, once, okay, sige once. Pero pag twice, 3 times na, it becomes a habit. And then before you know it, the chain has been broken.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to Armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to Armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Always under promise and over deliver. Under promise and over deliver. This means be humble with your approach. Try to show your products in a humble way. We're not boasting about this, but then try to surprise in a positive way. Try to exceed their expectation, because satisfying their needs is basic. This is the default stage, should be. But exceeding their expectation means going beyond their expectation.
Ang challenge kasi with MBA, mas maganda meron kang meron kang entrepreneurial background. In my opinion, meron kang entrepreneurial background kasi MBA teaches you how to be a good manager. So if you start with an MBA, wala kang business, you become a good manager.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22. Next question is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of starting up at an early age compared to starting up later in life?
Maybe you should answer that first, Mr. CEO at 22.
Okay. Starting up early, the advantages, for me, this is my opinion, don't have a lot of risks that are hinged on your back. You're not thinking of, paano na if this fails? Paano na yung wife or yung kids ko? Because if you start up early, you don't have wife and kids yet, assuming you're just having to take care of yourself, like I did when I started. Those risks are not hanging on my head because it's risky enough to start a business. It's risky enough. Even if you know your stuff, it's still risky enough because you're going to put your money on the line, your name on the line, your brand on the line.
and you are gonna sooner or later have to hire people, maybe rent an office. There are expenses that you have to pay, and emergencies happen. There are some things that might not be something na inaasahan mo, tapos mangyayari siya. And do you have to pay for emergencies? Yes, you have to pay for emergencies. So it's risky enough, but when you start early, I think that's the biggest advantage because you learn a lot. You can make mistakes because your risk is not that big in terms of people who you have to take care of. When you start up later, that's the biggest disadvantage. Now, advantage in starting later. So my if statement tayo, if you're intentional in evaluating your experiences when you were younger, then starting up later will almost guarantee success. Almost guarantee. You have a lot more chances of making sure that your business is successful if you intentionally evaluate your experiences. If not, it's still no advantage to you starting up early. That's my opinion.
Kasi pag nag-start ka ng early, marami kang matututunan. And the earlier, the better. Sa age, here's also the flip side. You won't be too young or too old enough. You'll never be the right age unless you just really do it. Kasi kahit na anong gawin mo, sabihan ka ng bata, ay bata ka pa eh. Ako, I know I look 32, but I'm 42 now. And hanggang ngayon, sinasabihan pa rin ako ng mga tao na bata ako. 45, bata pa rin ako. Pagdating ko ng 50, I'm too old already. So, 55, 60. I mean, Colonel Sanders of KFC started like 65. And yung iba, a lot earlier, a lot older. One thing that I actually read it somewhere, this guy is speaking in an event, and his topic was about success. And he was asked the question, so what is the most important thing that you will teach my child about success? If it's just one thing. Sumagot siya, I will teach your child how to fail. What? But this is a success seminar. Yes, but they will fail and might as well teach them early on. So sa buhay kasi meron tayong 3 kinds of experiences na dapat magawa natin. Una, be an entrepreneur. Pangalawa, be an employee. Pangatlo is join a non-profit. This is not a formula kasi I think hindi ko alam kung si Sean naging employee, no? Hindi siya formula, pero yung 3 experiences na yon would help us. Kasi pag nag-start ka ng business, whether maliit lang yan, whether fishball or maliit ang fishball, pero yung fishball my wife graduated from USC, yung nagbebenta ng fishball doon, napag-aral niya lahat ng mga anak niya, napagtayo ng bahay dahil sa fishball. So, kahit yung mga maliliit lang, ma-experience mo siya, paano mag-handle ng pera, in and out ng pera. Tapos yung pagiging empleyado, kasi sometimes it's difficult to lead if you haven't experienced being an employee or hindi mo na-experience being under someone. And then yung pangatlo naman is join a non-profit. That's how you build leadership. Let's say nag-start ka sa church, nag-church ka, mag-volunteer ka doon. Kasi pag naging volunteer ka ng church, hindi ka susundan ng mga tao dahil hindi mo naman sila sinesweldohan. Hindi sila susunod sa'yo because of that. They will follow you because of your influence. Kami before, no? I go to Victory, and this was in the early 2000s. When I joined there, we were like a few ushers. Tapos, nag-set kami ng isang event. Ang dumating dun sa event, 5 tao out of more than 200 ushers. 5 tao. So sabi ko, I think we have a problem here. Kasi leadership Yung ginawa namin after 2 months, binuild namin yung relationship sa mga tao. And then, nag-event kami. Ang dumating na ngayon, 80. Tapos after that, dumami. Tapos, yung time na yun, merong isang well-known actor na nag-join ng ushering. From 200, naging 400 kami. But that's another story. But, you see, yung leadership skills mo, nagagamit mo siya. And then, you will be able to use that wherever you go. So those are the 3 things that you should consider experiencing.
So I'm going to jump on another person asking, and the question is, what are your thoughts of getting further studies, like an MBA or master's degree? Do you think it's still important for an entrepreneur? This is by Cedric Choa.
as long as you're doing it for the right reasons. Kasi madaming mga nagtitake ng MBA for the wrong reasons. They think that it will add more credibility sa kanila. But if you're doing it to really learn and to upgrade, enhance yourself, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. You can pursue it. Ang challenge kasi with MBA, mas maganda meron kang entrepreneurial background. In my opinion, meron kang entrepreneurial background kasi MBA teaches you how to be a good manager. So if you start with an MBA, wala kang business, you become a good manager. But if you're an entrepreneur, then you get an MBA. Now you have a business, and then now you become a better manager, or you have an idea how to scale your business. Then it would be parang two sides of a coin that you will feel. Kasi may mga kilala ko yung ganun mga tao, yung ang galing sa mag-manage, ba? Kikita nila lahat ng mga dapat mong gawin. Pero if you ask them to start a business, they can't do it. They won't be able to do it. And then you meet an entrepreneur na walang capital, walang managerial, walang alam sa management and those stuff. Pero biglang after a week may negosyo na akagawa ng paraan. So yung street smarts and book smarts and also the competency. Yeah. This is from the E-Myth Mastery. I forgot the title. He shared there the 3 qualities of an entrepreneur. So he mentioned the entrepreneur, the manager, and the technician. So the technicians are those who does the dirty work. You do ginagawa mo yung labor, hands-on. Manager naman is the one who creates the system. The entrepreneur naman is the one who has the vision, who sees the future and find ways to get there. May mga entrepreneur yung magaling sila sa yung lang na yon, quality, being an entrepreneur. The majority of them are technicians, but they're not managerial. Meron naman iba managerial lang, pero walang vision pagdating sa business. So yun yung kailangan natin i-weigh. Kasi sa totoo lang, MBA is good, but there are millions of people who has an MBA degree. So if you're just looking at it to add credibility, yeah.
Galing, that's a really good answer. And it's true, I do agree with you 100% with managerial. Managers are people who are good in creating systems and also maintaining status quo or improving it. It's difficult for them to maintain or improve a status quo if there's no status quo. And that's why it's difficult for some managers to be entrepreneurs. And then as an entrepreneur myself, I also find it not my sweet spot to manage people or to create process documents, maintain the status quo or improve it. I'm not a good manager. I may be a good leader. I may be good in disturbing the status quo, and that's why I have some clashes with my siblings sometimes because they're great managers, and when I come in the team, medyo sinasabihan ako na lumabas ka dito, umalis ka dito, no? So I'm too disruptive, and getting an MBA might help with that if you want to improve your managerial skills. But yeah, very good answer.
I'll add na, Sean, babalansehin ko lang yung sagot ko. Kaya ko siya sinishare, no? Yung maganda, may business ka na or you're more entrepreneurial. One of my relatives who owns a huge business, yung kausap ko yung relative na yun pag may mga occasions kami, may family occasions kami. Okay, ganda ng conversations namin, business parate. And then after he took an MBA, nakita din niya how to manage his business better. So creating the systems. And it also allowed him to establish mga contacts. So for him, it worked out dahil yung motives niya, objective niya is to find ways to create a system, especially when it comes to numbers. It helped him. So there are pros and cons din pagdating dyan. Siguro pwedeng example, pag nagda-drive ka ng kotse. For me lang. This is my opinion, Parang nagda-drive ng kotse. Kung drive ka ng kotse, kung nag-aral ka ng driving class, then okay yun kasi nakakapag-drive ka ng car. Pero pag nag-driving class ka pero wala ka namang kotse, makakalimutan mo yung paano mag-drive. And then you will tell people how to run their business without really understanding how they've set up the business. Di ba maraming mga consultants na ganyan, yung magaling. Pero hindi na nakikita na, ikaw nga mag-start ka ng ganyan, kaya mo ba?
Yeah, that's true. Agree.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
We don't want everyone to like us, but we want everyone to know us. And it's knowing what we're doing. So if you're in a marketing strategy, you want everyone to see you. But if you're selling, you want to be talking to people that you can help.
The leader failed because the leader didn't set clear expectations. The leader didn't understand what was really needed and what the people needed. That's about changing your question. What do my people need to be more successful here? That's the kind of question leaders ask.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
But probably one of the biggest lessons in all of that is that, yes, we learn from our failures, but only when we take responsibility for our role in those failures. If we don't do that, we don't learn anything.
It's interesting, and when those things happen, I call it divine appointments. So you can't explain it, but Steve Jobs said in his speech in Stanford before he passed away is, you can only connect the dots looking back. Right now, I think that's exactly what you have done, and you have such an amazing story, by the way, from lawyering to now being a consultant and a coach, and then starting businesses in between, experiencing failure and learning from that. And we're all learning from this. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the nitty-gritty. This is where we're going to get hands-on. I saw that your organization, the Nishwitz Group, you have 3 foundations of thinking. And I want to kind of peel off some of those things: authenticity, accountability, and acceleration. What do these mean, and why is it so important to you?
Yeah, when I created those, it was a while ago, and the meaning has become even more deep for me. And really, the acceleration, I believe, is the outcome of those 2, authenticity and accountability. I'm going to go in reverse order. I'm going to start with accountability. Accountability is I believe, a largely misunderstood concept. Everybody wants more of it, but they're not getting it because they're looking at it. I'll just use the word wrong. Because I constantly hear people in their companies saying, I just need to hold my people accountable. Everybody wants to hold their people accountable. They tell managers, you got to hold your people accountable. And I'm saying, no, actually, that's wrong. Because if you're holding people accountable, you're doing their job for them. What you need is to create a culture of what I call self-accountability. And what I've learned over the last 10 or 12 years is that everybody thinks they're incredibly accountable. And most of us are not accountable at all. Like, we're horrible at it, but we think because it feels good. So I'll say, I'm really accountable. And we keep having our finger pointing at other people. You need to be more accountable. And you know that saying, we all know it. If I point my finger at you, there's 3 fingers pointing back at me. And that's more true about accountability than anything I've ever seen, because I go into organizations and I remember vividly the first time this happened. It was years ago. I'm talking to this team of leaders. I mean, I got 15 people in the room and I'm talking about accountability. And most people are listening, but I'm watching the CEO and he's like rolling his eyes and almost scoffing. And at one point he stops me and he goes, well, this is good stuff, but I got to tell you, our organization is really great at accountability already. Now, if you tell me that, I know you're not, because no one tells you you're great at something unless you're not. I mean, we brag on the things we're not, frankly. That's what I've learned about leaders. And when he said this, I look around the room and I see all these heads go down. So after the session, I meet with everybody one-on-one and I ask all of them, I said, hey, tell me about accountability. I noticed some faces in there. And they all just go, oh my God, he's the worst at it. He's the most unaccountable person here, yet he thinks he's very accountable. And that's, this is why a lot of what I talk about is blind spots. Leaders need to understand they have blind spots, they have gaps, and that's what the work is about. And you can't work on your blind spots alone. It is impossible to work on your blind spots alone because we have a false sense of ourselves. You have to have outside help. Now, maybe that's a coach. I think that's one of the great jobs of a coach. That's what I do as a coach. I help leaders identify their blind spots and help them understand why they have them. And there's usually a reason, and help them get through them. Maybe it's having just advisors. Maybe it's just getting your team to give you feedback. But accountability is just atrocious, because accountability is the simplest thing on the planet. But because it's simple, it is challenging, because here's what accountability is about: integrity. And it's about changing just a couple of words in your business. This is the nitty gritty right here, Sean. If you want more acceleration, start with accountability. And what that means is you're going to start using 2 words regularly: commitment, or commit, and choices. Because what accountability is about is when I make a commitment to you, and I make a personal commitment to you. It's in the work context, but it's a personal commitment. Sean, I commit to get back to you about this issue by 3:00 tomorrow. I don't say I will get back to you. That sounds the same, but it's not. There's something about the word commit and commitment. We don't make many commitments in our life. Most of the time, the only people who use the word commitment are in relationship. I'm in a committed relationship. So we don't even use the word commit. And I go in front of audiences and I'll walk up to someone and say, hey, Sean, can you come to my office? I want to talk to you about a project. Okay. Or Sean, come into my office. I want to talk to you about a commitment on this project. How do they feel different? And they say, wow, the second one feels really more significant. I said, exactly. Your spine kind of went, oh, because you're going to listen carefully, because you're not going to make a commitment loosely. And what commitments do is, now we're going to have a conversation about what that commitment looks like. You're not giving me orders. I'm not saying, Sean, you're not saying to me, go get this done by tomorrow. You're saying more like, hey, Jeff, when can you commit to have this done? Because when we make commitments, now our personal integrity is on the line, and most human beings will do whatever it takes to honor that commitment. But when we use commitment language, we have more open conversations. We have clearer expectations. We have agreed upon deadlines. And now I've made a commitment to you. I will honor that. And then the magic is if I don't, and it'll happen, we mess up. We overcommit. We have conflicting commitments. We have family commitments that we didn't see coming. What do we do then? And the key there is to help people own their choices. So the power question I offer to leaders is this: if someone's made a commitment, the question you don't ever go to someone and say, why didn't you get this done? You never say that, because that's the worst question on the planet. That's what we all do, though. We say, Sean, why didn't you get this done on time? And what that really is a statement that says, hey, can you give me every possible excuse you can think of? I ran out of time. I had some priorities. I didn't plan, blah, 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 blah. Excuse. The power question is this: if you've made a commitment to me, Sean, what I will ask you if you don't honor it is, Sean, what did you choose to do instead of honoring this commitment? And I guarantee you, in the beginning, your answer would be, well, I didn't choose anything. All this stuff happened. But the behavior will continue. It'll happen over and over unless people can understand that they did make choices. You know what? Maybe the choice was that I knew I probably couldn't do it, but I didn't push back with you and say I can't meet that deadline. I told you I could do something when I hadn't thought about it. I didn't start it in time. Someone else gave me something and I didn't challenge them and tell them I had this other commitment. Until people can honor and own their choices, the behavior won't change. So those are some of the foundations of accountability. Man, and now if you just listen to that and say, imagine that everybody on your team consistently honors their commitments. They do what they say they're going to do when they're going to do it. And when they don't, they clearly understand what happened that kept them from doing it so they can change it in the future. There's acceleration right there, explosive acceleration. And so the authenticity piece comes down to the simple reality that the pillar of leadership is trust. Leadership requires trust. People follow people they trust. They may do some version of following orders, but that's not following the person. They follow someone they trust. Leaders need to build trust. Too many leaders think they have trust because they got the position, and that's a lie. That's not true at all. People trust people. And here's what people trust. People trust people that they know who they are. And that's why authenticity is so critical. I got to know who you are. And most importantly, I have to know that who you say you are is who you really are. And that's the authenticity. If there's any discrepancy, if you say one thing, but you act even a little different, people are like, wait a minute, that they're not who they say they are. I don't trust you. And here's what we know about when people don't trust others. If I don't trust my leader, then I don't feel safe. And if I don't feel safe, I withhold everything. I withhold engagement. I withhold trust. I withhold cooperation. I withhold ideas. I withhold commitment. I withhold teamwork. I withhold relationship. That is a simple formula that folks are not thinking about. So authenticity, getting clear on who you are, including as a leader, being willing to show those to others, and being accountable to yourself so that you continuously walk your own talk. And when you do that, because the accountability creates acceleration, the lack of authenticity is different, because if you aren't authentic, the lack of trust that you breed and feed is like an anchor. So being authentic doesn't actually accelerate you, but what it does is it removes the anchor of mistrust and distrust. So it allows you to accelerate.
That is amazing. And honestly, I just learned a ton of stuff right there. I'm going to start doing that with using the word commit. I'm guilty as charged. I ask people, why weren't you able to do it? And that's in the spirit of trying to figure out how to help them become better. But I realize now I'm asking the wrong question, because there is a much better question to ask them. Making them more accountable, making them own up to it. Thank you for that, Jeff. Now, about leadership, and I know you love this topic. You mentioned that your organization is focused on leadership. Now, a lot of people know that, but not on a deep level. They'll just say, yeah, leadership is important. But you ask them why, they have a hard time articulating why. Now, my question to you right now is, why do you think business owners, CEOs, should invest in leadership?
My most basic answer to that is I believe that leadership is the secret sauce. I believe leadership is the answer to everything. I think we very much misunderstand leadership today. When I ask people who they know are strong leaders, they usually don't know anybody. They might know one person, because what we've become a world of managers. And leadership is really simple when you get down to it. Leadership is all about people, and it's about the other. Leadership is about the other versus myself. So many people are trapped into the idea that leadership is about position, and I think that's completely wrong. Yes, it's important for people in positions to exercise strong leadership, but everybody is a leader. I deeply believe that, because leadership is not a position. Leadership is not a title. My core belief is that I want to empower people to lead wherever they are, even if they don't have a position, even if they don't have permission to lead. Leadership is a choice we make in a moment. I call them leadership moments. Sean, you're the CEO of your business. You run, you're the head leader. But I know for a fact, I don't even have to look at your day, but I know on a given day, you don't lead much during a day. Most of the day, you're doing things that are not leadership. Now, yes, you're leading by example. If you're modeling accountability, doing what you say you're going to do, that's a form of leadership, an element. But most of your decisions all day are not leadership. And at a CEO level, I would hope a lot of it is leadership, but there's other stuff, you're just doing stuff. Someone says, well, I'm doing this really well, but that's not leadership, because leadership is, how do I help make other people better? By you doing a great job on a project doesn't make other people better, except by setting an example of excellence. I get that, but that's a trap. How are we helping to grow people around us? How are we empowering people? And so I tell people now, when it comes to leadership, there's leadership moments every day. And let me give you a concrete example that happens in every organization. Meetings. We're terrible at meetings. I've not yet met a person in all my years that has said, I love our meetings. I feel so empowered by our meetings. I wish we had more meetings. It's more like, oh God, I got another meeting. We're terrible at meetings. And there's a lot of reasons. This is not about meetings. We're not thoughtful. We don't have good agendas. We don't do them on time. But one of the issues is in meetings, we don't understand the purpose of a meeting, because here's what a meeting is not. A meeting is not intended to solve problems. Now, that may sound weird, but here's the thing. Meetings are not intended to solve problems unless that meeting was scheduled to solve that problem. But all the other problems that bubble up in a meeting, they're not supposed to be solved in that meeting. Unless you can solve them in 3 minutes or less, they're for another meeting or another conversation or another group, maybe a more targeted group. But I call those rabbit holes. So rabbit holes are, hey, there's this other problem, or this is a huge rabbit hole in meetings. Let's talk about a problem until it dies. Let's talk the problem to death. Let's talk about it in 10 straight meetings, but never take action to solve it. But that happens, and we go down these rabbit holes. And what happens in the meeting? So let's say it's your meeting. You're in charge of this meeting, Sean, and I'm sitting in the meeting. And let's say there's a third person. Bob is in this meeting. Well, Bob goes down a rabbit hole. You're at this meeting, and you're like, God, oh my God, I can't believe Bob went down the rabbit hole. I'm over here saying, Bob went down a rabbit hole again. And now I'm looking at you saying, why aren't you doing something about it, Sean? This is your meeting. So I'm sitting there and all I'm doing is judging you for not fixing this. I'm judging Bob for going down a rabbit hole. But do I speak up? Generally, no. Why? Because I haven't been told it's okay. Because I feel at risk. Well, what if you feel like I stepped on your toes? What if Bob thinks I stepped on his toes? But that's a leadership moment. Because what leaders do in that moment is they just inject and say, I feel like we got off course. Can we all check in and see if do we need to go down this road or get back to our topic? When someone does that, that's where I pull them aside and say, outstanding job. Thank you for leading. Because that's what leadership is. Leaders speak up. Leaders step in. Leaders lean in. Leaders ask questions to help people learn and grow. So see, you can tell my voice, I'm getting amped up. Leadership is the answer. And the biggest problem we have is not only we're not even sure how to lead anymore, but we think we're leading when all we're doing is managing. And if people don't get better by being around you, then you're not leading. If you're not willing to give people high quality and high quantity feedback, then get out of the way and let someone else lead. Leadership is about growing your people and with these people together achieving great things. That's what leaders do. And they got to have trust to do it.
We need to hear that. And, it's funny. I have an episode recorded in the Leadership Stack podcast where my guest, he mentioned that a lot of organizations, they say they need leaders, but what they really want is more managers. It's so ironic. But what we really need are real leaders moving the team. Because there is that side of leadership that you want to change things and you're a visionary and you're disruptive. But there is also that part of leadership where you're just making people better, giving more value.
Well, that's an interesting that you bring that up. And I'm glad you did, Sean, because this is a real shift for people. And I talk a lot about shifts. I call myself Snow Globe Shaker and a leader of shift because I help people shift perspectives. And you mentioned the word vision. And if you go Google leadership, you're going to find tons of lists that say great leaders have vision. And I would say that's not true. What is true is that people who are senior leaders in positions of leadership, CEOs, presidents, they need to have vision in order to be an effective leader. But that is not limited. I know great leaders who don't have any vision because their role doesn't require it. They're just incredibly at what they do. They're a leader in that, and people trust them and follow them, and they empower people. They may not have vision, but we have this trap of when we think about leadership, we think about the top person. Well, that person needs vision and all these other things. But not everybody needs to have vision to be a great leader. They just have to have a mission, ideally a personal mission that says, I want to serve my people. I want to be a servant leader. We've been talking about servant leader for decades now. And on one of our podcasts, one of our guests, Tommy Spalding, made this really insightful comment. He said, leaders don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to be a jerk today. Most of them don't. And he said, the statistics are that 90 to 95% of leaders think that they're servant leaders. But according to their people, only 10% are. That's the blind spot. That's the gap. because they believe they're doing it because they're doing what they've always done. And the other insight I will share, one of our guests, Kevin Basic is his name, made this observation. He said, in most organizations, when they're looking at, like you said, people say, I want more leaders, what they look at is high performers, people who are really good at doing their job. So the leader at the top is looking down, and what they're looking for is performers. So when you got a high performer, we start promoting them into leadership, but we don't develop them into leadership. We don't give them tools for leadership. One of the reasons we don't is we just want them to keep performing. The problem is the people here, the people that we serve, are looking up at leaders, not looking for performance. They're looking for character. They're looking for authenticity. They're looking for someone they can trust, who feels like they have that leader has their back and cares about them. So what happens when you promote based upon performance, but the elevated leader needs to be someone of character and authenticity? Doesn't work. You're going to end up having a bunch of performers who've never thought about character and authenticity, and it was never demanded of them by the leader. So who failed there? The leader failed, because the leader didn't set clear expectations. The leader didn't understand what was really needed and what the people needed. That's about changing your question. What do my people need to be more successful here? That's the kind of question leaders ask.
And, you know, just to add my personal experience, because I have had my own mistakes doing that, promoting people, great performers, not good leaders. Tendency is they're going to create some politics and you're going to have a difficult time within your team. So definitely what we need to do is make sure that we build them up, teaching them more and more about leadership, about being others-centric, and about being team number one.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to Armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to Armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Nobody can say that their food is award-winning against the top caterers and hotels, all of those things. And they can just say their design is nice, but is it award-winning? Is your service award-winning?
You're in hell. Don't stop. Hell isn't the place to stop in. Hell is not the place to retire in. Like it's a crap town. It's a little village on the way to your success. And the only way it becomes your permanent location is if you stop.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Is this prospect actually a prospect that we can close in the current state with their needs and what we can deliver on? If all of these boxes are ticked and they are just sitting on the fence, it's because they either don't know you well enough, they don't like you enough, they don't trust you, or there's something else going on, they haven't done it.
Now, David, so we got a lot out of your sales expertise and wisdom. And I want to know, because I've read your bio and you mentioned there that there was a time in your life where you lost everything and nearly your life. I'm not going to ask you for the details, but I want to talk about hitting rock bottom, because there are entrepreneurs out there, especially during this time of the pandemic, where they feel like this is it. This is as low as I can get. And they need to hear from you about how you got back up. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, 100%. It's a funny question because we were saying about this on offline earlier to those that are listening, but I own my L's. I've made massive mistakes. I mean, I'm really screwed up. Mine was based around, and I'm quite open with it, mine was based around alcohol and drugs. I got massive success. For those out there that have ever hyped themselves up and got hyperactive after a deal and gone out and celebrated and gone back to work the next day and they've done it again and they've gone and celebrated. I just done that for a few years to an excess. But because things were going well, I thought there wasn't a problem. So I ended up losing everything. I had a breakdown, lost everything to the extent I ended up sleeping in my car. But the reason I'm saying this is I want to give people context. If you don't have it, if you're born in this world to nothing at all and you don't know any different, it's different, right? So it's still horrible, but it's different because you don't know different. You go from the fact of having everything and you screw it up, you make the mistakes. It's hard to come out of that because you just are hitting yourself with a stick. To go from eating in the top restaurants, driving the cars, having the Rolexes, going on all the holidays, to sleeping in a car and literally not being able to afford to buy a sandwich. Like that bad. I wanted it done. But it also gets to the stage where you can't. Like you have to get through that day. It's horrible, it's painful. But you have to become accountable to yourself. You have to realize everyone messes up. Everyone makes mistakes. And if you're, for anyone who's ever watched Rocky, imagine if Rocky ended at the bad bit. What a miserable film that would be, right? When he's down, he's beaten, and he just died. And that's it, end of the film, right? If that's the stage you're at now, you have a choice. You have a choice to end the Rocky film now and make it a miserable film, or fight back. No one said it was easy for Rocky. Have you ever seen this? Have you ever read the story about Sylvester Stallone writing Rocky? Yeah. For those who don't know, I mean, Sylvester Stallone had nothing. He was offered big money at the time, like £200,000 for Rocky, but not to be in the film. And he was like, no, I want to be in the film. He was so skint. He had no money. He had to give his dog away. And his dog's actually the one in the film, isn't it? Think of Sylvester Stallone right now, every film you've ever seen of him. He could have been a crackhead on the street or dead. The determination that he had at that point. If you are now with your business and you're going through hard times and you've got people knocking on the door because they owe you, you owe them money, your business is collapsing. It could have collapsed. Your wife's let you, your kid hates you. You're in hell. Don't stop. Hell isn't the place to stop in. Hell is not the place to retire in. Like it's a crap town. It's a little village on the way to your success. And the only way it becomes a permanent location is if you stop. Now, it doesn't matter how you get out of hell. If you've got a car, you drive out of hell. If you've got a plane, you fly out of hell. If you've got nothing but your legs, you walk out of hell. If your legs don't work, you crawl out of hell. But what you don't do is stay there in the burning heat and die. It's just not it. Now, you might not believe in yourself, or someone might not think they deserve it, and you might not, which is harsh, but it's true. But it doesn't matter whether, right? If you're in hell, it doesn't matter whether you deserve it or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you can achieve your day or not. You've just got to do the next week. You've just got to get through today. You've just got to get the next hour done. You've just got to manage a minute. And everyone can manage a minute. To do one thing. If you improve 1% a day, right? Take your life right now. If you improve your life 1% today, that's manageable. If you do that again tomorrow and again the day after, in a year's time, you have twice what you have today. Now, that might not be a lot, but in a year after that, you'll have another 100%. But it'll actually be 200% because you've already gone up. And it will keep growing like that. We need to have the foresight and the resilience that our families and parents have gone through. Your life might be crap right now. Think about lockdown right now. It's hard. You still have the internet. You're listening to this. Imagine your parents, my grandparents in the war, with bombs going off, Hitler's dropping bombs on London. They didn't have the internet to build a business from a bomb shelter. They didn't have food being delivered by the Waitrose. They didn't have masks. They didn't get updates. They didn't have all this stuff. They didn't have anything. They literally had food stamps and bombs. So whatever we're going through now, whatever you've got now, there's people out there that have got less. If you are listening to this, you have electricity. You're already over some people in the world, right? Unless you've got a hamster in the wheel making some power. If you're looking around your house and you've got a light on, you go to your if you've got lunch or food in your house that you can cook today, you're doing better than some. You have a laptop, you have something there. You can go and do anything now. If businesses collapse, go off and become an affiliate marketer. You don't even need a product. Start marketing for them. If you're in sales and you were good at sales before, you're good at sales now, you're just being lazy. You've just gone through the habits of beating yourself up and this is hard. I think for too many people out there, they let themselves off too easy and they beat themselves up far too easy. And I think this is the big difference for a lot of people. If we're going to be at a stage where we're going to get everything we want out of this world, we have to do everything we have to do to get it. Not, oh, I'm going to do this, but then I'm going to finish at 5. If you're moaning about your life and you finish at 3 o'clock this afternoon, it's on you. But we have to go and get everything we want, but we have to prepare to do the work to get it. It's not a buffet. It's not, oh, yeah, I'll do a bit of work in the morning, but I'll do that. No, do it all. If your friends are terrible and they like to party all the time and you don't, stop seeing your friends. Oh, but I get lonely. So if you're thirsty, don't drink poison, do you? Oh, I'm thirsty, I'll drink that. So if your friends are toxic, stop being around them. It's better to be lonely and content. That'll come than to drink poison. Like we see with James Bond film and he sends him off in the desert with the oil. He got that thirsty, but the oil was more appealing than staying where he was, knowing that he would die. We do that with our friends. We do that with our circle. We do that with our actions. We have to go off and we have to deliver over and over and over and over again. And when we stop, we don't. Keep going. Doesn't work, change, adapt, move.
That's awesome advice right there. And you mentioned a lot of stuff that you take with you right now from that rock bottom period in your life. But I want to ask, if there was one discipline in your life during that time when you hit rock bottom that is super important to you that you still practice today or you have it in your mind today, what is it?
If you beat yourself up over a lot of stuff, keep it, not a journal. I've got, as you can see here, these whiteboards. I've got notebooks everywhere. Part of that's my memory isn't great. Part of it is I suffer massively with anxiety. So it's very easy if you have high anxiety or you're stressed or you're depressed to not have focus. I just work for a list. Now, in the same way as when you go to the gym, not all the exercises are your friend. I work top to bottom. So some days I'll get up and I've got an awful job to do at 5:30 in the morning. Something I'm not looking forward to doing, but just get it done. If you commit to being committed, if you hold yourself accountable, if you say you're going to do it, you do it. You will build your confidence up. A lot of the time, we are our own worst enemy. A lot of the time, we say we're going to do it, but then we let ourselves off. And then that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, this is the thing. If you're in sales and you're getting screwed around on deals, look at what you do and your own actions. Do you let yourself down? A lot of the time we do. And I'm not accusing of it. I used to do this. I would say to everyone, yeah, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, knowing damn well I wouldn't. So what happened when I dealt with prospects? I could relate to their lies because I used to lie to me. I could understand. And this is why if you've got no money and someone gives you a no money objection, it's very easy to relate. Oh, yeah, no, I understand. It is quite expensive. Yeah, to spend £4,000 on this. Yeah. Right. But imagine if you've got £1 million in the bank and you've just been to your financial advisor and you start working out your long-term plan and you're paying this and you're paying that and someone said the same objection. You're like, hang on a minute. I remember being at that stage and I know what I did. You become more proactive. So we have to look at our own life. And our own life is a direct reflection of the prospects that we find. Your network is normally very similar to the way you are. So if you are struggling with stuff, change your processes, become committed to get commitment about being committed, have a list. And the list is good because one, you'll write down all the stuff you've got to do. I'll literally show you on my board here. If you look at my whiteboard here, for those listening in my whiteboard, that's my to-do list for today. Now that to-do list is there for my own peace of mind because sometimes I'm so busy, I don't know what I've done today. But when I've done it, I'll put a line through it. So say if I have a bad day today, stuff happens, whatever. If at the end of the day I'm beating myself up, I look at the board, I wipe them off the board to put a line through it, and you go, I've got a lot done today. So I might not have reaped a lot from my crops. I might have had a bad day, but I sowed a lot of seeds in that day. I've got 9 things that are killer done. I've got some ridiculous ads being created at the moment, like really cool videos, right? So yesterday, like I said to you, I had a few things go on, a bit of a bizarre day, but I also had the website launched. I had a new interactive landing page set up. I was I booked in for another 6 podcasts, 2 lives, a radio program. I've got these other 2 videos that have been created. What else did I do? I was another promo bit. So that's a lot of things. If I had my bad day, my focus could have been there, right? But at the end of the day, I would then push them to one side because they'd already happened. I'm like, wow, I actually got a lot done. And having that list there will enable you to then stop beating yourself up and see the progress. You have got a farm and you are trying to just you're trying to reap the crops and you're not getting enough crops or enough food from your crops. If you're doing enough planting every day, eventually those crops won't matter because you're going to have others that will give you fruit. The problem is in sales, if you are not getting enough business, an entrepreneur, it's easy to not plant seeds that day. It's easy to sit on your farm, sit on the soil and cry that there's no food to eat. But you need to pick yourself up, dust yourself down, get out planting seeds. Because if you plant seeds long enough and you look after those seeds, they will turn into being the monster fields and the crops that you can dine on for the rest of your life. And those other crops will seem insignificant. We hold too much value on them. So we've just got to take those processes, don't you think?
To-do list. That is one of the things that a lot of people don't do up to today, surprisingly. But yeah, so I use Todoist. It's an app, but dude, a whiteboard works exactly fine. So
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually find it work. For me, they work better. So on my phone, I have 8 different categories of to-do list on my phone. And there's like 93, and I'm in the process of moving. So a lot of this stuff on there, a lot of these are ideas and plans, like videos to record. So they're not urgent stuff. My whiteboard has things to do. These are things I want done, but it's not urgent. These are ideas. So the good thing is with that, if I cleared, I've got 40 things on there. So even if that whiteboard will never be clear. Now, this is the other thing. You have to accept that will never be clear. You're not trying to get a clean whiteboard. You're trying to get increased productivity. Some people are like, oh, but I need to finish my to-do list every day. No, you don't. Stop being so vain. No one cares about perfection. You don't want a clear thing. That's like saying, oh, I want to make sure I take all the money out of my bank account every day. No. You want to make sure you've got enough stuff there. So I've got my whiteboard. That's my to-do. And I've got my to-do, my done list. This is what I want done. They can move on to there when I'm ready. So when I'm walking around or I'm in the restaurant and I think of something, it goes onto this list. Then when my to-do list is nearly done, something else can go on there. My daily stuff. I've got a content thing on this calendar. I'll show you. This is how organized I've got. So I literally took this calendar and this is my content for the next month online. There.
That's awesome.
So that calendar, now, if I think of something when I'm out or I hear some inspiration, I should do a video on that, I'll go on my list. When I get home, I do it. And this goes up now to Wednesday, the 2nd of December. Every single day, there is something I'm going to do. So that saves time thinking and planning. If you end up with more time on one day, I can start doing the following day's one. About getting more productive what we do. And it's holding ourselves really accountable.
Amazing. And David, so we have gone on and we have learned a ton from you. We are better for it. Now, perhaps the last question that I want to ask you is, if you had the chance to go back in time during the time when you were making a lot of sales, what would you tell yourself in order to prevent the rock bottom?
You know, we watch films on a TV program and there's a bomb underneath the bus. And no one knows there's a bomb underneath the bus, right? I think that bomb was there anyway. I think a lot of the traits I had, I didn't know, were just underneath. And we've got these. We've all got these imperfections we've got. but it manifested. If I'd had better goals that kept me focused, and if my circle, and I'm not blaming my circle, I was the instigator. I was the circus leader. I was the ringmaster. Everyone else was there for the ride. If I'd leveled up and had a mentor at the time above me who had achieved more, who I was inspired by, I would never have fallen into the trap. I became a big fish in my pond. I was the guy who, I didn't listen to other people. Their opinion didn't really matter because I'm doing this and I'm doing. If you're earning £400,000 a year, and everyone around you that's earning £50,000 a year, now they're better people, okay? But when they try and talk to you about what you're doing about spending money and this and the other, you're like, oh mate, leave me alone, I'm all right. Because in your bag, I'm doing really well. But actually, if you were surrounding yourself with someone who makes £1 million a month, you wouldn't feel as fulfilled. So you'd be striving more. You'd be watching what they do with their money to turn that 400 into $1 million. And I didn't do that. But yeah, that's the one thing. And I think that's why the coaching works so well as well. For me, I have people that coach me, and I coach people. And I enjoy it. Like, I genuinely enjoy seeing people or getting a message go, mate, I've just made £1,000 today. Brilliant. Just coaching business. Got someone in a minute who's just changed the way they sell. And they've gone from doing a two phone call strategy, so an introduction, then a sales call, one call. And they've done their first one call sale. Now, when we first spoke, this person would do, let's say, an introduction today, send out some information, phone them in a week, and they wouldn't get the deal for a month. Now, they're literally phoning people, getting deals on that phone call, money's in the bank, an hour later. And they're like, this is great. I took people from taking 2 weeks to a day. And they've increased their earnings by like 40%. And this. And that's amazing. Getting those messages. I love that. And now, the very thing which was the reason I didn't have, because I didn't have my own coach, I now help other people to not do that. So the very thing that messed my life up has ended up being the catalyst which has given me my best life.
That's awesome. David, thank you so much for all the wisdom, advice that you have given. We had practical advice, tactical, strategic on sales, and we learned about how to get back up when we fail. That is super sweet, super important for everyone, especially during this time of the pandemic. Now, if there are people listening in and they want to know more about you, they want to get in touch, where is the best place to do that?
The best place to go to me is one of 3 ways. The Sales Angel is my handle on Instagram. So just go on the Sales Angel and I'm there. I put content out every day. Drop into the DMs, drop me a message. There's loads there. I put on the link in my bio on there. A little pop-up that comes up and there's loads of different podcasts, ebooks, loads of free content on there as well. And just you can book in a strategy call with me there or drop me a DM, or you can go to thesalesangel.com. There, again, you can find out a bit more about me. You can get in touch through there. Or on Facebook, I am the Sales Angel. But Instagram and the website's the main two. So yeah, drop by. But there's some really good stuff. I've got a few big campaigns coming around at the moment, which is going to give a lot more content out for free for people. But yeah, if anyone's listening to this and wants help, or just wants to have a no BS conversation about can you help, just get in touch with me. I'm more than happy to help.
Awesome. And we'll have all of those links in the show notes. Just go to theleadershipstack.com/podcasts. You look for David Angel, that episode. We'll have all his links down there in the show notes. Well, David, thank you so much for your time. We are better for hearing you out.
Thank you for having me.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to Armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to Armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Kung may doubt ako na dadayain ako, di na ako mag-i-invest to begin with. Yun yung sa akin. If there's any point na tingin ko magkakaroon ng dayaan or shady na baka ba't ganito yung numbers niya, I wouldn't put my money in the first place.
in terms of business na, clients pa rin, growing the income stream. Income stream is number one. That's what keeps us all alive.
Yeah.
Revenue streams. But personally, I'm gonna start doing a sales instructional online class with Sean C. I think that's a brilliant idea. I think it's gonna be great.
Solid
It's
yan,
gonna be
pare.
Donald Trump. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great. You know? But yeah, I do a lot of consultancy for a lot of brands. Do a lot of. That's about it.
Where can they find you? Where can people follow you? Where can people listen to your
Ooh,
music?
I'm everywhere on on social media. But if you want to follow me, you can follow my. We're not going to put down other agencies. That's not our style. But we're going to say, this is what we want to do. And I guarantee you, brother, the only secret tactic I have is looking them in the eye and just smiling because I know we can deliver.
What if it's a client who's, misbehaving or they're unhappy and they're acting up? How do you handle it?
I get mad at clients, man. I'm not afraid of clients. Like clients pay me to tell them what's true. I've reached a certain point in my career where I'm not a slave to client. The clients that I work with, I actually really love. Like I love them. Like they're really good friends of mine, and I respect them as professionals, but also as people. So, but I don't think I have clients anymore that I deal with, at least at my level. I don't know about the AEs and the account managers. Sila yung daily na
Yeah.
wawala sa office. Anong revision na naman, revision na naman. But when it comes to my level, the clients were fine. Like, again, like with Dunkin', I'm so in love with them. Like, they're really, especially the COO of Dunkin' is super. She's so hardworking, man. She's the COO, but like if there's a new branch, she's the first one there mopping and cleaning.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's so inspiring to work with brands like that. The chairman was the first ever baker of Dunkin', and now he's the chairman of Dunkin'. So he knows how to put in the work, and he knows what works for the brand. So wala namang labad na mga clients. At least in my level. I know sa level ng mga account managers, daily yan sila may care.
Yeah.
Alam na revisions, then yung bad word na ngayon sa revisions. Revisions naman. To be, at the end of the day, clients are still clients. But you have to come to a point where they respect you enough and trust you enough. Now, when you push back, they know it's to protect their brand. Like they know you're pushing back because you also are invested in taking care of them. And that's how clients naman feel with me, which I'm blessed naman to have that kind of relationship with them.
So you mentioned kanina revisions, and there are, there are things that you have to balance out with clients from the very beginning. Some clients will negotiate you down for your rates, and I'm wondering what's your most. Yeah, I know. I likewise, dude. Like,
So many chip. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. But what is your so far, and it could be, you mentioned earlier that you're watching shoulders, but what is your most effective negotiation tactic? And when I say tactic, it's tactica, like yung on the dot.
Looking at them in the eye and smiling. I'm not even lying.
Really?
Yeah, it all comes down to intention. Intention. And looking at them in the eyes and smiling at them and reassuring them that you're doing this for their dude. It all comes down to intention. I can do this because our agency is really good at what we do. I can't sell a bad product. That's another thing about sales. You can't sell a bad product. You're going to be lying through your teeth for the entire time.
Yeah.
But your SEO company is one of the best in Asia, in the world, probably. So you can sell that easily, because you have the experience. You've shown it. You have the results. Even when Google changes their SEO scripts, you're up there. You're up to date. So it all comes down to intention, man. Like the best sales tactic is letting them clearly know your intention for them. And when Stratuscast puts together a pitch, our intention is to improve your brand. Nothing else. Improve your numbers, improve your sales, improve your down the line, improve your up the line, improve everything about your product. Because that's what we want to do. That's what we want your money for. We're not going to put down other agencies. That's not our style. But we're going to say, this is what we want to do. And I guarantee you, brother, the only secret tactic I have is looking them in the eye and just smiling because I know we can deliver. And it's just,
Galing ko nga yan.
yeah. Just don't be creepy. Don't do a creepy smile. Weird, yeah. But Amanda Nunes, the UFC bantamweight and featherweight champ, had a fight last weekend. By the third, fourth, fifth round, she was smiling already. Not because she was enjoying hitting her opponent, who she respected after the hug. It was so classy. But she was smiling because lahat ng jab, uppercut mo, pasok, and she was saying, damn, I'm good. And that's the kind of mentality that you have to bring in. Intention. And you can only have intention when you're confident, when you're supremely confident with your team, with your brand, with your, with what you're working with. That's about it.
Solid, pare.
Yeah, man, intention. And then you can smile and just look at them. And I have over 15 years of experience in selling. And I've closed millions or probably billions of pesos already in business. So, and I've lost. And that's the fun part. Losing is what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
It all comes down to cost at the end of the day. Cheap! Parang sa buhay nila mo, barat mo. Gusto mo in Tagalog,
Kuripot. This is an inspirational question. So you're a person who, I see you as someone who just makes sure that you're living life.
Yeah, man.
And not just, simply trying to get by or trying to make a living. Now, what is your advice to other people who want to get more out of life and they feel like they're in a rut right now, especially now that they have lost jobs, business income, maybe even family members? What's your advice to them? How can they live life?
I can't. I apologize if this is going to sound really preachy, but renew your relationship with God. I think that's the most important thing. And I don't mean like if you're a Christian already or if you're if you're already devout, renew it, refresh it, like find new ways to experience faith. It's just so, oh man, I can't tell you how much it means to me, like to just really be able to pray whenever I feel like praying. Like even if I'm taking a bicycle ride to buy rice down the road, or I'm in Mercury driving, there's so many people coughing around me, or I'm taking a shower, or I'm doing my workouts or playing guitar. Man, make worship a lifestyle. I think that's the most important thing. Renew your relationship with faith, with God, with heaven, with Jesus, because I'm not going to preach and say that other things are wrong and all that, but it just makes more sense when you know that there's something bigger than you. Everything just makes better sense when you know that there's something bigger than all of this.
Yeah.
And there's nothing bigger than God. And that's the beauty. That's the beauty of it. And that's my advice. Like, if you feel awkward praying, if you feel awkward, like even now listening to a business podcast, a guy with tattoos talking about God, just try it. Actually, I have a beautiful story, Sean. This friend of mine who's never really been close to God, during this pandemic, she was having a hard time dealing with things, I just kept praying for her. I just kept talking to her briefly. I'm not preachy, I'll just say, I don't look preachy, man. I don't look the part of a devout Christian, But I just kept pointing her to this church that I go to online. And then I just shared with her this service. Oh, on Sunday we have a live stream service. Maybe you want to join.
Yeah.
And one day she went, buddy, God met her, man.
Talaga?
And now she goes every week. Yeah.
Solid.
Now she goes every week, and now she talks to our music community in that context. I'm not gonna say she's preachy or she's a Christian already, but she found something, man. And I think I told my mom right away, like, oh my gosh, my friend, she met God and God met her back, and it's nice. I mean, you're a believer, man. You're a Christian. So there's nothing like the security of knowing that something bigger got it. I got it. I got this. I got this. I got your back. And I've fallen so many times in life, man. And if I didn't have faith, I wouldn't be here. If I didn't have the love of my friends, if I didn't have love of my family, if I didn't have the love of my God, dude, I wouldn't be here, man. So my advice is not preachy. I'm not going to say Jesus saves and Jesus leaves, and all that amen stuff. I'm just going to say, maybe try it out. Maybe try it out. Maybe try it. Maybe just say a prayer.
Yun yung ngiting yun eh. That smile.
Maybe just ask God why. Like, why? Why is this happening? Why is there a terror bill? Why is there Black Lives Matter? Why is there George Floyd? Why is there Donald Trump?
Yeah.
So many things to ask. God, why? And that's it, man. That's it for me. That's my biggest thing. I can give you millions and millions of worth of business advice or consultancy and all that. But if you're asking me about life, faith, bro. It's all about faith.
Solid, dude.
It's all about
I super wish that we could have done this in the studio, but solid pa rin. And I'm gonna close it with, what are you working on, and where can people find you?
Oh, right now I'm working on Monique's EP. Probably singles. It's gonna be a single. So I'm working on a lot of music now, but yeah, we're focused on this. So we're recording a lot of her stuff now. In terms of work, in terms of business stuff, clients, but then growing the income stream. Income stream is number one. That's what keeps us all alive. Revenue streams. But personally, I'm gonna start doing a sales instructional online class with Sean C. I think that's a brilliant idea. I think it's gonna be great.
Solid.
It's gonna be Donald Trump. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great. But yeah, I do a lot of consultancy for a lot of brands. That's about it.
Where can they find you? Where can people follow you? Where can people listen to your music?
I'm everywhere on on social media, but if you want to follow me, you can follow my Instagram. That is at City Light Soundtrack.
Yeah.
So it's just the word city and then sound. Oh, sorry, City Light Soundtrack. So light is singular, not city lights. It's just City Light Soundtrack.
Solid, pare.
That's me. I post every day there. Like, I like the stories kasi nawawala siya after 24 hours.
Yeah.
So walang commitment. And
Oh.
if you like the other week, I posted videos of me doing pull-ups.
Oh.
Never happened, guys. Yeah, thank you so much for the time, Sean.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in the Leadership Stack podcast. Again, that is Mr. Carlos Castaño, and you can follow him on Instagram doing his pull-ups at City Light Soundtrack.
There you go.
It's worth a follow, guys. You want to see his smile?
It is. I'm hilarious. And I have very beautiful friends, so it's cool. I'm quite handsome also on Tuesday and Thursday.
Thank
Wednesdays,
you, Carlos.
Thanks, man. Thank you for the time. See you soon.
Dude. See you.
It was an honor. Thank you. If you want to keep growing your business, you have to be able to have the patience and the perseverance to keep repeating things until it becomes mastery.
right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are back in the Leadership Stack podcast, and we are here with my good friend, Mr. Carlos Castaño. And, we've been friends for a while, and always a good time with this guy when I'm with him, when we are in client meetings. Now, hindi natin pag-usapan kung ano yung client meetings is about. But always a good times. And we have a couple of questions for him that I am personally excited about as well, because I know I'm going to be learning a lot, and I hope you will too. And the first question is, Carlos, thank you for joining us pala first and foremost in the podcast. Thank you for giving us time.
Thank you for having me, man.
You have been in sales and business development for what, 7 years now? Going 8?
Actually, no, I've been in sales and business development for about 15 years now.
15 years. Wow. That's a long time. You're a veteran. You're a veteran. So 15 years, a lot of people find it very hard nowadays to stick to a job. And lalo na, when the pandemic hit, they are not sure that they're going to be able to keep their job.
Yeah.
Much less, much less for entrepreneurs. We're not sure if we're going to be able to keep our company, how much our safety net can take. So as a sales and business development guy, and also as a business owner, what keeps you going?
I think it all comes down to the people around you. It all comes down to not just your network, not just your community, but your friends, man. Like keeping a business afloat, especially at a time of pandemic like right now, you're going to find yourself relying on a lot of friends that you never really thought about doing business with, or you're going to ask them for some connections or some network. So really it all comes down to how you take care of the people around you and how much they actually learn to trust you or put their trust in you to refer you to a business. Like you just referred me to a business deal a while ago, and
good one.
It's funny that we're recording a podcast right now directly after it. Sinadya mo yun para mag-usapan dito. But I think as a business owner and as a sales and business development guy for my agency, I think that right now with the quarantine, it all comes down to how good you are to people. It all comes down to how you take care of people, how true you are to them. And I'm a guy that I say this a lot. I'm a guy who knows a lot of people, but I have a very close circle of friends. Like I don't have a lot of friends. I know a lot of people in terms of network and community, but I have very few friends, who I keep within my close circle. And during this pandemic, this quarantine, that's who you rely on really. Like I have a lot of friends who are actually distributors of brands na syempre nahirapan sila because malls are closed, stores are closed, but they reach out to me and like, hey man, can you help me by selling this online? Is there a way to? And I think that's really what kept a lot of businesses going. It's not just who you know, but how well you know them and how much you trust in them to actually, because there's that rule, don't do business with family, don't do business with friends. You can be friends after, like us, we met, then we became business associates, then we're friends.
Yeah.
But nowadays, man, that rule is out the window. Like the first people I call now are good friends, people I trust, like you, Sean. I think to answer that question in a nutshell, it really comes down to how strong your circle is, your strong direct circle, because whether you're selling test kits for COVID-19, you're selling masks, or you're selling speakers or Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth headphones, or you're selling land, it all comes down now to how strong your circle is. And thankfully, throughout the years, my circle is pretty strong. It's still strong.
So I'm gonna be jumping off from that answer, and just a curiosity: do you consider yourself an introvert or an extrovert?
I'm very shy. No, that's not I'm an extrovert, man. This quarantine has been hell for me because I don't get to see people, but I live in a condo and I'm pretty close with the security guards downstairs. I'm close with the maintenance crew. So we built a basketball court down in the basement.
Talaga?
Yeah, we stayed together, man. I got the bar. I spent my birthday with them.
Wow.
I spent my birthday with them. I spent my birthday with the park caretakers here in Makati.
Wow.
I'm an extrovert. So a lot of sales and a lot of business dev relies heavily on your character, on how much you're willing to put yourself out there. I don't recommend this job for introverts
Mhm.
because a lot of people will call you, they'll text you, and if you like to stay home, if you like to stay away from people, sales isn't it. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I
it's not.
know.
Yeah, you have to be able to welcome talking, which I like. I like talking a lot. I think my closest friends, although my closest friends like Monique talks more than I do,
Yeah.
so we're fine. That's why we're friends. But yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Di na ako aambag doon. Ako, I'm an introvert, but forced
That's
to
why
do
you're the
sales.
CEO, man. That's why you're the CEO because you're an introvert. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I'll never be a CEO because I'm too noisy.
No. Yeah. I think, but you founded your business, and here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna be jumping onto right now. You say circle of friends and how important that is, and I want to get back on that a little later on. But what I'm curious right now is you are a musician, heart and
Yeah.
soul, pare. And I want to know. And by the way, guys, you to those of you who are tuning in on Spotify, and we have a couple of thousand listeners from Spotify, you should follow this guy. Just search for his name, Carlos Castaño. I do follow him, and I personally listen to his music.
Yeah,
You-
I don't
you-
think
you
I have.
yourself
Do I still have music on Spotify? I don't think I have. I think I have one or two songs on Spotify, but my bands are on Spotify. I play guitar for Lian and Nara, and I sing for the Metro Fantastic.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Let me
and
check.
I produce a lot of music for other people. So
Oh.
yeah.
Sana
I'm
hindi
pretty,
nyo
I'm
na
pretty spread
tinanggal.
out. I told you,
Yung
Sean,
akin.
I'm an extrovert. I'm super spread out, man.
Yeah, you
But
are.
yeah, you were saying, man, I'm a musician.
So how does that fit into the puzzle of, okay, I'm a musician and heart and soul music, I create music, I direct music, and I'm also a business developer. And now I'm telling people that the strength of your circle of influence is what really helps you out. How does that play into things?
Well, I think being a musician, you're a performer first and foremost. Sales is performing, man. It's all about performing in front of a crowd that's going to give you millions of pesos. So if you need any incentive to perform, that's a really good incentive to perform because they're going to give you business, you know? And sales really comes down to a script. It's practice. A lot of people don't do this. If you're a salesman or if you're part of the sales team of your agency or if you're selling printers or photocopiers or if you're selling books, a lot of it is practice. You got to practice. So it's just like being a musician. You play guitar. I play guitar like right now. We've been recording. I've been playing the bass for about a few minutes now. But I play the bass about 2 hours a day. I play guitar about 2 hours a day. I play drums about an hour a day. And I play the keyboard about an hour a day. So I'm always ready. You know, it all comes down to just being ready. So like when our CEO of Stratuscast calls me and says, hey, I need you to talk to, let's say, the Honda. I need you to talk to Honda and put together something. I'm always ready because I'm always practicing. You know, I keep reading up on stuff. I keep talking to myself in the mirror because I have no friends in this quarantine life. You know, I have a plant. I talk to my plant all the time, but that's about it. But
and we laugh at these things, but dude, that's what you have to do, right?
yeah,
You have to
I mean,
do.
if you want to be a leader, if you want to be successful, you got to work for it. You got to keep doing the same, the things that other people won't do. Like if someone does it 10 times, you got to be ready to do it 100 times. Nothing is accidental unless you're born into like royalty or something where everything is set. Then okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even royals want out. I mean, look at Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle, but they left. So
yeah,
it all comes down to what you want for yourself, how much you want it, and how much you're willing to put into the repetition of things. I believe, kasi that the key word in succeeding in anything that you put yourself out to do is mastery. It's mastery. There's a reason why it's called masters. Like masters in business administration, masters in marketing. When I started taking my master's a few years ago, and I finished it about 2 years later, but that word stuck with me, man. Masters. You know, parang, you're a master of the universe. Like He-Man. You know? But mastery really is what, even if you're a musician, like kanina, forgive me for the analogy, but like when my friend Monique was recording her song, and then she was still getting warmed up, she hasn't sang in a while because quarantine. You know, we don't have gigs, we don't have shows. And I could feel it in her voice as the producer. I told her, hey, you haven't sang in a while. Now you're feeling like it's taking your breath. Yeah. So she just kept singing and singing. And then 20 minutes later, when we were recording the same verse, suddenly it sounded warmer. It was there. It was more powerful. It's because of that repetition. And it's just like business, man. If you want to keep growing your business, you have to be able to have the patience and the perseverance to keep repeating things until it becomes mastery. Once you're a master at that, then it becomes second nature, it becomes muscle memory. I can play you the blues guitar without even looking at the guitar because I play 3 hours a day for 30 years, man. And you can put me into any room and I can sell my agency to anyone from the Sultan of Brunei to the President of the United States because it's something I keep doing. It's something I keep doing. It's something I'm a master at. But if you tell me to talk about rapid test kits ng COVID-19, give me a week, man. Like I'll say, like I was talking to that business contact that you referred to me a while ago. He was starting to ask me a lot of technical stuff, and I'm not ashamed to say, I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I can refer you to someone who can actually give you the better answer, or even the better way of saying it is, can I get back to you? I just want to, check on the numbers or check on the. That's the other thing about being good in sales. Don't lie, man. A lot of people think that sales is about bloating the numbers or making up numbers, or you can't because it's digital. You're the SEO, Sean. You know this.
Yeah.
Whatever you say can be Googled in 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Like I can tell you, 93% Filipinos love cheese. You're just gonna Google that.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, if I'm off by 1%, then my integrity is off by 1%.
Yeah.
And that's too much, So the other side of mastery is knowing when to say, "Oh wait, I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how to discuss that. So, but yeah, I mean, in terms of being a musician, it's really about preparation. Comes down to those things: preparation and practice, and then of course you perform. The 3 P's: preparation, practice, and performance. That's about it.
Solid. And
like sports,
galing ng sagot mo kasi like you really tied it up with how being a musician plays it out to being a sales and business developer.
It's a plus here in the Philippines because Filipinos, we're so in love with music. Everything that we do, whether it's a TV commercial or a billboard or a radio, it has to have emotional music.
Yeah.
Like you have the Jollibee Mother's Day ads.
Yeah.
Kaya, grabe yung kanta.
Yeah.
Yun yung tumatatak sa atin.
Yeah.
And then Gary V, all the way back to Gary V, Duty Free, yung kahit tagal mo nang nawala, babalik ka rin, diba? It's so Filipino. But it's advertising that was written by Louis Ocampo when he was in advertising. Louis Ocampo is a really amazing arranger. He wrote it with Gary V. Gary V sang it. It's still one of the best songs, man. So you can look at being a musician from a practical point of view, the things that we're used to, preparation, practice, performance, or you can even look at it from an emotional side, wherein kahit sinong kausap mo, like, okay, the other week we were talking to a huge alcohol company, and the guy that referred me to them said, gawin mo gawin mong emotional, mga tita to eh. So kailangan may lambing, may kanta, may ano. Diba? I mean, talking to the bosses of the biggest alcohol brand in Asia, kailangan pa rin may, and I did it, man. Like, when we move into this next phase, this new normal, so kinig na kinig sila, ang cute-cute mo, iho. But that's really what it's about, man. It's about finding that song that everyone likes to sing.
Yeah.
That music everyone wants to dance to. Or that thing that me and Mo were talking about a while ago. Yeah, it's your song, but then when someone else hears it, they go, "Oh, this is my song too." It's all about relating to people, and that's what sales is about, man. That's what business is all about. It's about, kasi diba, I know you know this. SEO is something that's very difficult to explain to people who just really want to fix their Google. That's what they keep saying. Hey, Carlos, can you fix my Google? No, I can't fix your Google. But I can refer you to someone who can fix your Google. But when you start to explain it in a way that they understand, when you can relate to them already, then it doesn't become about selling a product. My dad always just says, my dad is the sales head for a huge bank. So it's in the family. He says, it all comes down to offering help. Yun lang yun eh. Let me help you, you know? Let me help you sell your product. Let me help you fix your SEO, or fix your CEO if you want to fix your CEO. But, you know, let me help you, let me help you, let me help you. It all comes down. And if you do it in a way na malambing and they feel good, they feel like it's their idea, then even better.
Bro, solid, super solid insights.
I enjoy these things. You know, I respect and love you, Sean. You're one of my favorite CEOs.
Likewise.
My dream is to write a book like yours. I tried. By the way, guys, if you're watching, Sean has a book, man. Like, he's a published author. And I was like, man, I talk so much. It must be easy to write a book, you know?
It will be. Just record it.
No, it's hard. In the beginning. Let's start. Like, how do you start? Like, once upon a time, there was this guy named Carlos.
No,
I
I'll
want to write a sales manual. Imagine.
Yeah, solid yun,
Imagine
pare.
we can write that together, your expertise with all those things, and me just talking. Imagine if we can write an instruction manual for sales. It's going to be amazing. Because, you know, I really believe the best salesmen are musicians and singers. Because we're used to timing. Sales is about timing. The one thing that I look at every time I do a pitch are the shoulders of people in the room, left and right shoulders. The way they dip when you say a word, the way they lean back, sit down. Dude, I can share all of those secrets and it's all about timing, you know? Even the secret of repeating something that they said, just to make them feel you're listening to them, and then you use it with your idea so that, remember what you said a while ago, sir, about blah, 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 and then suddenly it's their idea, and they're like, I'm a genius, let's hire this guy. You know, it's all about timing. You know, so like when you're playing drums or you're playing guitar or you're a singer, it's all about that timing when you come in.
Yeah.
And people can say a lot of things about me, but they can really, really say I'm one of the best salespeople that they know.
I'm sure.
Like,
I'm sure of it.
you know, so, and I work hard. So it's all about that, putting it together.
Now, there's a question, Sean, why don't I run Google Ads na lang kaysa sa mag-SEO kami kasi mas mahal ang SEO kaysa sa Google Ads? You're right, but Google Ads is like renting. The moment you stop paying Google, your search listing disappears. SEO is like owning. Even if you stop paying the SEO company, your rankings will stick. From April Ko, me and my friends have been planning to do business. We already have an idea, it's tech related, but there's 3 of us, are not really hardcore developers. We have some practice, but we don't have technical experience doing it. What's your take on outsourcing the work versus putting in the work yourselves, especially for us who are still working full-time, so the time spent to do the work ourselves will take time? Very good question. Actually, a lot of people may be in the same boat. Here's the thing, April. If you don't make it a priority to put in time and effort to study development or understand development, madadaya ka. And that's the reality of things, because you don't understand it. You don't understand if the developers you outsourced or hired is actually stealing time already from you. You're paying them and you're bleeding money. It may be okay, you may overlook it for a time, but long term, if you don't put in the effort to study and understand development, it's going to cost you a lot. So I'm not a developer, but thank God my brother is. He's the COO of the company for 9 years now, but I do understand code. I studied IT, I graduated IT, sure, but they almost kicked me out because I failed 28 units in LaSalle studying IT. So it's not because I studied IT na intindihan ko ng code. It's actually more of I self-studied. That's why I understand code. So it is doable. It is possible to self-study and understand some parts of it. You don't need to understand everything, but you have to understand how the system works. how much time it takes to build something from scratch, how many available open source plugins are out there that will speed up the time of development. You have to know all of these things because if not, again, madadaya ka, lugi ka long term. Pwede kang dayan, pwede kang lokohin. That's the downside of the services business. You cannot enter a services business not knowing anything about it. You have to know a lot about it actually for you to be successful at it. There will come a time when you want to hire in-house. Outsourcing is not a long-term game plan because it gets more expensive, more and more expensive. So what you want to do is to make sure that you understand because you're going to hire in-house if the business succeeds to a certain degree. So there's 3 of you, you're not hardcore and you have full-time job. I think there should be someone who is managing the entire thing, who is at the helm, steering the ship and making the big shot decisions. Because if you don't do that, no one is going to be the head of this startup. And any startup is very delicate. Kawawa siya pag naiwanan. So one of you has to always be there. Mahirap yung tatlo kayong may full-time job. Mahirap yun. One of the reasons why I had to quit my day job is because SEO Hacker was growing fast, but it hasn't really grown to a level na hindi ko na siya kontrolin pag may full-time job ako. Kaya pa naman, pero ayoko nang pilitin. I didn't want to make sure that I'm almost gonna burn out working a day job and doing SEO Hacker. So I quit my day job so I can focus on SEO Hacker, even if it did not demand my full-time attention yet, so that it would grow better, not just faster, but grow better. So one of you guys, one of the 3 of you has to do this and focus on the business. When you started SEO Hacker versus the stage the business is now, did your time spent working on the business become lesser, or you're still very hands-on? So this is our 10th year doing business, right? We started 2010. And there was a time where my time doing the legwork itself became less because I have a team surrounding me, fantastic team, by the way. They're really good in what they do. And I have my leadership team as well, who are really good in leading the company. If I chose to just be invisible, I could have, and things would still work. They may not work as well or as smoothly, but they would still work. So I could actually relax a little bit. However, a couple of weeks ago, one of our people passed away due to COVID. And at a very young age as well, 24. I think last week I was able to say this already. And she was one of my SEO specialists. So what happened is I'm back in the fray doing SEO work. And one of our people also have a problem. Her dad has a health problem. So I'm also doing social media marketing work, social media advertising work. So yeah, I'm very much into the business again right now. And actually, that's one big reason why we're hiring, because we need more people to help out. But yeah, I'm seeing the things that need to be seen, the things that need to be fixed, because I'm working in the business right now again. But it's not because we scaled up wrong or we lack processes and systems. It's because of unforeseen events. You know, no one wants people passing away suddenly, and no one wants people having their parents having health problems. So it's a series of unfortunate events, I would say, that working in the business and my time, being taken up once more. But aside from that, actually, it had been lesser and lesser because I was able to delegate more and trust people to do the work. And however they want to do it, it's up to them. Also, again, I have leaders who are fantastic in leading their own teams. And so they are very capable people. They can run the company. The company can run pretty much without me. So definitely the time I spend working in the business is less. Time spent working on the business, looking at where we can improve, systems we can create, processes we can improve on, or training my people in terms of leadership, doing workshops. That's what I did actually for the most part. So I do free workshops for my people, leadership workshops, management workshops, and they get it for free because I want them to improve as leaders, managers, and generally I want them to improve as a person holistically. We have a question from JC Del Rosario. JC, thanks for being here. What advice do you have for reaching B2B accounts now that our salespeople are not allowed to visit offices of our clients? What is the new go-to B2B sales strategy for the new normal? Well, I can only speak for what I know and what I practice, and that is really doing SEO. Maybe this is the first time I'm going to say this, but maybe having platforms like what I'm doing now, there are people tuning in and watching and listening to this, and you guys know my business is B2B. It's digital marketing services, it's SEO services, making sure that people rank, manipulating search results for my clients. And I do get referrals. I do get good referrals actually from people who know that that's my business and who appreciate the information and the help I give doing this every night, because literally I get nothing from this from 8 to 9 p.m. every Thursdays. I don't get paid. I don't have sponsorships. That's why you don't see me advertising stuff here. This may be something that you might want to look into. Have a platform, diba? JC Opa del Rosario. So you start your own show. I don't know. There is something that God gave you, a talent that you can share with the world, and I'm sure that people will want to tune into and appreciate. And that may be something that you could start as early as right now. So you're young and you have the whole world ahead of you. You can start your own platform right now and see where it goes. So that could be one. Aside from that, definitely SEO, because people are still searching in Google. And I know one of my clients, it's actually his best year this year. Ironic, no? But they've been operating for a while. They've been B2B sila. They've been operating for a while. But this year, the pandemic year, is their best year. And their business is nothing related to PPEs or medical equipment. It's actually chemicals for industrial plants, mga planta. So it has nothing to do with PPEs or the virus or COVID, but it's their best year this year because they're ranking really well for their keywords. So I think that is one of the best strategies talaga. If you're ranking very well for your search terms, people are still searching. Purchasers are still using Google. So and you're ranking well as well. So I think that should be working for you. We have a question from M. We have a product and siya yung bread and butter ng company namin for 5 years now. Plan namin mag-expand. Magkano ba ang dapat na ilaan namin sa marketing? Ilang percent ba ng income ang ideal? My answer to that, M, and since I run a digital marketing company and I do marketing and advertising myself, I don't really put in a percentage of the budget. That's not how I do things. So I cannot tell you na you have to put like 10% or 20%. I'm sure if you Google it, may mga sinasabing best practices out there. But if you ask me, what I'm going to tell you is, if there is a campaign that you can run that would give you good returns on the investment in that marketing or advertising campaign, go for that. Especially if you're 5 years pa lang in the market. Startup ka pa. Nasa startup phase ka pa. On your 6th, 7th, all the way to 10th year, you're scaling up. You're making sure that your processes, legal documents, accounting, everything's clean. Everything is systematized. That's the scale-up phase. Right now, you're still at the tail end of the startup phase. So the marketing budget, in my opinion, has to be invested in things that would bring returns. I know it sounds biased because I own SEO Hacker, but really, if you're going to look at the return on investment, SEO is the best return on investment. Because if you advertise on Facebook or Instagram, these are people who are browsing kasi wala sila magawa. May oras sila. May oras tayo. Whenever we're on Facebook or Instagram, it's because we have time to kill. It's not because we have a mission or we're trying to complete a task. It's marami tayong oras. And okay lang sa atin magsayang ng oras sa Facebook or Instagram. So imagine if you run an ad there, however targeted it is. Kahit sabihin mong ang target ko, male, this age range, 30 to 40 or 30 to 50, and mahilig sa relos. But they're browsing just because they have time to kill. Compared to Google, people in Google are searching for something. They're laser focused. They have an intention to buy. They have an intention to spend. And so the difference in intent is huge when you're doing social media marketing versus when you're doing SEO. Now, there's a question, Sean, why don't I run Google Ads na lang kaysa sa mag-SEO kami kasi mas mahal ang SEO kaysa sa Google Ads? You're right, but Google Ads is like renting. The moment you stop paying Google, your search listing disappears. SEO is like owning. Even if you stop paying the SEO company, your rankings will stick. Also, with SEM, you know how it is, the millennial generation, all the way to the younger ones, Gen Z, we're ad blind. Kasama pala ako doon, millennial pala. We're ad blind. We don't like clicking ads. We don't like ads being on our faces. So when we see that it's a Google ad, we don't click it. I don't know. Ikaw ba, do you click Google ads? I don't know about you, but I don't click on Google ads. I click the first organic result. because I know I'm not gonna be sold something when I click on the organic result. But when I click on the paid result, I know that they're gonna sell me something because they're running ads. They're gonna want to make their money back, right? If we're talking ROI, SEO, definitely the best, if not one of the best. That's where I'm gonna put the money. So I'm not gonna tell you spend only 20% of your marketing budget or 30%. For me, invest in good SEO. If hindi nyo kayang mag-invest ngayon ng ganong klaseng money, then do it yourself. DIY nyo muna yung SEO nyo. There's so many resources out there for you to learn and do SEO yourself. Because you can do it yourself. I'm saying this and I own an SEO company. I started out doing it myself as a freelancer. And then I built processes. And right now, we're a 50-man team. We're handling around 50 plus clients. And we're doing it because systematized na siya. And my playbook works. But that's not to say that it's the only playbook out there. You can make your own playbook. There's a lot of ways to do SEO. My suggestion is do it ethically, or the white hat method, rather than the gray or black hat, which is unethical or a mix of ethical and unethical. That's the last question. I just want to thank you for being here and tuning in.
How can you jump from a real estate industry, okay, to construction, to banking?
Mm.
'Di ba na lahat yun out of raw power mo lang to convince people to get you? It's
Mm.
word of mouth. That's
Yeah.
how you go around the industry.
You have a lot of word of mouth projects. Last night, I was listening to a podcast in Andre Leadership, and there's this, I forgot the name of the guy. It's the first time I've ever heard of him, but he has a book. Basta ang naalala ko, sabi niya, his book is pink
Mhm.
with an alpaca in it.
Okay.
I've been looking for it
Okay.
ever since. So my next time in the bookstore, I'm gonna be looking for that book. And he talked about being spectacular, being a standout in the market, doing something that's uncommon. So, dun sa book niya, sabi niya, if you don't like my book, you bought it, you read it, you don't like it, not only will we give you your money back,
Mhm.
but we will give you another book, any book that you want.
Wow.
That's their word of mouth strategy, their marketing strategy.
Mhm.
And sabi nga niya doon, because he co-authored the book with someone else, if I'm not mistaken. His partner said, but there are $10,000 books, cookbooks on Amazon. And sabi niya, well, that would suck if that happens. Na yun yung gusto nilang libro.
Yeah.
Pero, the thing is, if someone does return our book and requests for that $10,000 cookbook, we immediately send out a press release about it na yun yung nangyari and that's gonna make news.
Yeah.
I like his idea. And then I thought about, what are we doing with SEO Hacker? With my company. There's nothing remarkable in our advertising and marketing in the sense of word of mouth. Right now, we're not doing anything about it. So I had to go into my workroom at home, did some creative processing there, wrote something remarkable that a lot of other companies don't do, especially
Right.
companies in my field.
Mhm.
And what we're about to do is to give out 75,000 pesos worth
Wow.
of services.
Okay.
Tas yung design niya is like a check
Alright.
na bibigyan namin sa client. Potential client. Like, for example, nililigawan pa lang kita.
Bibigay mo sa akin yun.
Bibigay ko sa'yo yun. And it's signed by me
Mhm.
personally. Because I'm not the one doing sales now. There's
Yeah.
someone else doing sales. Shout out to Charm. She's the one doing sales now. Doing a spectacular job as well, making a lot of
Nice.
money. So I will sign that. There's a copy. I wrote the copy in that. And it's for the client to feel that, oh, there's something different about
Nice.
this company. They really
Yeah.
want to work with me.
Mhm.
And they can redeem that. We will honor that 75,000 when they sign with us.
Mhm.
So that's a lot. I mean,
Yeah,
75,000. That's a
that's a
lot of
lot.
money,
That's a lot.
right?
Yeah.
So, but the goal here is to make something remarkable.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm sharing this is I want to know like what is so remarkable about Reality Box that you get most of your clients from word of mouth.
I will say what it is, pero I don't advise all the other people in that field to do it because it's labor intensive. But actually, it's this: we have no revision cap. Never. We never ship out a project until satisfied yung client. So until the last comma, last dot, hanggat may napipinpoint yung client, babalik ng babalik sa revision table yan. And since I'm the owner and I'm also the editor, wala akong, I mean, I would just need to please them to do it. So that's what they like about.
But do you actually market that? Do you make it into because like the
Hmm.
75,000 is something that we do,
Everyone knows, yeah.
right?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, it's not that everyone knows about it, but it's something that we have been doing.
Yeah.
Like we do give a lot of pro bono services. It's
Mhm.
just that we never put it into paper.
Yeah.
And we never did a physical marketing strategy around it.
Yeah.
This is the first time that we're going to be trying it. And the crazy thing about it is we've been doing it. It's just that we didn't make it physical.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We didn't make it real. We didn't make it something to talk about.
Mm.
And so the question is, have you put this into paper? Is it
No,
in the
no, no, no,
contract?
no, no. It's not in the contract. I mean, we
Mm.
don't say that X number of revisions
Yeah.
only, and then we charge extra. There's nothing like that.
Right.
So those who already know us and maybe pass the word na, oy, kunin nyo sila,
Mm.
they actually know that from the storyboard, bro, na
Yeah.
revisions pa lang, walang cap. I mean, as long as may mapupuna ka sa script or sa
Oo.
audio, your RVO talents, I praise God for them. Sobrang sipag niya kasi mataas yung pitch. Meron ka bang mas mababa yung pitch?
Oo.
Submit ng
Voice over.
ng voice sample nila, pare. Ang sipag.
Talagang love nila yung ginagawa nila.
Yes, pare. It's a labor of love. Parang minsan 1 a.m. magsisend yan kasi may mga jobs yan eh. May corporate work yan eh. So part-time lang. Some people don't even have their own studio at home. So they rent out the studio just to
Wow.
give a sample to us. How can we not appreciate them, di ba? So suki talaga yun. Lagi namin sila tinatawag for
Oo.
voiceover. So not being, ang tawag kasi natin dito, mabilang.
Mm.
Sometimes it's really good to know where your boundaries are.
Mhm.
But if you treasure this, if you care enough about your clients,
Mhm.
you can put a pin na, hindi, kailangan ko isend to na ganito lang yung quality. Alam mo
Mhm.
na hindi sila masaya eh.
Mhm.
So if you really care about them, you won't stop na mag-revise. Until
Mhm.
nga yung si client kayo mag-give up eh. Pwede na to. Kasi
Oo.
I'm nitpicking na. They know eh.
Oo.
They
Oo.
realize it.
Grabe, may ganun na.
Yeah, sabi na, oy,
Lalaki.
hindi, sorry ano na ako, nitpicking na ako. Okay
Oo.
na to, ship na natin.
Oo.
O kasi negligible na yung mga ibang gusto ko. Which turned out it's okay. How can you, isipin mo pare in terms of sales, how can you jump from a real estate industry,
Mm.
okay, to construction,
Mm.
to banking?
Mm.
'Di ba na lahat yun out of raw power mo lang to convince people to get you? It's
Mm.
word of mouth. That's
Yeah.
how you go around the industry na, paano to, nagkaroon ka ng client na biglang glasses, vinyls, tas
Oo.
later on, ang ginagawa mo ng AVP, biglang, ano naman, real estate, tas
Oo.
biglang bangko,
Oo.
credit card,
Ilan
ganun.
lang yung mga ganong kumpanya dito.
Pero 'di ba, paano ka tatalon dun? Sabihin mo sa akin may
Oo.
fabricated ka na pitch for
Oo.
each industry?
Yeah.
Patay tayo nun
Yeah.
as the owners.
Yeah.
Iba-ibang script. Dati pare, pagka may sales pitch kami sa Kabol, dala namin yung album. Dala
Oo.
namin yung prenup, papakita namin isa-isa.
Oo. Yeah.
Pero pare, word of mouth gets rid of all that.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah.
So maybe you got an idea out of what I said just now, no?
Yeah.
To do it like that. I'll give you a little more info. No kidding, that's huge value right there. Of something if you're starting to build your business right now, or maybe you have started to build your business, you're scaling it up. You need more word of mouth going in for you because like word of mouth is still the best form of marketing up to today. It still beats digital marketing. It still beats any form of advertising. You know what
Yeah.
they say is advertising is a tax paid by companies with unremarkable products and service.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It makes sense eh.
Yeah,
Because if you need the help of a lot of advertisements to sell your product or
that
service,
says a
then
lot, yeah.
it means there's really not anything that remarkable
Hmm.
about your product or service.
There's truth.
I had to really meditate on that last night in order to create something new for our sales and marketing.
Just to add lang, that also fits on freelancers. I mean, if any freelancers are listening, hindi kayo pwede maging mabilang. For example, you want to have a word of mouth approach na ipagpasa-pasa kayo sa iba-ibang studio or sa context ng web dev, no, na iba-ibang IT na industry, kung naghahanap ng freelancers, hindi tayo pwede maging mabilang na, oh, 3 revision lang to, take it or leave it, bahala ka sa buhay mo.
Yeah.
Freelancer, ang hirap kausap. I've dealt with certain age range of people na ganyan. Ang hirap, pare. As in, nasa negotiation table pa lang ako, iniisip ko na, hindi na to mauulit.
Oo.
Hindi ko na to tatawagin ulit. Meron naman rin ako nakakausap. Nasa negotiation table pa lang ako. Gusto ko na ipasa lahat ng project ko sa kanya. Gets mo? Hindi lang project ko, pero project din ng mga ibang ka-industry ko. Uy, kunin nyo to. Magaling na whatever, animator to or like that. No, yung flexibility lang ba?
I couldn't stress enough how important connections are. There are a lot of clients that I've closed that were referred to me by a connection. And you know, when a client is referred, that's the easiest client to close and to deal with. A question from Isaac Sabas would be, are connections important? How important? Well, I answered a little about it a little bit kanina when I said it's not about what you know, but who you know. So yes, it is important. And actually you would know this because you actually exited your first company. Having these connections, I couldn't stress enough how important connections are. There are a lot of clients that I've closed that were referred to me by a connection. And you know, when a client is referred, that's the easiest client to close and to deal with because you have a promoter already who might also be another client that you have, or a long time client or a long time friend. And this person is just promoting you to other people in their network. They're just saying you should try SEO Hacker. I've closed one recently, and it's a referral from Mr. Anton Laborte. Thank you, Anton, if you're listening to this, if you're here right now. Super important. You will generate a lot of leads and revenue if you have a lot of good connections. Master Miko Peña, how does one learn the skill to sell, and where do we start our learning? There are many places to learn how to sell, but first thing you need to know is how you can build trust and likability in others. There's a very old but timeless book that I've read early on in my life, and that's How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Pero honestly, that book is the best book. And it's not even about selling. It's how to win friends and influence people. And you know, that book was the only book that I've read when I started SEO Hacker and started selling. So I could actually attribute my entire selling skill when I was starting up the company to that book. If you could download that book in your Kindle, you have an ebook, or you can buy the hard copy, do yourself a favor and do it. It's super duper easy to read. Matutuwa ka sa lahat ng examples na nandun. And that's the book that helped me to be able to deal with people and treat people well so that I can sell a lot easier. That's definitely the starting point for me. That's what I'm going to answer for that question. Question from KB. How did you start growing or gaining your clients? Well, we would have referrals because of connections, and we ranked for keywords that were really good for our industry. Keywords such as SEO Philippines, SEO Company Philippines, SEO Services Philippines. In fact, if you try searching for that now using your browser, you might find our website, SEO Hacker, ranking there. A lot of our clients find us this way because we're ranking, and it makes sense to them to hire a company that's actually ranking for their own keywords. You don't want to hire, for example, a pest control company, that they have an office full of pests. It's not a good testimony that you're good in controlling pests when your own building is full of pests, right? If you're a pest control company. So for me, it's that simple. We're an SEO company, so we must rank for keywords in our industry. And that's SEO Philippines, SEO Services Philippines, SEO Company Philippines. And so we went for that keyword. We're still ranking for those keywords. We still get a lot of clients from those keywords. There you have it. That's the answer. How do you keep a good working relationship with challenging or demanding clients? There are challenging and demanding clients. I can assure you that. There are clients that I would say they're a pain in the ass because they talk to you disrespectfully, they talk down on you, or they stress you out, or they don't pay on time. Madami, you name it. There are so many, so many problems with clients, and the list goes on. How do you deal with them? Honestly, how do you keep having a good working relationship with them? Honestly, the secret to that is remembering God made them and God made you too. God made me as well. So we're human beings, we're people. They have flaws, they have blind spots. You have to work with that. And they're still your client, they're still the one paying. You could talk with them nicely about, hey, can you improve on this or that? Because if you have a good relationship with them naman, na umabot na kayo sa level na pwede mo na siyang pagsabihan sa mga weaknesses din niya, I think that's something that you could do. Assuming that the client is happy with you, diba? Happy with your work, ikaw wala kang shortcoming sa kanya, that's something that you could do, and maybe you should do it talaga kasi it's hard to keep a good working relationship with a client you don't like. It's hard. I would rather fire the client, to be honest. And we have fired clients. You might want to check that out. That's an episode I had with Mr. Harry Uy. We have fired clients. It's in the podcast. What is the most effective way to seal a deal in any form of sales marketing? I have a treat for you because the latest episodes that we have been publishing on YouTube is with Mr. Carlos Castaño, one of the best salespeople in the advertising industry here in our country. And you know what his secret is? No joke. This was his answer when I asked him, what is your best tactic? Right? Tactic, not strategy. Tactic, meaning you're in the meeting and you need to pull off something great so that you can seal the deal. You know his answer? So sorry, is spoil ko na sa inyo, no? But if you want to know more, just listen to the podcast episode on YouTube. Sabi niya, seriously, I smile. I give them an authentic smile, and that does the job. Because when clients see that you're authentic in what you're selling, in what you're trying to give them, that it's really valuable to them, that it's really something that will help them grow their business, then they will trust you more. And sales and marketing kasi, in my opinion, is all about trust. If people don't trust you, they're not gonna buy from you. After trust is the foundation. The next thing is likability. If people don't like you, even if you have a great product or service, they're not gonna buy from you because they don't like you. They would rather buy your product or your service from someone else or someplace else. That's the honest truth. After building that trust and building that likability, sealing the deal, you have to ask the client for that. Sometimes there are salespeople or marketing people na they just keep on giving value. Bigay ka lang ng bigay. You never ask. You never go for the question. So, when do you want to do this? So, when do you want to start? So, when do you want to sign the contract? Natapos na yung 3-hour meeting mo, nag-inuman na kayo't lahat, and you didn't ask. Of course, you can't seal the deal that way. You have to make the ask. But to get there, you have to build it up from trust and likability. All right, guys, that is a wrap. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you for being here tonight.
To other people, then they start to notice you, then you can sell to them. But first, you have to give them value about your expertise. For example, our sit down consulting or mentoring session right now. If this is valuable to you, and you go and become the vice president of a certain company and you require SEO, guess who's the first person you will remember?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's
Okay.
how I advise other people to do it. Even on Facebook, provide value first to other people. Post stuff that they will find well meaning and valuable and enriching to their lives. And then you can start a conversation with them about whatever it is that you're peddling.
So you provide value first, then you build relationship,
Yeah.
then from there, referrals, and you know what may happen.
Yeah.
With you, Sir Sean, do you prefer working independently or as a part of a group?
Naturally, since I'm an introvert, I prefer working independently. Naturally. That's my natural or instinctive behavior. But I also found out that if I do everything on my own, the effectivity would be small. And I'm not going to be able to grow bigger than that, which is a problem because I don't want to work until I'm old and gray. I want to replicate myself to other people so that they can replicate themselves to other people. And us as a group will be able to produce a lot more. Then can retire earlier. Is retirement important for you?
Yes.
What do you plan to do when you're retired?
I want to enjoy my life with the people I love.
Okay, what does that look like for you?
A rest.
Rest.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to write 100 books when I'm retired. Okay, I'm starting now, but I'm sure I can write a lot more when I'm retired, right? In order for me to write 100 books before I die, I need time. That's why I want to retire earlier. Because if I cannot retire earlier and I'm still working until I'm old and gray, I am never going to be able to write 100 books because I require to work deeply. And deep work, you only have around 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours of deep work per day. It doesn't get any more than that. Deep work is when your creative juices are
Yeah.
flowing and you're writing very, very well. If you're able to communicate very well through whatever it is that you're writing, be it an article, a white paper, or a book, that is the deepest work you can do. And in order for me to achieve a state of deep work, usually I need an hour of quietness and just me meditating and focusing on the screen and what I'm about to write. After that 1 hour, 3 hours to 4 hours of deep work, bam, 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 I finish the book, right? In a span of 1 or 2 months, I'm done. And then editing happens. In order for me to do it takes time. If I want to be able to achieve that, I cannot work independently, even if I like doing that better. Okay? I need to work with a group, with a team. That's the only way I can achieve my big picture goal in my life, which is the reason why I want to write 100 books is I want to influence a lot of people that there are better ways to do things in our world today than surrendering to the corruption, surrendering to the extortion, to the dirtiness of business and employment. I want to write about these things because that will go on to live beyond my years in this earth. So writing is very important for me. It is my first passion to write. That's how I have founded SEO Hacker through my first blog, which is a Christian blog, God and You. And I want to continue doing that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Clear
Yeah.
enough?
So you involve people to be with you after you had your time alone as an introvert. Then you allow them to see what is in it that you've already come up with, right?
This year, I am able to do that more. But how I'm able to do that is by raising more leaders in the team. I need first to establish the team in terms of their leadership capability, their sacrificial commitment to the company and to each other, their servant leadership, meaning they're serving other people in the team. If that has been established, then I can take a step back and work deeply in my books. And I've just finished my second book. But I finished writing it, haven't finished editing it yet. So it's gonna take time before it goes out to publishing. But in terms of writing the book, it's done. And how I'm able to do that is we have raised more leaders in the team. Not enough. We still need more. And one of my projects this year is to do a lot of seminars, at least 10 leadership development seminars internally for our team at
Yeah.
workplace. So that's unfortunately not open to the public because that's for the SEO Hacker team.
Yeah.
But it's a program that I've developed here. So it's not a workshop, it's just a 1 hour seminar 10 seminars, and then we have breakout sessions
Mm.
for facilitation. That will increase the number of leaders that we have in the team. Once that has increased, I am able to do more deep work, more editing, and a better overall publication. And that book will go on to outlive me and reach more people than I could ever
Yeah.
have, in terms of me just doing a one-on-one mentorship, or even me just speaking to a crowd. Because when I have a crowd, it could be from 50 to 100,
Yes.
200, or
Mm.
800 people. That's a lot of people. But my books can reach 10 thousands to the
Nice.
millions,
Yeah.
right?
True.
And
Mm.
again, it will outlive me. So I prefer doing deep works, writing and publishing books. That's
Yeah.
really my long-term goal.
Yeah. You prefer leaving a being
Legacy.
led. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being legendary. Yeah. Last question, Sir Sean, if
Go ahead.
I okay. So how can I have that security from all the competitors I have, since there are a lot of sellers and developers, knowing that this is my bread and butter? Because earlier you shared to us that there are things that you're sharing to most people and it's fine with you because that's not your bread and butter. But as for me, we have a lot of competitors. So do you think how can I manage that or
It's just
anything?
like how I am sharing my talks publicly. The entire talks, you can find it on YouTube or on my website. And I'm not insecure about it at all, even if other speakers do copy it, incorporate it in their content, and it's my material, and they don't give proper sourcing or what do you call that?
Mm,
Proper attribution to
reference.
me,
Yeah.
right? Or reference to
Credits.
me, credits.
Yeah. Mm.
That's fine for me because I know at the end of the day, it's not my bread and butter. That's right. But also, they can never deliver it like how I deliver it,
Oh,
right? They can
okay.
never because
Yeah.
they're different people. They
Mm.
cannot copy my way of speaking. I use the Lessig method. So if you check my PowerPoints, one PowerPoint is 150 slides to 300. And that's just for like 1 to 2 hours. So the Lessig method is a very PowerPoint oriented method
Mm.
rather than a few slides and they just
Yeah.
talk a lot. I don't do it that way. I try to engage everything visually, body language, facial expression, tone of voice. I use
Mm.
everything to
Yeah.
try and influence their retention, memory retention. They will not be able to do it the way I do because they've been doing it the way they want to do it. And
Mm.
they're not going to change their style just because they found out this new material from
Mm.
me. People still get me even if I have a lot of materials published out there. And some of them even want the same exact video material to be used live and presented by me
Mm.
for their event. So it's amazing how many people will want you because you give away free stuff. For them, if this free stuff is amazing, then the paid stuff must be magical. So they would rather get me for that. Now, how I'm applying that to you is there are certain things that only you can deliver in a certain way. And you have to make that known. You have to
Mm.
make it known that ito, ganito yung way ko eh. Maalaga ako or high touch ako in terms of my client, all of my client base. Kung naka-experience na kayo ng broker na hindi na kayo papansinin pagtapos ng benta, hindi ako ganun. And you need to make sure the world knows that. That's what you market out. Because not every broker is the same. In fact, you're all unique. Your styles are all different. How
Mm.
you do it will never be the same as how another real estate agent will do
Yeah.
it. So you have to
Okay.
market the good differences, the unique selling propositions that you have that only you can do.
I will. I will market what only I can do.
Yeah.
All right.
You have to first
Got it.
identify that.
Mm.
Okay? If you're able to see clearly for yourself, oh, these are some of the things that I really do well. How do I know that? Because most of my clients say, Casey, I really like this about you, blah, blah, blah. You already got some clues from that. Eh. And you should know yourself better in order for you to say na, okay, yung mga ganitong bagay, ito talaga yung kaya kong gawin, masaya akong ginagawa ko to, and na-appreciate ng lahat ng kliyente ko yan.
Yeah.
And then you market yourself that way.
I'm good. Thank you.
All good?
All good.
So,
Very helpful. Thank you.
okay, guys, thanks for
Mm.
tuning in and joining the conversation with us again. This is Casey Marquez. She is a real estate agent for SMDC. If you are interested in any SMDC property, please do get in touch with her. We will leave her contact details in the show notes in the Leadership Stack
Yeah.
podcast website. Thanks, guys, and
Thank
until
you.
next time, keep leading.
You're gonna pay 2,000 pesos when I have stock on hand, and you're gonna buy it outright. But when you pre-order, you get it for 1,800 lang. So may 200 pesos discount ka. Kasi nag-pre-order ka. Same thing, you just have to wait. Just have to wait X number of months. Now, why will you do that? You give them 10% discount to wait. One good reason you want to do that is you gauge market demand.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Another question from Jin. Hi, Sean, and any tips on how to create more demand for my frozen product? Should I start advertising it, like make teasers, even if it will take a few months but to ship it? Well, if you're taking in pre-orders, might be a good idea. And when you take in pre-orders, make sure that you get the cash. So pre-orders usually work that they give you like 50%, somewhere there, 50 to 70%, maybe 50% would be safe of the payment. Some people ask for 30%. So maybe you can get 30% of the money as a down payment for the pre-order. That's safe enough for you because you have cash flow, right? Hindi sila magpa-pre-order lang tapos ikaw yung mag-shell out. So you ask for 30% down and then you go ahead and order it. And for the 30%, maybe you can have like the ad spend or advertising spend tucked in already. Always remember, when you're going to advertise on Facebook and Instagram, you have to have a target, a goal na per 100 pesos na ginastos ko dun sa ad, dapat makakuha man lang ako ng isa or dalawang sale. Meaning you have a 1 or 2% conversion rate. Actually, that's amazing. If you have 1%, it's already amazing in my opinion. But that's how you can do it. Now, how you're going to take people into that conversion point, depende na sa'yo yun. Mag-i-e-commerce ka ba? Or ipapa-message mo ba sila lahat isa-isa sa'yo? That it really depends on you. I see some people who are advertising on Instagram, what they do is they ask people to message them, PM, isa-isa. Medyo hassle yun. Like you have to have, I don't know, 2 or 3 people depending on how many messages you get from the ad because people are gonna message you and usually, guess what they will say? HM, di ba? Yan, tayo mga Pinoy, kilala tayo sa HM. So usually that's what they will say. Get ready to answer those inquiries all the way until you can convert them to do a pre-order with you. So if you don't have the products on hand and you're gonna take a few months but to ship it, that's called the pre-order. But you have to also notify them that you are in pre-order stage and they're getting it for cheaper. Kasi kung mag-order sila, they're gonna pay like, let's say, I don't know, 2,000 pesos. Let's just say you're gonna pay 2,000 pesos when I have stock on hand and you're gonna buy it outright. But when you pre-order, you get it for 1,800 lang. So may 200 pesos discount ka. Kasi nag-pre-order ka. Same thing, you just have to wait. Just have to wait X number of months. Now, why will you do that? You give them 10% discount to wait. One good reason you want to do that is you gauge market demand. Kung marami kang pre-order, di alam mo, palakihin mo pa yung shipment mo. Paramihin mo pa yung shipment mo. Nakatipid ka sa shipping fee. So it makes sense for you. Also, you are able to get cash flow coming in because they're gonna pre-order, may down payment sila, may deposit sila. You can use that to run ads or to pay for the shipment coming in. So I hope that makes sense. If you're gonna run ads, I suggest Instagram. If your product could look very nice, maybe you could show the cooked version, not the frozen product, or you can show both, but make sure you hire a food photographer so that it really looks nice when you run the ad. Invest in your product shots because your ad is only as powerful as how you present it to be. A question from Madge. And Madge says, hi, Sean, hope you're doing well. I would like to ask your insights about multi-level marketing or direct selling of products as additional source of income. Something you can do online selling as well. This pandemic situation, is that advisable or not? What are your thoughts about it? I have to give you a disclaimer for that because I am a registered distributor of USANA, not active, but a registered distributor because I've been taking the supplement for 10 years now. So that's my go-to supplement. I don't drink the entire, like all of their products, but I drink the essentials, Proflavanol C, and I don't distribute actively. But what I do is if you search for USANA Philippines, USANA Distributor, USANA Supplier Philippines, I think those are the keywords that I rank for. I rank pretty high for those keywords on the first page. So what happens is if people go to that URL, that's a landing page on my website, sean.c, and basically it's an FAQ of what USANA is all about. But if they contact the number there, that's the number of my upline. And what happens is I get some commissions out of it because they put the people who contact there, who buys the product or who registers as a distributor under my Usana account as well. So I do get passive income from that. Because again, I'm not active in terms of distribution. I'm not an active distributor. My friends and family buy from me, but it's not something that I can live off on. So if you want to do it as a side business or side hustle, I would say it's pretty good, right? So but it's not something that I think you can side hustle and you try to live off of that side hustle. Medyo mahirapan ka doon. If you want to do it full time, that's a different thing. I know a lot of people that's super successful doing multi-level marketing. So it is a legitimate business. Some, not all. You have to study the product first. For me, how do you know if it's legit or not? Tingnan mo yung product. If the product is good, if it's effective, for me, I've been taking it 10 years. It is super effective for me. That's why I'm taking it. I know some people, it's not effective for them, so they don't take it. They take some other supplement. Maybe they take New Skin. Maybe they take Young Living. Doesn't matter. What works for you, kung ano yung hiyang sa'yo, okay ka na dun. Like, for me, it's Usana. So yeah, definitely direct selling or multi-level marketing. Something that I think is legit. If you have companies that you want to look into, I'm sure you're looking into some because you asked this question right here. So study first the product. Kung okay yung product, kaya mong ibenta with good conscience. Kaya mong ibenta with good conscience, with good integrity. Tapos ikaw mismo gagamitin mo siya kasi maganda talaga yung produkto. For me, that's legit. And go ahead and do it. In fact, if you want to do it full time and you can make a lot of money from it, there's no real reason for you not to. Ang maganda pa doon, one of the reasons actually that I didn't like to go into multi-level marketing before is wala siyang legacy plan. Meaning, kung ano man yung kinita ko, kung ano man yung naging downline ko, hindi ko siya mapapasa sa anak ko or sa mga anak ko. Or pipili lang ako ng isang anak. So dati walang ganun eh. But now I think they have a legacy plan, which is really good. So for entrepreneurs like me, if you ask me if I do things all over again, I might actually go multi-level marketing. Who knows? But I think it's pretty good business, depending on the product.
You know the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But in this social media age, it's not just what you know, it's who you know, but it's who knows what you are doing or who knows what you know.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22. From TJ, question is, hi, I'm planning to build a team here in the Philippines based on what skills I currently have. Something digital creatives like image editing, video editing, animation. Any advice on how I can successfully start if mag-start ako from scratch? Where do I get clients, legalities na pwedeng i-request ni clients abroad?
If you're starting a business in this age, it might be better to do it. That's the business. I don't know if you're working or if you have something else on the side. Kasi ngayon, importante you build your portfolio first. Paano ka magkakaroon ng portfolio? It's either you do work for free or you do jobs na mababa yung PF nyo to build that portfolio. But the best marketing, as Sean mentioned, is word of mouth. That's how you start in any business. So you talk to people in your warm list, and then you start getting recommendations. Don't get referrals. You call them recommendations. Kasi yung referral is, oy, refer mo naman ako dun sa tito ng tito mo ng kapitbahay nila na kamag-anak nila sa ganitong probinsya. Okay, sige, bibigay sa'yo number, tawagan mo. I was referred by ni tito ni ganyan na ganito. But if it's recommendation, they will connect you directly to that person, being the bridge. Oh, by the way, my friend is starting this ganyan. Di ba you need? I'm connecting you to him. This is ganyan. So meron siyang may bridge na nag-connect sa'yo directly na tao. And from there, that's when you will find out kung ano yung mga services na kailangan ng mga clients mo. That's how most businesses start. It's really hit and miss. Lalo na yung sa'yo na very tight ng competition now sa mga ganyang klaseng businesses. And those people who will get you initially would be people that came from your warm list and mga recommendations. With regards to team naman, you mentioned you're planning to start a team. I actually spoke with one young entrepreneur and he's doing very well. He's like 27 years old. Sabi niya, Jason, when I read your book, Unique, the 4 personality types, it gave me an aha moment na, okay, kaya pala itong mga tao ko hindi nag-work pa ganyan kasi ganito yung personality type niya, yung kanyang behavior, ganito. So ever since now he learned that, he read the book, he instructed his team na ito yung gagawin natin. Nakatulong sa kanya. So makikita mo what type of person you are and probably what type of entrepreneur you can be based on your personality.
I do have an advice for you. Legalities for clients abroad, you don't have to worry about that if you can accept payment through, for example, PayPal. If you don't, even if you have a contract here, even if you have a legally binding entity here, but they're going to be signing it from all the way from the USA, and they don't have a legal entity here to represent them, to bind them to your contract, they can just up and leave. They can just opt not to pay you. So it's quite tricky if you're a freelancer or even if you're a business and you're going to be doing work for companies abroad and you don't have a legal entity there or you don't have an organization there who can represent you. It's difficult when things get dirty or messy. It's difficult that way. But if you have a mutual agreement, you both respect each other, you do great work, they pay you on time, then you don't have any problems there. How you can successfully start, what Jason said about the portfolio, 100% agree, especially because you're going to start a services business. So how I started with SEO, I had my God the New blog when I started out. The articles are still up. You can find it in my Sean.c website. So I wrote a lot of articles about my faith, my journey in God as a single Christian man during that time. And I made sure that I rank for the keywords that I wanted. I actually learned SEO because no one was reading my stuff. I wanted people to read my stuff. So it's kind of baliktad, no? So I had to learn SEO because my blog was not getting any traffic. And my blog was actually my first portfolio. My first client was Scuba World. It's the biggest scuba diving company in the Philippines during that time. And believe it or not, wala akong portfolio nun. So when the owner asked me, can I see past work? I said, well, if it's okay for you for me to show you my personal blog, then yeah, sure. And sabi niya, sige, show me the personal blog. So I showed him. As funny as it sounds, right now, I cannot believe, no, looking back, I can't believe I did that. I really can't. It worked. I landed the deal, and that's my first client. It's good money, and that's what I used to grow the business. So yeah, you also have to have some guts now when you pitch. We have a business question from Richard. Hi, he says, hi, I started doing pasabay with a buy BUY pasabay kind of business by reselling products from overseas, such as IKEA, small items, and kids stuff. It's been a month since I'm doing this, and and seems like there's no one who would like to buy from me. Any advice if you think this business is wrong? I'm an introvert, and somehow I'm asking people to buy my stuff, and it's really hard. It's really hard for me to ask people to buy my stuff.
Well, if you're shy about it, then you might be the best kept secret. Kasi sa ginagawa natin, it's the same. For example, with me as a speaker, I coach some financial advisors sa insurance, real estate. We have to get ourselves out there, including our business. You know the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But in this social media age, it's not just what you know, it's who you know, but it's who knows what you are doing or who knows what you know. The best way right now kasi is really social media, how you can study yung mga Facebook ads and have a good business, a good line of products. And there are many doing that now. Medyo nagiging mas saturated na siya, no? But kasi kailangan mag-attach ka ng ng narrative dun sa product mo. There has to be a story. In other words, for example, let's go back to speaking. Daming speaker, why would I get Jason Lo? Daming speaker, why would I get Sean C? But people would get us because of the narrative or our personal narrative that resonates with them. may isang website ang pangalan niya significantobjects.com. Tapos yung mga items na ordinary items, let's say a plastic banana. So yung significant objects na plastic banana, ang price yan a few cents, but they were able to sell it ng $78. So kumbaga ang presyo niya wala pang 50 pesos, pero nabenta niya ng mga 4,000 pesos. And ang dami nilang mga items na ganun. It's just because of a narrative. Parang Supreme. Diba? T-shirt lang naman yung Supreme eh. Pero mangyari mo na ng Supreme na patak, boom! Ayun na. Times 1,000 na yung presyo. Or yung mga well-known brands. So finding a way to create that narrative na kasi people don't buy your products eh. People buys you before they buy the product or they buy any opportunity. So you have to find a way to do that. And then para sa pagiging introvert mo, okay lang yan kasi social media lang naman, i-message mo lang naman sila. Yun din ang safety ngayon ng mga introverts. Believe it or not, I'm an introvert. So you don't really have to talk to people, hey, kamusta? But you can just message them. And I don't, di ba? Kahit na introvert ka, it's more convenient doing that. You start with your warm market, message them, pakita mo yung mga products, tapos gawa ka ng narrative why this is better than other pasabays. Yung mga ganun. Tapos meron kang cat emoji doon, yung picture na nagmamakaawa. Kung ipikit-pikit, dadami yung sales mo niya.
But yeah, no, galing. So what I got from that is storytelling. Storytelling is very important. How you tell the story about your product, what it does, the benefits, how you bought it, how difficult it is to get it. It could be from different angles. When you're the one telling the story follows you. That is one way to differentiate yourself and to make your product more interesting. I couldn't believe that plastic banana would sell for that much. It's just crazy. No? Pero galing, the power of storytelling. So Richard, that's one thing that you could try doing. Marketing is definitely something that you must do. And one of the best ways to market, especially when you're new in the industry, is storytelling. And after that, of course, you have to follow up with great customer service. You have to have promoters, people who bought from you that will share your story to other people so that they can also buy from you. Word of mouth marketing is still the best form of marketing today.
You know, Sean, I teach that in my speaking program. I'm sure you've heard of this, no? Yung storytelling, elevating it into story selling. Yeah. So you're doing story selling, and sometimes you don't even need to sell anymore. You sell without selling using the power of stories.
Thank you, brother, for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. We learned a lot. I think we're better for it.
Thank you for having me, Sean. And congratulations. You're one of the most masipag na podcasters.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to Armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to Armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
When people talk about value, we have to go back through, we identify with, is this prospect actually